sometimes things can happen and it's the same event but with different points of view. So what we're going to do now, there's going to be a 4.5-hour journey, right, a perspective. I'm going to look at the same events but through different eyes and different firms' eyes, yeah, and they're all intertwined. So brace yourself and let's see what happens. Perspective, it's not about what happens, it's about how someone says it happens to someone who didn't see it, and so on and so forth, you get me? Spacho, get it out of here now. What have I done now, do you know what I mean? Always, just everyone's all over me, do you know what I mean? Now, my name's Spacho, right, and I live with my auntie, and the reason why I live with my auntie is my ma kicked me out in and out of why all the time, you know, just always up to this and up to that and all that, and, you know, it is what it is, but I'm just trying to find my feet, you know what I mean? And I've got some, like, heavy relatives and all that, but they don't bother with me no more because I just do stupid little things all the time. So, Spacho, get out of here now. Why's my car being moved? Here's why, because I took her out last night. I took her car out last night, and, you know, I brought it back, and she's like, it's like she looks like the marriage and all that. And, like, this is how bad it's getting, right? Because I've got no dough and all that now. You know, don't get me wrong, I do love her for letting me stay there and all that, but it's just getting to the point now where, like, you know, it's my sister, and, you know, do you know what I mean? Like, my ma kicked me out, and then, you know, she's let me back, she's let me stay there, my auntie's let me stay there and all that, but it's just, I don't know what I'm doing wrong, do you know what I mean? I don't see me doing it, I don't, like, feel like I'm doing nothing wrong. Everyone's just on me, do you know what I mean? Everyone's just moaning at me all the time and this, you know what I mean? And I just feel like it's like, I don't know, it's not a conspiracy, but they can go a bit easier on me, do you know what I mean? Because I'm just trying to do what's right and I've got no dough and I'm trying to get all involved in this and all this and all this and I just can't do that like that. And, you know, my cousin, he's smashed it, he's proper smashed it, but he won't bother with me, do you know what I mean? He just wouldn't know what to do because I used to always throw his name in and all that, and his mate, one of his mates who he works with and all that, he's just had enough of me as well, do you know what I mean? And I reckon I signed that, but, you know, I've just had to go on my own 2 feet, haven't I? So, I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm going to have to run the up though, because like what's happened is, my auntie, here's how bad it's going now. She's took the landline out the house, right? You know, like the house line, the house phone. And she's took it upstairs with her when she goes to bed. Because I'm like, I'm on the phone, because I've got a phone up, but I've just never got no credit or nothing, do you know what I mean? Like, I'm not a buff, but I just make silly mistakes and I do stupid things, just trying to edge my way through life, just trying to make sure of myself and where am I going in life. I don't even know where I'm going in life. I've got no idea where I'm going in life, but I need to do something right now. You know what I mean? Now my cousin, he's a proper heavy kid, but he just doesn't bother with me. You know, like I ring him and he'll answer the phone, but he doesn't bother with me and that. It's because of his mate. I've done something to his mate, and his mate's like proper heavy, do you know what I mean? But, you know, he just laughed at me. He's not going to do nothing to me like that. He just laughed at me, and he did grab me, and he said to me, lad, the only reason you're getting a walk over is because of your kid. So, you know what I mean? I'm grateful for that. Like, I don't want to start fucking messing around with him and all that, but, you know, I took it a bit too far. Well, I was only having a laugh as well. And, you know, he's a sound lad, and he's meant to be funny, but he just took it the wrong way. And, you know, and then our kids come over to him, and he just strangled me. He was strangling me, saying, lad, you will fuck him, blah, blah, blah. I was just like, all right, lad, you know, I don't think I'm, oh, fucking hell. I know, lads, I wouldn't even mess with him. But then the lad who our kid works for, he's phoned me, he's like, listen, lad, it's, you know, no hard feelings, you know, and all this and all that. So, I don't know why our kid just doesn't want nothing to me, but he just doesn't, do you know what I mean? It wasn't even that bad neither, do you know what I mean? I just spoke out of line, but I think because there was people there, then the big lad who our kids works for, he just like, he weren't happy about that, do you know what I mean? And, you know, he didn't hit me on, but he did rag me a little bit, you know, he's every kid's a big kid. So I was just like, yeah, there's one not to do with that. Our kid is like his best mate, one of his best mates, or is his best mate, so he's like come down on me like a ton of bricks. So I think maybe the big lad just said to him, sort your kids out, do you know what I mean? But he never bothered with me since, do you know what I mean? Like, he'll talk to me and that, but he won't bother with me, do you know what I mean? He won't give me nothing, he said I can't be trusted and all that. So if I could get in with them now, listen to me, if I could get in with that firm, I know that I've smashed it like forever. So I don't know what I'm going to do, right? But I have been told about something, and my mate's put me on something right now. This is going to be a bit risky, but I reckon I can get in and out without anyone knowing it was me. But if I get found out it's me, then I don't think being his cousin is going to help me. I don't even know if he knows them, but he probably will, because these are big players as well, but to the other side of the city, so I want to see what happens here. So phone's my mate right now. My mate, he's like just a lunatic. He's like a little skinny kid, right? We call him Noodles, right? I'm Spacho and he's Noodles. Now, Noodles is like, he can't fight, but you think he can by the way he talks and that, do you know what I mean? And he's always in stolies and that, he's always in stolies. So what we do is, we've got a few stolies around the city that are all like parked up and that. Nothing to do with me, you know, I can't even rob a car, but he's a proper heavy like car thief, do you know what I mean? And the way he's been doing it now, he's got into some lad, and he's got this like little blocker thing, I don't know what it's called exactly, but what happens is, if someone comes out and they press like the fob on the car, he registers their like frequency, and he can replicate their frequency, do you know what I mean? So he's just like, he's got loads of cars everywhere, he's like a showroom, he's got loads those guys with it. So what we do is, I just like sometimes rob my auntie's car, and then we'll go and pick another one of them cars up, do you know what I mean? It was like, so we don't get into my auntie's car. So we end up just bouncing around, and then, you know, we take chasing all that, and then, but, you know, we just have a laugh at it, we're just smoking weed, and nothing, we don't do nothing wrong to no one like that, but I think this graft is going to change the game, because, you know, I think, like, it's not worth loads of money, but to me it is, because I've got no money, do you know what I mean? And it's only 50,000 tablets, so even if I sell the 50,000 tablets for £2 each, yeah, the going rate now is like about, I don't know, probably about 350, do you think, something like that, do you know what I mean? So if I can spin these tablets for £2 each now, there's 100 grand in it, you know, that'll put me on my feet and all that, and, you know, it'll show our kid that I'm not messing around, you know, I can be one of them, I know I can be one of them, but they just won't let me in, they won't let me in, you know, they did give me a chance, but I fucked up, I sniffed all the lemon and all that, didn't I? So I fucked up, but, you know, I'll see what happens anyway. So tonight's the night, I'm going to go and see what's happening. So my auntie's gone to bed and all that, and Noodles phoned me, he's like, lad, you ready? I'm like, yeah. So I jumps in my auntie's car, gets off and all that. Now, so what we've done is we've gone down and we've ended up taking these 50,000 tablets off someone. Like, but he didn't know it was me, there's no way he knows it's me. So we're in the clear, aren't we? We're in the clear now. The lad who we've took the tablets off, he's like my age, but the people he works for, they're like our kid and all that. Do you know what I mean? They're heavy, they're like our kid and all that, so you don't really want them to know anything about it. But I've got 50,000 tablets in the house, right? Now, Noodles, 25,000 is, but we're just going to like spin them together and see what happens, you know what I mean? But I don't know how I'm going to buy. So Noodles is phoning me, he's like, lad, I've got 2,000 of these sold. And I'm like, go on, Sam. So she's fuming on me, my auntie's fuming on me and all that. So she's gone to bed, so I've got a car again, right? I've just got a car again. So I've gone down and give these kids 2,000 tablets, right? Get on this, right? So then it comes back the next day, and it comes in the house and all that. And when I've come back, my auntie's crying. And I'm like, what's wrong with you? She went, someone's just been to this house here and just dragged me everywhere. And I'm like, what do you mean? She went, two fellas. And I'm like, what do you mean? So the next thing, I've got a phone call, haven't I, right? And it's the gang, the firm, the big lads, right? Mate, here's what's happened. Because I've sold them 2,000 tablets to some kid, right? He's been shouting his mouth off like a bellend, because the people must have heard about it. And then they've got hold of it, they've got wind of it, they've gone round to this, and they've seen, like, show me the tablets, and because the stamp on it, they know it's theirs. So they've been like, have you got that off? And he's told them me, proper little grass has told them it's me. So that's me, I'm fucked now, aren't I? But I can't really do nothing, I can't phone our kid and all that, because they'll batter me as well, you know, especially the fucking big kids of our kids work for, he'll batter me, because just getting them in shit, you know what I mean? So I can't really tell no one. So there's only one thing for it, I'm going to have to go, I'm going to have to just go. Do you know what I mean? I'm going to have to go, so I'm going to have to get out of here. So I've got the tablets, we've got like 48,000 tablets left, right? I need to go. So phone's Noodles, I'm like, Noodles, I need one of the cars. He's like, what are you doing? I said, what? So we're going to have to split these Garys, and then I'm going to have to go and do what my thing, and you go and do your thing. He's like, where are you going? I said, well, I know some kids in Manny there, which I do, but I need to just get out the way just for a little bit, just let it, like, you know, like blow over, do you know what I mean? Because if they get me, they'll proper do me, and that's that. And if they come to the house where my auntie lives and that, you know, I don't know about our kid, if our kid finds out what they've done to his ma, right, mate, listen to me, that firm is going to go to war with that firm. There's no way they're not, but I'll get the blame for it, do you know what I mean? And our kid and his mates and all that, these are like proper heavy, these are like proper heavy, but this firm's heavy as well. So I don't know which way I'll go, but they're going to probably know each other as well. But, you know, I don't think the firm who's done that, who's come in and done that to me auntie, I don't think they quite know exactly who's mad they've just done that to. Do you know what I mean? And I'm not saying nothing, so I'm just going to have to just let it die down and see what happens, right? So that's it, I've made the move, so I've got a little bag and I get some clothes now, and I've got these tablets, right? So I'll go and see Noodles, and Noodles gives you one of the cars, and the cars, it's been plated, this car, right? It's only a BM, it's only a 3 Series, but it's sound, it's a blender, do you know what I mean? If, like, as long as you don't get pulled on like that. So I've took my after tablets, and I've been like, lad, I'll get on you, okay? Like, sounds, so then I've just lashed my phone, so I'm starting fresh, aren't I? Do you know what I mean? I've got a good feeling about this. I'm starting fresh, I'm going to Manny, we'll see one of my mates down there, jumps in the car, throws the tablets in the boot and all that, and gets off, flying down. So gets to Manny where my mate is, right, and as he gets there, my mate's not in. What? My mate's not in. Now, his family know me and that, but, you know, he's gone away with his dad or something like that, because his mum and dad are split up, so they've gone away somewhere. So where am I supposed to stay? Do you know what I mean? Where am I supposed to stay? I don't know. I've only got a bit of dough off them 2,000 tablets. Do you know what I mean? We got 4 grand, and we just spanned them. We got 4 grand, and we had 2 grand each. So I've got my after tablets and I've got a after dough. So I mean, so I'm looking around and I'm thinking, no what? So what goes in and buys this like weird little shit phone out of Tesco's and all that. New number, do you know what I mean? And fresh in manual that. And it's like a smartphone, but it's a bit shit, do you know what I mean? So as I look around, you know, for hostels or somewhere cheaper than that, so I find this like B&B thing. It's only 30 quid a night. So I'm like, yeah, it's sound. So it goes in there, and as it goes in the B&B, it's just all manx everywhere. Right now I've got these tablets, I can't leave the tablets in the car. So there's all manx and all that. Now manx and Scousers, they don't really get along. Do you know what I mean? I've had a bit of beef with the film like a few times. So I'm just like, so I said to the lads, you got a room and all? He's like, yeah, sound. So gives me a room, and as I go in this room, it's a room that's shared with 4 people. Right, so I don't really want to do that. So I've got these tablets, so I thought, I've got these tablets in the car, lock the car up, but if the car gets stamped by blood or anything comes bang on, which I don't think it will, then I'm fucked, aren't I? So let's see what happens here. So I go in this room, talking in this man class, like there was only 3 in the room. I goes in, there was 2 already in there, and me. And I'm like, what's on? Like, what's on? I said, Scouse here, but they were all right with me, don't get me wrong, all right. And I said, who's this? Because I could see like there was like 4 people's stuff there. So I'm like, who's that? Like, oh, his name's such and such, yeah. I said, yeah, so where's he from? He's like, from round here. I said, yeah. He said, lad, he's a heavy kid. I'm like, he's a bit of an hard knock and all that. So I'm like, he's like, he doesn't like Scousers. I'm like, he doesn't like Scousers. I'm like, fucking hell. That's not going to work, is it? So about 2 hours later, I'm playing cards with these lads, you know, just like fucking, just playing like cards and that. This lad walks in, right, and he opens the door. He looks at me, he goes, what's your name, lad? So I'm like, lad, I'm Spacho. He's like, oh, yeah, well, Scouser are, yeah. I'm thinking, shit. I'm like, yeah, he's like, but he seems to be all right, you know what I mean? He seems to be all right now. This was Eddie, right now. Eddie, this is how we met. Mate, get on this, right? Now, Eddie's got a dog, but I didn't know Eddie had a dog, right? Because you're not allowed to have dogs in there. So me and Eddie, and we're all being signed. No, nothing special, but just being signed. So I'm thinking, yeah, I thought I'll stay here for a little week, you know what I mean? Till he mate gets back, because he was away with his dad. Goes to the reception, like, yeah, I mean, can I pay? Because if you pay for longer, it's cheaper. It only ends up like 22 quid a night. Something like that. So I thought I'll pay for that. I thought, you know, I'm all right. And the doors had locks on and all that. And there was punters and that in like the same, like the same building. But these lads who were with, these weren't like that. They were sounding that. And this Eddie was like from down there. And, you know, he was a bit of an hard case, you know what I mean? Next day, I get up and goes out. So I'm going to have a little look around, I'll just get out for a bit and all that. And as it comes back, right, get on this, right now. I didn't even know about this, right? Listen. So as I'm flying back, I'm flying down like that, right? I'd had a drink and I was proper stoned down my face. So as I come flying back into the car park, I've ran this dog over. Yeah, just ran a dog over and thought, shit. So I like dogs, so he jumped out like that. It ends up being fucking Eddie's dogs, isn't it? So he's come out, he started throwing all digs at me, so I'm ducking him like, what? He's going, lad, you better take me to the vet now. I'm like, all right, I'm like, lad, I'm sorry. So I didn't want to get tangled up with him because he's probably done me. He was a little bit older than me and that, but, you know, I'm not a fighter. I'm just into, like, you know what I mean, all kinds and that, so... You know, I'd have it with him, but he would have wasted me. So no, he didn't actually connect with me. I don't know whether he was trying to get me. I think he was just trying to show face to me, because if he wanted to get me, he could have got me. Because I didn't run away. I'm not going to run away, do you know what I mean? I'll take an hiding. And I did run his dog over, do you know what I mean? I do love dogs, so it was my fault. So he goes to this vet, right? I'm sitting in this vet, and he's talking, he's going, lad, you know, very right. I'm like, yeah, I know. So I end up being sound, you know, back down, a proper back down. And, you know, you can call me a fanny or call me a fart, whatever, but, you know, it is what it is, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? Ran his dog over, and I don't really want beef with him, because I've still got stuff in the room, so I've got to get back and get me stuff anyway, haven't I? But I've got these tablets in the boot anyway. So I was just sitting there, we're talking about like what we're up to, and I'm like, lad, so I told him my story. In the end, we ends up being sound, the dog sound and all that. So, you know, it was sound, but you know what, you know, looking back now, right, running that dog over was probably one of the best things that could have happened to me and Eddie, do you know what I mean? That's probably one of the best that could have happened, and it is why, right? So, you know, brace yourself for this goes crazy. So we're talking about what we can do and all that. Now, I haven't mentioned what tablets, because I'm just thinking, if I do, I'll just get robbed, or he'll send someone, do you know what I mean? There's nothing I can do about it, because I'm just managing him on my own. So we're sitting there, and as we're like, there's like all adverts, you know, like an advert board for jobs and all that. So I'm just standing there looking right now. I know our kidding that. They've got this factory in Liverpool, or they're starting some factory up in Liverpool, and they're going to be selling merch, you know what I mean? I'm looking at these adverts, and it says florist to let, but it's got to still be a florist, you can't change it. So I'm thinking, no way, imagine. Straight away I just thought, no way, imagine selling like swag out of there. Like, don't want me to imagine it. And I was in Manchester city centre. So it said, call this fella, Terry, his name was, who we got to call, no deposit. So I thought, that's a bit mad. I said, Eddie, do you know about this florist? He went, yeah. He said, it's been there all my life. He said, lads, I said, yeah. I said, what do you reckon then? And he never had nothing to do, so none of us had nothing, we never had a pot to piss in. But we started getting along, we were getting along like proper sounds, you know what I mean? So we ended up like talking about it, and I said to him, lad, ring him. He's going, what's the lad, if I ring him and I'm a scout, he'll just be like, fuck off, do you know what I mean? So he's like, what are we going to do in the Florist? I said, I don't know. I don't know. So he's like started to be sorry now. I know this was like, it could have been a silly mistake. It could have been a silly mistake. And I shouldn't have really done it, but I ended up throwing our kid's name in, right? So he's like, I said, I mean, it's why I did it. Because then this lad who was the man, this Eddie lad, right? He was like, he's on the ball. And I know he's talking about his mates who are big in the game and all that. So I thought, if they're big in the game and he's big in the game, then, you know, man, he's only next to Liverpool. He'll know our kid and his firm, right? We're looking at this thing, this like advert. I said, ring it, like, what are we going to do? I said, yeah. Do you know anyone from Liverpool? He's like, yeah. I said, do you know the main firm in Liverpool? He's like, yeah. I said, ever heard of Levington? He's like, they call him Levy. I mean, he went, yeah. He went, he's sick. I mean, I said, he's my cousin. And he's like, shut up, lad. He went, everyone says that. He said, every Scouser says they're related to that firm, or, you know, the Scouser or Tosh, Levy, Robbie. He said, I know them all. He said, I don't know them. He said, but one of my mates had dealings with him. He said, one of my mates is called Ezo. I was like, I've never heard of Ezo, do you know what I mean? So, I don't know what's happening there. But, so, as far as I'm concerned, his main firm in Manny is this lad called Ezo and that. And he's saying that Ezo and that go with Levy and that. Do you know what I mean? So, I was thinking, no way. So I said, well, I said, can you phone Ezo? He's like, yeah. I said, all right, we'll phone Ezo and ask Ezo to phone Levy and ask who Spacho is. And he's like, yeah, I will do, lad, no taking him chatting proper shit and that, but I weren't chatting shit and that. And I know quite well, our Lev's just going to be like, yeah, he signed him, that. So he phones him, and straight away, this man kid called Ezo's like, yeah, Spacho is Levy's cousin. I don't know whether that is him, but I know quite well that Levy's got a cousin called Spacho. And he's like, yeah, he's going, lad, this kid says, so he goes, yeah, I'll put him on. So I get to the phone, this kid calls, he calls me, what's happening, lad? I'm like, and he goes, no, if you're fucking lying, lad, throwing names in. I'm like, lad, I'm not, like, proper parcel, this man kid, he's just like proper heavy. He's going, you know the Scouser? I'm like, yeah, I know him. He's going, how do you know him? He's going, because Levy's my cousin, lad, this, that. So he's asking me little things, and then, you know, I've clarified it and all that. He's going, what about Sasha Gay, right? He's like, yeah, lad. I'm like, lad, I know them all, lad. He's going, well, yeah, who's this, that, you know, like, and I'm like, so I'm answering him straight away and all that. And it's clarified, and he goes to me, listen, lad, I'm going to phone Levy, I don't know if you're lying. I'm like, lad, I'm not lying. He goes, all right, sign. Suppose the phone's on, and this kid's looking at me in a different light now, do you know what I mean? And next thing, this Ezo fella phones back. He's like, lad, clarified, that's defo him. You better look after him, make sure he's signed, make sure nothing happens to him round there, you know, lad, I swear it. Or, lad, you'll have meeting answers. So this kid now has just gone, Eddie now is just like my best mate. He's my best mate. He's like, right, lad, let's go. He's like, how many times you got? I'm like, lad, I've got proper loads. He's going, well, I'm like, lad, thousands. He's like, what's that, more than 20,000? He's going, you're lying. I'm like, lad, I swear to you. He's going, yeah. He said, yeah. He's going, what? I said, lad, so let's just phone this fella now. So he phones this advert up, this fucking Florist thing, right? And this fella answers it right now. This fella's called Terry, who we now know as Terry Diaz. He's a sick kid, listen to this. So he's talking to him on the phone. He's going, yeah. He said, come down tomorrow and all that. So that night, later on that night, in this like hostel thing, I've said to me outside, he's so giving to these guys, like me and him are just flying. To the kids in the room are just like, these are mad, these are like, me and Eddie are just proper bonded, you know what I mean? We are proper sounders, mate, right? Off our band and that. So the next day, we go and see this fella, right? And he's walking us around his floors and all that. And he doesn't even want to deposit or nothing. And he's going to me, right, listen, nothing bad's happening here, no like illegal activity, nothing like that. He says, you get the first month. He said, and then after the first month, you get like a month, not free, but like in hand, you know, to get it together because it needed tidying up and all that, because it was a wreck, the gaffer being wrecked, not like wreck. And he's going, where are you going to get your flowers from? And I'm just like, I know a man from Holland and we're going to do tulips. And I seen it on a film, I haven't got a clue what's on it, I haven't got a fucking clue, because we're in a sound car. He's like, just like as if we're businessmen, do you know what I mean? We're like, we are a bit young and that, do you know what I mean? But, you know, but look, the car we're rolling, our car's better than his car, so straight away, he's just like, whatever, do you know what I mean? So he's like, where do you live and all that? So I'm looking at him, and so he puts his Mazda test down and all that. He's like, I'm not going to do credit checks and all that. He said, but here's what's going to happen. Start hitting us with all rules and all this and that, and then just gives us the keys. What are you on about? Didn't even have to give him no idea, no, just give him the keys. It was proper scatty. So I don't know whether he took the reg or whatever thing, and that's going to do anything, but it's a fucking plate, and it's a plate with thousands of tablets in the boot. So we're just like, yeah, it sounds. He's like, yeah, go on, sounds, and crack on it, and just gets off, just like that. Now, I think the shop's been empty for ages and he's losing zone, you know, for the mortgage or whatever. So I think he was just happy that like we were interested, you know what I mean? Because I don't think no one's interested in it, because it was just known as like a shitty florist in the middle of town, you know what I mean? In the middle of Manchester Centre. So we're like, lad, so we've got these big plans, and I'm like, here's what we'll do with that. He goes to me, lad, where are we getting flowers from? I'm like, lad, I haven't got a clue. I don't know what we're going to do. And he's going, yeah. I said, lad, I don't know. I said, but I said, like, get on Google and all that and find out where to get it from. And he's going, oh, lad, he says, I said, let's start trying to spin through these tablets first, though. He's like, all right. He said, no, man, no. He phones Ezo like an absolute bellend. I'm just like, what are you doing? And this Ezo phones the Scouser and Levy and all that. But Eddie told him not to say nothing like that. But Ezo, I don't know him, but I know him now, but I didn't know him. So I think Ezo just wants to know, and it doesn't matter where they come from, because I don't think the Scouts are all Levy, and I'm going to ask where they come from. They're not going to say, where did you get them from? They're just going to say sound, aren't they? Do you know what I mean? So he's like, yeah, I've got a lot of them gone. And I'm like, what? And he's going, lad, I've got a lot of them gone. He said, but you're going to have to he said, you're going to have to give them, like, on bail. And I'm like, lad, I'm not giving no one bail, you know. He's going to be, listen, lad, you're going to have to give them. They're all, lad, believe me, Ezo won't roll no one, lad, especially if he knows you're Levy's cousin. And I'm like, lad, he's going to tell him. He's like, lad, he won't. And I'm like, lad, he will. He went, lad, he won't. So I said, all right. So we arranged to meet the next day, right? So it goes down, and this Ezo, listen to this Ezo, he just looks horrible. He looks evil, mate. He looks like I'm just like para of him already. He's only now, listen, I'm not para no one, but he's like a proper heavy kid, right? You can just tell by the way his mannerisms are and all that. So we give him the tablets and all that, right? And then, no shit, about an hour later I get this phone call off a number that's not in my phone, because I haven't received a number. Who is it? It's fucking Levy. Levy's like, what the fuck have you been doing, lad? And I'm like, what? He's going to me, what have you been doing, lads? What have you been doing? Aren't you in me Mars? And I'm like, nah, lad. Mate, listen to me. You think he's all scary? Levy is well scarier. So I'm like, where are you? He's going, I'm in this fucking new factory, lad, yeah, and we're scouting that, lad, right? I'm not happy about it. We are up the wall. We're trying to get all this building work done, lad. We've got fucking all kinds going on, and I've got Ezo phoning me, telling me you're in money, giving him carries and stuff. Where have you got the fucking tablets from, lad? And I'm like, he's going, lad, you know, if you lie to me, he says, I'll fucking come down and I will punch your head right in now. Where have you got the fucking tablet from? And I'm like, so I told him, and he just went to me, oh, you cheeky little, and just buttons me. And I'm like, lad, so straight I'm thinking, we are not getting this though. There's no way we're getting this though. There's no way. I'm just proper parceling, right? Next thing he gets a phone call off another number. Oh my God, it's the Scouser. I'm just like, oh shit. I'm like, what's happening? He's going, don't fucking what's happening to me, lad? What have you been, lad? No watch back, oh lad. I should have smacked you up last time. What have you been doing, lad? Have you rolled down? They're my mates, lad. And I'm just like, and all that, listen, I'm sorry, and like Levy, I can hear Levy in the background, but Scouser's proper fuming on me, like proper heavy, and I'm just like, oh my God, and he just throws the phone to Levy, like, you better deal with your kid now, lad. I swear to God, no, if he brings any problems to us, lad, when we've got this all going on, he's like, lad, watch what happens to him, lad. And Levy's like, lad, you don't need to speak like that, I'll fucking do it myself. And I'm just like, you know what, these are the two scariest people on earth that I know in real life, yeah? Listen to me, you do not want Levy and Scouser on your case. Listen, I've gone white, but on the meanwhile, I'm thinking, well, yeah, I want me dough, you know what I mean? So I says to Lev, lad, am I getting rolled? And he's like, lad, what do you mean you're getting rolled? He's going, of course you're not fucking getting rolled. He's like, lad, Scouser's buying them. And I'm like, hey, can I speak to him? He's going, lad, you better watch your fucking mouth on him, you know, lad. He said, you better fucking watch your mouth when you speak to him now. So Scouser gets back on the phone, and I'm like, all right, mate. He's like, don't fucking call me mate, lad. He's like, listen to me, lad, I'm going to pay you for the tablets, and I'm going to take them off you, right? I'm going to take them off, I'm going to give you the dough now. Go to these roads, I'm going to tell you where to go now. And he's always going to meet you there, or one of his lads going to meet you there, right? There's the money, right? And you know what? Tomorrow when I phone you, lads, you better fucking answer that phone, right? And you know, if you're going on the missing list, lads, watch what happens, because we already know about Eddie, lads. I know everything, and I'm just thinking, how the fuck does he know all this that quick? Do you know what I mean? He knows everything that quick. And he goes, you know your fucking mate Noodles as well? Lads, I'll nap him. And I'm just thinking, oh my God, oh shit. Now, I never said it was not to do with Noodles, but Levy told him it's to do with Noodles. So, listen to me now, the game's up, I'm fucked. This is going to go one way or another, right? And the best way it can go is he stands on and helps me. And the worst way it can go is he just fucking batters us, gives the tablets back to that lad who we've robbed him off. And I don't know, and you know, lets him just do what he wants to us, but he might give him the tablets back and just be like, yeah, listen lad, he's done this, he's made a mistake, yeah, what does he owe, yeah, this, that, we'll get you the tablets off Noodles, you know what I mean, because he was saying, where does Noodles live, lad? And listen to me, I'm not a gas like that, but, you know, you've got the Scouser on the phone saying to you, where does he live? You better fucking tell him where he lives, right? Now, I know, he's, like, I'm going off that, I've heard loads of stories about him and that, now I do know him, I don't know him, he's not my mate, he's not my mate, listen to me. he's on the phone with me, and I'm just like, oh my God. So I told him every single thing, and he just says to me, you know what, it's a good fucking job you've told me that, lad, and just buttons me. He's going, I'll speak to you tomorrow, lad, and if he wants the phone, watch what happens. And I'm just like, oh my God. So I've just gone white, and he's going, well, lad, how bad can it be? I'm like, lad, you don't fucking know, lad, that's literally, lad, that's you Levy's pattern of, lad, that's you Levy's pattern of, lad. And he just goes, boo. Do you know what I mean? Listen, lad, we are balls deep, and do you know what I think? You're with me because you phoned Ezo. And then he's like, what? I'm like, lad, you're with me on this. Oh my God, listen to me now. I couldn't sleep that night. I couldn't fucking sleep, right? So I've gone to bed now, and I'm just thinking, so Eddie's going to go to the door, so I'm not going to see him. Eddie met his old mate and got all the door. Listen, we're proper smashed it. We smashed it. So I don't know what's going to happen here, because I can't really see Scouser and Levy and that giving us the dough, and then like giving him the tablets back. So I don't know, I'm kind of open, like in a weird, sick, fucked up way, that Scouser and that just think they're mingies, yeah, and they're not arsed, they'll just tell them straight. But, you know, I've still got a trump card, I've still got a Uno reverse card, and you know what that is? They've been to Levy's, yeah, Levy's Mars, and ragged it everywhere. Do you know what I'm saying? So, you know, if I spill them beans, mate, listen to me now, they will be fucking scrambled egg on toast by the day after. So I'm going to keep that. I'm going to keep that little Uno reverse card, and just like, you know, I'm just going to pull it out if I'm under threat or duress or anyone's going to do anything to me, because, you know, I'm not being funny, you know, but what, you know, I'm kind of open at the see, like, you know, laddie got balls in, laddie got front in, but I don't know, let's just see what happens, innit? So then the next day comes, right, and my phone's ringing, and it's Scouser, I can tell, because I saved his number, and the phone, like, all right, I'm not saying fucking mate again after the way he just shagged that. He goes, what's happening, lad? He goes, listen, lad, here's what's going to happen, right? He says, you just had all that money, yeah? I said, yeah. He said, right, you're staying in a shithole fucking bed shit in the middle of Manny, and I'll just book you into the Malmaison for 2 years, right? You and Eddie, I've given you 2 weeks in that fucking Malmaison, right? It's all paid for, everything's free. Get your shit together now. Go to Malmaison and fuck that little snide bed shit off now. And I'm just thinking, no way. He goes, and here's what the problem is for you, lads. Yeah, lads, I want 20 grand out of that dough. And I'm like, he's going, don't fucking stutter to me, lads, because 10 of it's going to Levy and 10 of it's going to mine, and me and Levy, we're coming to see you next week, right? Make sure you've got that fucking dough there, lad, right? And you know what, lad, right? I'm going to say something to you now, right? You've got balls, right? You have got balls, and I do appreciate it, right? You fuck with the wrong people, right? And you know, if it wasn't for us, lads, you would be going night-night, mate. Let me tell you now. See that 20 grand, lads? That's for man and Levy's time, because that's what we're going to fucking more or less lose by coming down to see us, yeah? And I'm just like, oh, yes, mate, I'm thinking, yeah, after 20 grand, mate, because if I give them 20 grand, right, think about it. Here's what I'm thinking. If I give them 20 grand, they're like with me, Andy, yeah? I'll pay 20 grand. I'll pay 20 grand for them to be with me, and we'll keep the rest. We're in a hotel, yeah, we're smashing it. So I'm just looking at Eddie, I'm just like, put my hands on the phone. He's going, are you fucking paying me attention? I'm like, yeah, lad, yeah. Going, don't you fucking, I'm just like, oh, lads, I'm sorry. He's going, stop saying fucking sorry, it's a sign of weakness, yeah. You're not sorry, you've done what you've fucking done, right? And when I come up there, lad, right, I'm going to talk to you. I'm going to talk to fucking Eddie, right? And you know what? I'm going to bring fucking Ezo with me as well. And I've just gone, blah! I'm just looking at Eddie, Eddie's just looking at me, and we are just proper parceling. No way, but, you know, I like the way he's speaking to me. He's being horrible to me, but he's not. Do you see what I mean? And the stories I've heard about him, right? You know, he's took like a little I think he appreciates what we've done. So whatever he's been saying to Levy, whatever they're fucking doing in this weird factory shit they've got going on, well, I've heard like bits and bobs, haven't I? But, you know, whatever they're up to, this is like proper heavy. We're just little muppets, us to them, do you know what I mean? But see that 20 grand, lads, I'll fucking iron that 20 grand for you. And when you come, I'll have the fucking bat run ready for you, Scouser, do you know what I mean? So I'm like, yeah, sounds all right, no problem. He's like, lads, I know there's no fucking problem, you know, just like shutting me down. I can't speak to him. Like, I don't even want to speak to him, mate. I'm just like, yeah, all right, no problem. And he's like, right, that's it now. And you know what? The kids don't even say Tarari, he just fucking buttons me again. So I just looked at Eddie and I'm like, lad, do you want 20 grand? And he's like, what? He's like, lad, Ezo and Levy are coming down. I said, we've got a hotel and all that. And he's going, what do you mean? So I told him, and Eddie's like, yeah, lad, we're buzzing, let's get out of this shithole then. Maybe we couldn't have packed our bags fast enough, right? We couldn't have packed our bags fast enough. We just jumps in the car, just like, fuck off, just flies down. And, you know, we've know what, thinking about it, we've smashed it. Even giving them that 20 grand, we have absolute smashed it, you know what I mean? We've smashed it, whatever. Have you 20 grand, lad, you know what I mean? I'm not messing, I know that scouser, you know, if he comes down, he starts being cheeky and all that. Ha, what happens to him? Ha, I'll fucking do him. And he's just looking at him like, nah, I'm only messing, lad, I'm only messing. He's going, lad, nah, listen to me. I'm worried, and I'm not worried because I've got like a weird feeling about something, because, you know, Levy's my family, and, you know, Scousers, Levy's family, and, you know, the shit they've been through, they had all kinds of murder over, so, you know, I heard, like, Scouser hit him with a water gun outside some fucking play centre or something like that, and, you know, and I don't know what's going on, but listen to me now. If we act right, we're not having a stripe or nothing at all the night before. If we act right when they come down there, he might see that I've grew up a little bit, you know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, I'm not being funny, I have just rolled a heavy firm. So let's see what happens there, innit? So we've got it sorted, you know what I mean? We've got it sorted now. Everything seems to be going to plan, and we've got this coming in, we've got these deliveries, we've got the new security boot that's just coming on the outside. Listen to me, we're trying to Troy, where is he? Always like, shut up, lad. So we've got to got these like baby monsters from the Argos and all that. So we goes down. Now this thermal imaging, this is the main like thing about it, you know what I mean? So we're trying to sort it. So we've got Jake. I'm like, oh Jake, you're gonna have to get down, you're gonna have to sort it, you're gonna stay over in there. He's like, I've got the bunk beds. I've got the bunk beds. And we're putting all these bunk beds together with these Allen keys, and I'm fuming. I'm like, lad, we should have got everyone else. He's like, lad, well, you didn't tell us no, oh lad, shut up, so much of you been there all night. So we put all these bunk beds together, right? Now we've got to like selves about like do it where one hand doesn't know what the other hand's doing, do you know what I mean? We've got electricians, 3 sorts of electricians out, we've got these plasters, these builders, we've got all these thermal shit getting fitted into the windows, there's loads of windows, all that getting sorted. Now this factory is starting to come together, it's starting to come together, do you know what I mean? So I'm flying now. I've took a step back from everything, right, and I've got my own shit going on, I've got my own graph going on, but I've had to like it, so we're getting it all done, we're going on there. So we've got these like new barriers, and we've got these, listen to me, this looks, it looks proper, looks the part, right? And I don't know where it's going to work out or where it's going to plan out and that, but if we can get this where this thermal imaging isn't seen from drones or anything like that, then we've smashed it. So I've got all these military people there phoning me. I've given backhanders, we've given sweeteners, we've paid all kinds, we've paid Bruce for this, you know. Listen to me, we're down absolutely millions, right? And I mean millions. So a week gone past, and now Ethan's come over, and Marky's up there, and, you know, Steo, Stewie, Ezo, everyone's just flying, right? And I'm like, lads, how have you done this? So what I've done is, we've set the factory up, right, where for this first one we do, for this first crop we do, it's not going to be that big, but the whole factory is rigged out ready for whatever crop we do in the whole factory. Do you know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's all rigged out, ready to go. So whether we put one plant in or we fill it, it's all set up. All the windows are done, all the thermal imaging's done, all the military grade shit's done. There's backhanders gone everywhere. There's all, hey, it looks proper sick, right? And Dex is just walking around, he's going to be, lads, I'm like a fucking soldier, lads, a fucking soldier, lad. But we're up the wall, we're absolutely up the wall, and I mean up the wall. So I'm like, Levy's been bent on it, Tosh, Robbie, Chris, everyone's been bent on it, right? Oh, lad, you're proper sick. And I'm like, listen, lad, if we can pull this off for the first one, we can pull it off for the second one, the third one, the fourth one, because on the outside perimeter, there's cameras and all that right now. No one's coming near this gaff unless, number one, they know about it, or number two, it's plot ready to raise it. But if we can get the aerial view from the cameras or the drones or choppers, whatever, then no one's coming there. We need to like just keep it like proper, like manned for security wise over and over and over, do you know what I mean? So listen, my head's gone, and the only thing I'm thinking of is this factory, the factory, and everyone's just thinking the factory. So he's just like, listen lads, I'm like, listen, right, are we all ready to get down here? It's like, yeah. I said, right, everyone meet up now, right? So we've arranged a meet time on the day, and everyone's coming down. So everyone comes down, listen to me, we are flying, there's firms of us, right? And I mean like my whole firm and everyone I know, who I trust in my inner circle, is all ready to roll. We're all ready to roll. Got a bar, and so he's like, lads, how have you got a bar? I said, lads, do you think I'm sitting here like every fucking, you know what I mean? I'm not sitting here for 14 weeks like a proper mushroom. We've absolutely got everything. And then he's like, well, yeah, we've got ping pong. Yeah, ping pong. We've got everything. Well, listen, I've got a chess board because I do like to play chess, right? We've got a bar. The bar is fully loaded for like, in theory, it's going to be another 14 weeks, right? So we've got the Wales division, we got the Scots division, we got, listen to me. Now, Troy's a bit of a dark horse, right? Because Troy is into like all strains of weed and that. He's like one of them kids who makes things up, do you know what I mean? Now, I know this, but no one else knows that. And everyone's paranoid Troy. They're all paranoid Troy. And I can tell because when we go out of different rooms and that, I'm listening to what's going on in them rooms. And Troy's like, just like, he's dominating, but without saying a word, you know what I mean? Because they're all just like proper paranoid Troy. He's like, you scousers, mate. Troy's like, what? Listen, it's proper comical, and I mean comical, right? We arranged the day now. Everyone's been coming down, this and that, little bits and bobs, this and blah, blah, blah. But the day's come, right? The day has come where it's all coming together and everyone's meeting up at this gaff, right? Everyone's meeting up at the factory, right? So from today, everyone is coming down. They've all got bags, they've all got their stuff, they've got stuff to stand. All the birds are fuming, all the phones are just bam, 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 and I said it was sad, but it's not sad, and I'm getting the blame for everyone's birds and all this, and I scout it, right? We're all just like little kids. But we're all happy, do you know what I mean? We're all happy because we know we are going to smash it off this, right? We're going to smash it. So we need everyone to just shut the fuck up for 14 weeks and let's get the first one out. The first one is where all our dough comes back. We need our dough back no matter what. And if nothing else from then it doesn't matter. But we need our dough back at least, you know what I mean? I'm not putting this much dough in. Ethan's 3 dough in and Mark eats 3 dough in. Everyone's 3 dough in. We need our dough back, right? So the first night comes, right, and we're all just sitting there. Comes in, I walks in, everyone's already there, right? So as I walks in, Deg's like, right, I've got a roster. A roster? I got you. He said, well, everyone you've named, well, I've got a roster. Oh my God, this is going to be hilarious. Listen, I already know for a fact this is going to be hilarious, right? But you know, if we get nicked, we are fucked. Because this is proper major operational shit. So our heads up the wall, right? We are proper busy, and I mean busy. We've got workers here, we've got electricians here, we've got plasterers, we've got all the fucking thermal shit going on and all that. So I'm like, yeah, come to the bar. Now, Ezo wasn't there at the minute because he was back in his, because he ain't coming till the next day, do you know what I mean? So when I was just sitting there, so I'm like, Lev, he's like, what's like, what was life me? He's like, come on, lads, we're playing pool and we got this new thing in, and we're nearly ready to roll, we're nearly ready to start and all that. I was just sitting there and I'm just playing pool with Lev, right? And next thing, Levy's phone goes, and I'm like, who's that? He's like, lads, Ezo. And he said, what's he phoning for? He said, I don't know. I was like, come on then. So I just stopped what I'm doing right now. We're stoned, I'm off my bar, and we're all just having a laugh, you know, like proper happy vibes and all that. And then Levy just looks at me. I'm like, lad, what? He's going, lad. He said, Ezo's just phoned me about Spacho. I said, Spacho? I said, your Spacho? He went, yeah. I said, what for? He said, lad, asking me to a home. I said, what do you mean? He went, lad, Spacho's in money. What do you mean? He said, man. I said, what? I thought he said your Mars. He's like, yeah, I don't know, but he's not. He said, he's fucking money. I said, what? I said, with his mate, what's his fucking mate's name? He's like, Noodles. I said, Noodles. I said, that's it, Noodles. Because I remember Noodles, because like... Now listen, this Spacho Noodles, they're like these little pair of fuck-ups. Levy's fuming with Spacho right now. Ages ago we were at a party, right, and Levy brought Spacho, right, and Spacho, we were in the party, and Spacho ends up being a bit cheeky to me, right. He not bad and all that, but I was only messing with him right now. I think Spacho thinks I'm some sort of fucking horrible cunt, but I was only messing with him, right. So me and Levy just had Spacho up the wall, right, and he says, I'm trying to be like, who are you talking to? So be like, listen lad, right. He's proper parcel, right, and then Levy fucking strangled him. The Levy's horrible, right? He's horrible. But we were only messing with him and all that. We were only messing with that. So this kid phones up, right? And he's being like, listen, lad. He's always like, listen, lad. Spacho's with some kids. I'm like, so I can hear Levy on the phone. And Levy's looking at me. But Levy's like looking like, putting his hands on the phone, laughing and all that. You know what I mean? And he's going, lads, everybody want tablets? I said, yeah. I said, how much? I said, how many? How much? You know? He's like, lads, 3 quid. I said, 3 quid. He said, you fucking mad. I said, off you, your Spacho. He's like, yeah. I said, where's he got them from? He's like, it's an whole lad. I'm like, lad, find out where he's got them from, right? Because I knew that loads of guys that went missing a few days ago or the day before or something like that. I knew they'd went missing from some kid. Now, the kids who's been robbed, they're only mingies, right? They're from the other side of Liverpool, but they're all right in that, but... I fucking wondered where they'd gone, do you know what I mean? So he's always talking to Lev and all that, this. I'm like, honey, oh, lad, it's my shot. Do you know what I mean? So he's like, go on, so it ends up being fucking spacho and noodles, isn't it? I'm just like, lad, I fucking told you. I said, I told you he was going to do some shit like that. He's going and all that, he's going and all that. So I said, what should we do? I said, fuck him, lad. I said, this right. I said, how's he robbed them? So we're just like talking to each other, laughing, all that, love that. And then I said, yeah, have you got his number? He went, yeah. I said, yeah. I said, yeah, you phone him first. So me and Lev are just having a laugh, just like, you know, just winding the kids up and that, but the kids proper going white. So Levy says, oh, listen, and I'm shouting down the phone, watch what happens to him, like, but only fucking messing with them, though, do you know what I mean? I don't mean it like that, but, you know, give the kids a due. If he's robbed them, I'm like, if he's robbed them, he is a funny kid, you know. Levi put the phone down. I said, what are you putting the phone down on for? He's like, you phone him? I'm like, lad, I can't be asked. He's going, lad, buy them off him. I'm like, I'll buy them off him. I said, yeah. He said, well, throw him with me. He's like, go ahead, I will. So I'm like, go on. I said, how much? He's like, £2. I'm like, £2. I said, you fucking mad, aren't you? Like, but I thought, you know what? Give the kid, you know what? I'm not even asked. Give him £2 a tablet, you know what I mean? Fucking hell, lad. I said, where is he in your mind? He's like, no, he's in Manny. I said, what do you mean? He's like, he's with some kid called Eddie. I said, who the fuck's Eddie? So I phone's Ezo. I'm like, who's Eddie, lad? So Ezo's laughing his head off. He's going, lad, these are proper shook off you know. So we're just all having a laugh, I said, yeah. I said, what's I get him now? When I say get him, I don't mean I'm going to be horrible to him. I'm just going to proper get him because he fucking needs getting right. This kid's got balls. Listen, I love this kid, right? He's got balls. I've never told him I love him, but I love him. He's got balls, and I knew quite well once he matured a little bit, right, he's going to go places, right? And I had him on our radar anyway, so did Levy, we were already on it. We're like, listen, lad, he is proper front of him. And Noodles is the sickest kid ever. He's like a proper little car robber. He robs cars. He's just a proper car robber. So they're always in like stolies, you know what I mean? They're always in stolies and platers and all that. So so we're having a laugh and all that. I'm just winding them up and that, right? And you know, this spacho, right? I said to him, let me phone him. He's like, phone him off your phone. He's like, go on, I will. So phones him. I'm like, listen, lad. The kid's proper parcel. He's like, I'm like, don't fucking call me, mate, lad. Don't. You know, I'm only wise with me and Lev just proper laughing our heads off, right? And this kid's proper gut sucking to that. He's fucking Zevo, right? I'm saying, I know everything about you. I know everything about fucking noodles. Because he's so sorry about noodles. So me, he's on Levy, we're just all in a laugh, you know what I mean? We're just winding them up. And all. We're the older generation, these are the younger ones, but these are the way forward because these are sick, the sick kids, and they'll do anything for the dog. So I'm like, yeah, well, you get the tablets off? And I'm like, he's my fucking mate. He's like, lad, I'm sorry. Let's just go, lad. You are horrible. I'm laughing, but I put my fucking hands over the phone, right? So I said to these, I'll go on, Sam, and I'll take them, lad. He's like, what? I said, I'll take them. He says, what's the dog there? He's like, I'll get someone to meet him. I'm like, go on, where, what. So I guess the details of he's always laughing his head. I'm like, lad, don't break character. I said, let's just out of the fucking wall, lad. I'm like, where are they? He's like, lad, they're in this little fucking shit old bedsit. And I'm like, Hardy. I said, Lev. I said, come on, lad. So Lev's saying, what should we do? I'm like, no, what should you? I said, lad, you need to man up here, lad. I said, you get them in a hotel. So he's like, all right, sound. So I'm like, all right, go on. I said, yeah. Have you got your bank card? He's like, no. I said, go on, I'll sort it. So I jumps online, right, and I go, I'm just like, oh, lad, let's find him a decent hotel. Fucking sitting in a shit old hostel in the middle of Manny, lad. I said, lad, he deserves better. So goes online and finds a Malmaison, gets him a little hotel and all that. So him and Eddie, fucking Eddie, you says Now, I don't know who Eddie is, but whoever Eddie is, it's something to do with Ezo. It's not his family, but it's like one of his mates. And you know, he's always like, lad, he's proper sound him a Santa. So I go on, so I was like, get him a little hotel for 2 weeks. So I'm saying to Lev, here's what we're going to do, right? We're going to give them the dough, but we'll take 20 grand back off them. And he's going, what? I said, lad, I'm not paying fucking £2 a tablet for them, lad. I said, you're mad, aren't you? I said, here's what we'll do. I said, we'll give them the dough, we'll give them a bit of paper on them, so they can fucking play out or do what to do. We'll give them a fucking hotel now, but I'm not paying that for them tablets, lad. And Levy's like, yeah, I know, lad, I know. I said, so we'll take 20 grand back off them, we'll give them that. And then, you know, we'll just go 10 quid each. He's like, go on, sound. So we're happy with that. So me taking 20 grand off this kid is paying them what the normal average going rate is if the Gary's a sound. So me and Lev are playing pool and all that. I'm just off my bar, just fucking Lev away. So Zegs comes in, I'm like, what's happening? Zegs, he's like, what's happening? What's happening? So he's like, what are you up to? I said, oh, lad, I said, get on this, lad. So I filled him in a little bit and all that and all that and all that. So he's like, he's going to me, oh, you are proper heavy, you. I'm like, nah, I said, fuck that, the kid needs to learn, lad. So he's like, what have you done? I said, they've robbed Gary's off some kid. He's like, here, I said, such and such. He's like, is there a problem? I'm like, you saw so Levy's like, shut up, Deggy. So next thing, Slay comes in. I'm like, what's happening? He's like, what are you all laughing at right now? We've got baby monitors right now. We're nearly ready to go, right? So, because we've got baby monitors, right? Marky from Leeds, he's just there, all like commotion, laughing as he's come upstairs. He's like, what's going on? So we're all sitting, there's fucking firms of us, right? There's firms of us, and I mean firms of us, like, proper just all laughing at it. So I told about these kids back home, he couldn't, and he's like, I've heard about him, he's fucking mad, and I'm like, yeah, I said, he's funny, I said, he's coming through him, and Noodles, and like, Noodles stood out to everyone, because his name's Noodles. You know? So we've just got these kids up the wall, like, throwing threats around, like, no one, but who they bumped, we're in the last out anyway. So I found him amazing, right? So I booked him a boss room for him and Eddie. I don't even know where he is, but whoever Eddie is, mate, he shouldn't do these. So I booked him an hotel for the day after, right? I'm going to tell him to phone me tomorrow, right? Because I want Ezo to get them first, see what's going on and all that. And then once Ezo checked them out, then we'll get the dough round to him. So do you know what I mean? We'll do it that way. So I'll take them off him, and like, not on bail, but just have them for a day and make sure they're all fucking sound fair. Because, you know, these Noodles and fucking Spaco, mate. You gotta watch them. They'd be fucking smints half of them, do you know what I mean? That fucking battle of them. So the first night goes well and everyone's having a laugh and I get up in the morning. Now we've got the hotel for Spaco and around me. So I phoned Spaco up, right? Spaco's like, hello. Proper said, Paddy. So I just kept in character, right? Listen, lads, here's what we're going to do, right? So I'll just explain to him, we've got a hotel and all that for you and all that, you know what I mean? Get there now, get out that shit, all get your stuff there. I said, but here's what's going to happen, right? Listen to me now. We're taking 20 grand off you, lads, and that's that. And he's like, I said, don't stutter, lads. I said, we're taking 20 grand off you. Now I want the 20 grand because that's what I would have paid for the tablet. I'm not giving him fucking 20 grand for it, I don't care. You know, I'm not asked to, you know, without us, he's going to die. There's no way he's not going to die. You know, he's definitely going to die. So he's just like, yeah, it's hard, he's not asked, he's happy. Do you know what I mean? So get them all amazing. And know what? I said to me, Levy, and he's all coming down next week, lad. You know, if you haven't got my fucking money, lad, and he's just like, boo. So then he gets on the phone to Lev and all that. He's talking to Lev, and then Lev puts the phone down to him, and Levy says to me, lad, you know what Spaco's done? I said, what? He said, he's got a florist. I said, what do you mean a florist? He's like, a florist? I said, what's that even mean? He went, lad, from Manny. I said, he's got a florist in Manny. I said, what flower boy? He's like, nah, lad, he doesn't even know where he's getting a flower from. Where's he getting his flower? What are you on about? And I was just thinking, you know what, Spaco? I was like, what's he on about? So he's going, lad, him and Eddie. Lad, who's Eddie? He's going, he's always mate. He's always. I'm like, well, listen, I've just told him that we're coming there next week, right? I said, so let's just see what I was. I'm thinking, in my head, I'm thinking, no, what? A florist, right? And you know, we've got loads of weed coming in. This could be a plan. So I'm saying, Levo, he's like, what's that? Come here. I said, there's what we can do. I said, he's got a florist, and he got no weed. I said, what are you going to do? He's like, sell flowers. I'm like, where do you get the flowers from? He's like, I don't know. I said, all right, so here's what we'll do now. I said, we'll go and see them next week, me, you and Ezo, we'll go and see them next week, and we'll just like, not like force them, but we'll just like give them a different idea what they can do. If they've got a florist, right, we'll make the florist a 24-hour florist, and Levy's just laughing, just like, lad, you are fucked. I said, listen to me, but we'll sell artificial flowers. He's going, what? I said, well, if you get fresh flowers, they're going to keep having to restock them. Then I'm going to start selling flowers. Who the fuck's buying flowers off them? He's like, I know. I said, so artificial flowers, right, 24 hours, bouquets and shit. Yeah, I'm going to just sell weed from there. And he's going, nah, oh, lad, you're mad. I'm like, lad, think about it. So it's sunk in a little bit, and we're thinking about it. And it makes sense, doesn't it? If we can get grips on that florist, right, and we can sell artificial flowers but sell weeds from there, we're flying at me. It's a fucking no-brainer, right? So let's just see what happens there, you know what I'm saying? We're going down next week anyway. We'll go down next week. We'll get the 20 grand out of them. We'll keep the 20 grand, but then we'll buy artificial flowers for the fucking florist with the 20 grand, you know what I mean? So then, no matter how I look at it, we've threw 20 grand in. We've stocked the shop up with artificial flowers, haven't we? And he's just laughing his head off. And then the next thing he's over, he's like, what's that? He's just laughing his head off. He's like, oh, lad. I said, lad, we've got a new plan. He's just like, oh, lad, what? So he comes in, he was outside. parties come in and now everyone's there now. You've got a big fucking bag of tablets, you've got fucking thousands of tablets, it's proper sad, right? So I say to them, listen, the florist, right, so I've made a point of it, right, we're having a little chat and all that, and we're going up next week to see them, lad, listen, we'll get this florist off them right now, we'll tell them that we'll throw that 20 grand in, what we're taking off them to start it. As soon as they say, yeah, lad, they owe us 20 grand, and the last time they're going to keep that dough what they've had there for long. As soon as that dough's gone, I don't want to sound like a rapper, lad, then he owes 20 grand. You know what I mean? And Lev's going, oh, lad, I don't know, like, listen, lad, I said, if they don't pay, we'll just take it on the chin, we're not going to do nothing to them, but they don't know that. Do you know what I mean? I wouldn't bother with the kids, do you know what I mean? Hell, it is what it is, so, you know, it's a no-brainer, and it could work, and we'll look after them. Listen, we will look after them, believe you me. He's always the boy down there, these are covered, no one will mess with them. He's always proper sound, he's proper deep, mate. You know, all the firms down there, they're all, he's always making that. They don't say a word, it'll just be funny, do you know what I mean? So the plans made in my head, and I need to check on all this, like this setup and all that, because we've got this kid, right, now this kid's our good mate, and he's a proper weedhead, you know, like proper farmer, and I mean, like, just knows everything. So I invite him down to come down, right, so he comes down, so he says to me, all right, I wanted to talk me through everything, because I know what we've bought and all that, but not on this scale. I'd never done nothing on this scale. We've got units, we've got 8 units with the weeding, but they're just like, it's a different setup, they're only small units. This, because we've got unit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, if you remember right, where we took that kid away, napped them, so we've still got them going, but like, we don't bother with them. We've got like people in there just giving them like 1.5 a day to look after and all that, and he wouldn't bother with all like that. So, you know, this is different, this is massive, this is just ridiculously massive, right? So he says to me, he's walking down and he's going to me, well, yeah, lad, they've got that irrigation there, he's going, and you're like, lad, this is all like proper top of the range AI shit. I'm like, I know, lad, we paid millions for it. So he says to him, so what have we got to do? And he's just like, lad, nothing. And what do you mean? He's like, lad, you don't have to do nothing. He said, you don't have to feed itself, everything just does itself, lad. I'm like, yeah, he's going to see that chemical there, when lad, if any of them get fucking, like this chemical what kills mites and all shit like that, if anything like that happens, I'm just like, yes, I don't even know what he's on about. I'm like, yeah, but can you take it? He's like, nah, lad, he said, it's just not, it's just proper sound. He's like, that's the proper good gear, lad. He said, you can't taste it, doesn't do nothing to you. It's just like a better thing for everything. I'm like, yeah. He's going, you might have a bit too many lights though. I'm like, do you reckon? I said, I just thought to myself, 1 light per 2 plants. He's like, nah, he said, lad, them lights are boss, lad. He said, you get 4 plants for 1 light. I'm like, yeah. So I thought, well, Sam, that's just doubles our fucking capability straight away again, hasn't it? Do you know what I mean? Think about it, it's all falling into place. And he's going, yeah, what stain have you used? So I said, yeah, I have a joint of it there, because we got these cuttings and all that. So we had like different types of cuttings in different places and all that, do you know what I mean? Little bits of, weren't my idea, I weren't asked, I was like, just grow weeds, you know what I mean? And like, we've had a few of the lads in like Slough as well, Slough's onto his weeds, you know, and he's like, well, we've got this strain, and, you know, we've got these cuttings in this, so there's all shit going on what I don't even know about, you know what I mean? Like, all I see is the pound signs. I'm not asked about nothing else. I don't care whether it's fucking called Sonic Supernova. I don't care whether you want to call it fucking Rainbow Dash 360. I'm not asked. I just want the dough. I want my dough back first before I can even, you know, you know, I want my dough back, and that's it. We all want our dough back who's to win. That's what we're doing. That's our dough. We want it back. Yeah, so whatever happens after that is a fucking 100% bonus time and time again, innit? So a week's gone past, right, and everything's just gone to plan. Everything's sound. Listen, we don't have to even do nothing with these plants, you know, whatever. You know, there's people out there just having a little look and this and that, whatever they're doing, dream, but we don't really have to do nothing. Do you get what I mean? We don't have to. But, you know, people are interested, aren't they? So weeks gone past, everyone's like, yeah, lad, it's looking good, everything's looking good. I'm just like, yeah, sound. So we goes down to see Spackle, don't we? And by this time, he's got Eddie there, right? But Noodles is also there as well, right? Now, what Noodles has done is Noodles has brought his tablets. Yeah, listen to this. So, as I've phoned up in the morning time, and he answered the phone, they did like 1 ring, he's like, all right, mate. I was like, mate, he says, I know what I mean, it was like, well, it sounds anyway. So, he says to me, we're on our way up, he's like, all right, sounds. I said, who are you with? He said, well, Noodles is here. I said, what do you mean, Noodles? He's like, Noodles has got something for you, mate. I know you've been saying it. I know you've been saying not to call you mate. He said, but I reckon we could be mates, lad. I reckon we could be mates. So I've just like burst out laughing, but like, is it, do you know what I mean? Because it was proper funny, like. So I'm like, go on, Sam, we're on our way down. I was up at the phone down, laughing at him, like, he's got something for us. He's like, what? And he goes, lad, he's got them Garys off Noodles. And he's going to give us them Garys as like so not an Amsterdam Noodles neither. And I'm like, yeah, defo. I said, that's defo what's happening. And he's like, yeah. So I thought, all right, sounds. So he goes down, and as he walks in, right, listen to the gaffs, just like proper spoilers, like they're all normal. I was thinking, why are these all normal? They haven't even had a berry not last night. There's nothing round, no lemon, there's nothing in. I was thinking, that's a mad on that. So I'm talking to him now, listen, he's a proper sound kid, proper respectful and all that, right? And first he said, listen, I'm sorry about that, you know, remember in the party. So I said, yeah, don't worry about it. I just shook hands and I said, right, like, what's happening? And his mate Noodles comes over, he goes, all right, mate. I said, all right, mate, go on, what's happening? Do you know what I mean? So listen to me now, we've got these now, he's got Noodles, we've got this Eddie kid, he's proper sound as well, and we've got Spacco. So they come over and give us the parcel, like, he's like, yeah, listen, kid, you include me on the no-hit list off that firm. He said, I want to work with you. He said, like that. I said, listen, this is what we're going to do. So I was talking to you about this florist lad, and he's going, we've got the things, we've got everything all sorted now, we've got a Higgy's contact already. I said, now have you got the keys? He's like, yes, where's the keys? He went there, he said, yeah, let's go. So jumps in the car, so we goes down to this gaff, and Spackle's like proper made up in the car and all that. So we go in, you know what, it's a big gaff, it's a bit wrecked, it needs a bit of a touch up, but, you know, we'll sort it. So I said, all right. I said, how many tablets are there? He said, there's 20,000 tablets there. I said, in the bag. I said, yeah. I said, all right, and what are they for us? He went, yeah. So I said, all right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you 50 grand, right? I said, I'm going to take the 20 off you now, yeah, and I'm going to give you 30. So what I'm going to do with the 20 is I'm going to stock your shop up with it, right? And the 30 now is to just get everything else boxed, yeah? Here's what I want you to do. So I've gone online, I've showed them this, like, manufacturers of all, I think he said, order every single one of them, right, for on the front. And I'm telling him about like artificial flowers. He goes to me, lad, that's it. He's going, lad, I've never done, yeah, say he's buying flowers and all that, doesn't it? Yeah, it does, lad, right? And here's what we're doing, we're having a 24-hour emergency flower shop just in the middle of Manny. That bang on, it's not bang on. And he's just like, I'm in. He's like, I'm in. He's going, lad, I swear I'm in. He's going, that's exactly what we're going to do with the tablets. I was like, was it? Yeah, so no need reviews on it. So then that's it, that's a start new day. So I'm like, come on anyway. You've got the hotel for another week. Yeah, I said, then fuck off, see what you're doing, right? And have somewhere I can get hold of you when I want to speak to you. He's like, I'll be on this number, I swear I'll be on this number. I said, go on, sound. So he gets off from the florist and all that, goes back, gets there again. We goes back to factory, just leaves then to it. Me, Ezo and Levy, we're all just working on this plan for this florist. Just like in the background, you know what I mean? Just like everyone's playing pool, doing what they're doing and all that. And we're just like planning this shit, right? So this florist, it's already been rigged out now, right? All the stuff's come, but the florist is a bit boffy, do you know what I mean? So I'm saying to him, listen, lad, I said, go to florist now. He's like, I said, and take a video of the fucking, just do a circle of it, like walking out, show me the map of it, send me on WhatsApp on a video. He's like, go on, sound. So I'm like, yeah, here's what we'll do. We'll get the lads who done the factory to go down there and just rig that out. It look proper sick, make it look like a proper belter. You know what I mean? If we're going to do it, may as well do it. So like, go on, sound. So that's all coming in. You know, we've got all the artificial flowers, they're all just in bags. They come in these like big baskets with like that see-through shit that comes on flowers, do you know what I mean? So it protects it and all that, and they're artificial, so they can just stay there as long as they need to stay there. That's the whole beauty of it. Do you know what I mean? So another week goes past right now, the factory's just absolutely smashing it, and this shop is looking proper heavy, right? It looks boss. It looks like you wouldn't expect it to just be there where it's fucking boss. It's for a florist, it's a belter, right? All the back shoulders and all that. It's just a belter, you know what I mean? There could be a gym in the back and that for the lads. They'll smash it, they'll be happy there, do you know what I mean? They'll just live there. They'll end up just living there. Honest to God, they will. They'll end up having all bunk beds and everything. They can have our bunk beds when we finish in the factory. What? This is going to be a belt of this, you know. So now we're in the Malmaison, me and Eddie, right? And we've got this tab. It's like a tab where you don't have to pay for it. It's all paid for. I don't know whether it comes off like a credit card at the end of it and all that, but I don't even know whether like it's on Scouser's card or Lev's or something like that. So I don't know, but listen to me, we are living life. Now, I've had dough before, but I've never been in Malmaisons in 5 stars or like, I don't know if it's a 5-star hotel, but it looked like one to me. We are flying it proper sound. So I've said to Eddie, like, go get some Lemo. He's like, Ching. I'm like, yeah, Ching, Lemo, whatever you want to call it, get loads, lad. So I've given loads of dough. He's just got out, he's come back with the Lemo. We're just like, yeah, it's sound now. It's not as good as like what we get now by ours, but it's still sound. So we're flying, there's just Lemo everywhere, there's berries everywhere. We are partying. And, you know, me and Eddie, we're just like hugging and all that, just like, lad, no way. And then next thing, I just get a flashback. Scouser said to me on the phone, he's going to nap noodles. I'm like, lad noodles. He's going, what, lad noodles? I said, he's going to nap noodles. He's like, well, lad, shit, we need noodles, yeah. Because Noodles knows about me trump card. He knows what happened in Levy's Mars. You know, oh my God, you know, if they find out that, not only find out that I've kept it from him, oh my God, I am proper getting it. And I mean getting it. You can't keep shit like that from them, mate. Listen to me now. Levy will batter me. It's just Mars. Let me stay there. Oh my God, I'm fucking with it. Just gave me like a ton of breaks. I'm like, oh my God. So I'm on the phone Noodles and dancing. I'm ringing her back. Next thing I'm like, lads, get out the fucking house now. He's going, what? I said, get out the house now. Get out the house, lads. Even if you have to get a taxi, just get a taxi to Manny now. Don't bring your stoley. Get a taxi to the Malmaison and Manny, lads. I'll pay for it when you get there. Get out. He's going, I'm not going. I'm like, lads, Scouse and Levy know where you live. And he just goes, boom. lad, I'm on my way. So he's just like, lad, I'll be there as soon as, like, FLORISTS, actually, now, don't bring your stole. He's like, sad. I said, lad, 4 minutes outside, I couldn't pay for all that. He's like, all right, sir. And we're thinking, do you know what? I didn't think about that, because Scouser said he's going to nap noodles. Listen to me, if Scouser naps noodles, Noodles will tell him everything, and he'll tell him that they've been to Levy's Mass. Listen to me now. Oh my God, this could turn it all the wrong way around. And you know what? I'm therefore getting iron off everyone. They'll all just batter me for not telling them. Should have been the first thing I told them, really, shouldn't it? You know what I mean? But, you know, wasn't scared. Yeah, I am scared. Why? Because they'll do them. Listen, if our Lev finds out what's happened to his man there, listen to me now. They will go all in, like within the next day. I know for a fact that there will just be people going night everywhere. And oh my God, I don't want to be nonsense with that. So I'm going to have to do something. I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know how I'm going to do it. And Eddie's just going to be lad, you should have told him. I'm like, I told you, you told me not to say. He's like, yeah, I know, but now I've told him. I'm like, lad, that's not helping matters. So just off our bar right now, I'm starting to get pat off the limo. I'm thinking, no way, and I'm on the windows and all that. Next thing, Noodles phone's like, lad, I'm outside. So he goes downstairs and pay for that. He's like, why me? I'm like, because I'm just parrot, I'm not going nowhere, lad. And I was like, parrot, not parrot of like anything else, but just parrot of Scouser and Lev and all that. Because if they find out that I've kept that from them, oh my God, think about what they're going to do to me. You know, what I'm going to say? Oh, I was scared to do something. Lad, you've just robbed tablets. It was your fault. It's all your fucking fault. You brought them down there. You were scared. Don't give me that. I'm fucking getting it. I'm getting it. Now, Levy's man hasn't told them. Then, you know, that's probably because she knows he'll escalate and they'll be mad and that. But why haven't I told them? Just see what I'm saying? I've got no reason for why I haven't told them. So Noodles comes in, right, and Noodles can just like sense the atmosphere. He's going to me, what's wrong with you? I'm like, lad, lads, what a bevy? He's like, go outside, what even a bevy and all that. I'm like, what's in the bag? He's like, lads, all the time. I said, how many have you got? He says, all of them. I said, yeah. I said, all of them. He's like, lads, he said, I've got fucking 24,000 here. I'm like, have you? I said, lads, we're going to have to lose them tablets. He went, what, lad, I haven't made. I'm like, lad, you have made some. I said, you have made some. I said, yeah, here's what we've done, lad. I said, I sold my 24,000 tablets to Scouts, lad, to give me 48 grand, right? He's like, yeah. I said, but he wants 20 grand back. And he's like, what for? I'm like, lad, who cares what for? That's what they want, lad, for our safety. He's going, well, am I in that? I'm like, well, not really, but you will be if you give us them tablets, lad. He's going, well, I said, lad, I'll split this door with you, you know, just well, we're a firm, lad, I'm not going to do nothing like that. I said, we're a firm, lad. I said, we'll just give them, and then, no, even if we just give them, lad, it'll come back on us 1,000,000% over the next, like, they'll start trusting us. So he was like, I'm like, lad, there's no ifs and no buts, lad, you've got to give them the tablets, lad. He's going, well, I'm like, lad, like a sort of backhand, like a sweetener, do you know what I mean, like a gesture of our goodwill, lad. I'm like, lad, and then we've got to tell him what's happened at Levy's Mars, lad, at my auntie's, and he's going, lad, you can't say that. I'm like, lad, listen, I've got to say that. Do you know what I mean? We're all just like, the old gaff mood's just changed, probably. We're all just like, sit there, para, and I'm like, I'm turning my phone off, and then he's like, lad, you are not turning that phone off, lad. He's like, don't turn that phone off. So I'm like, sad. So I'm charging him, making sure those things on the phone, all that. I don't know what these are up to, but what I do know is their minds are intricate. These are clever people, right? These are going to put two and two together, and, you know, all it takes is for Lev to phone his ma and be like, what's happening, where's Paco? And she'll be like, well, this, that, so we don't know what's going to happen. I'm proper shit myself now, we're all shit ourselves, right? Well, listen, this is like, we're out of our depth here, right? And I mean, even though he's my cousin, it doesn't matter, he's horrible, and Scouse is just even worse. I'm not asking him. It says, like, everyone thinks that he's proper sad, and nah, he's well worse, he's fucking well worse out of all them. I mean, the stories I've heard, mate, now, I know people like blag stories and that, but I know stories that have come from, like, proper, like, people who were there and just, he's horrible, and he's being horrible with me, and no, what, I need to get on his good side, fuck Lev and that, I need to get on Scouse's good side, because if you're on Scouse's good side, then you're on all their good sides, you know what I mean? So that's where we're going to try and go with it. So if we give him these tablets now, just like, yeah, mate, the old gesture of goodwill and all that, you know, it is what it is, like, give him the 20 grand back and all that. So everyone's just agreeing at the end, and I'm like, listen, lad, here's what we can do. We can roll the dice, and we can either not do what I'm saying, or we can do it in other ways. Anyone got any other plans? Everyone's like, no. I'm like, there you go, we've got no other plans, lad. Listen to me, right, we got the dough for the tablets, right, take away the 20 grand and that, then, you know, sound lad, just give him the tablets, lad, we still got all this, we go between us, right, and Eddie's only getting a little portion because he's like, he has helped a little, but he's only getting like a few grand just because he's our mate anyway, do you know what I mean? So we're in this hotel, now Noodles is there, and listen to me now, we are proper living the life, we've got the tunes on, and, you know, we're relaxing, but we can't relax because these are coming down next week. Listen to me, you know, when these come down, this gaff better be clean, and I mean this gaff better be clean, right? So then a day's gone past, there's no news, and no news is good news, you know what I mean? So we just all sitting there, we're just in this room and no one's going out of the room, got a lemon everywhere, this, that, we're flying, we're a proper flying, everyone's having a proper good time and all that. And then the day after that, Levy phones me and he's like, what's happening, lads? And I'm like, what's happening, lad? Now I feel paranoid even speaking to Levo and he's my cousin. And he's going, nah, chill out, I went, he went, I'm on my own, lad. I'm like, where's Scouse? He's like, lad, shut up. He said, Scouse is proper sound, lad. He said, just shut up about him. I'm like, all right. And he's saying to me, right, we've devised a plan, and here's what the plan is. Go to this fucking place now and get some pictures of this florist and send me them. And I'm like, all right, sounds. And I'm not even relating it to that. I'm just doing what he says, because, you know, if our Lev tells you to do something, you better fucking do it, mate. It doesn't matter what it is, you better fucking do it, mate. So me, Noodles and Eddie's, we go to this florist, right, and we've got the keys, remember? So we fly down and all that, right now we're still this stolly, well it's plated but it's still stolly, so we goes in and all that, with the lights and all that, I'm taking pictures of everything and all this and all that, right, and he goes to me, Eddie goes to me, what do you reckon these want this? I said, I don't know, I don't know, and Eddie goes to me, lad, these might want to start bending on this, you know, and I'm like, in what way? He's like, I don't know, he's like, lad, I know Ezo, you know, and Ezo's crafty, lad, he said, so, you know, I don't know Scouse and I don't know Levy, but I know Ezo. And I'm like, and I know Scouser and I know Levy, and I'm thinking, them three come together, right? They'll have a plan for this gaff, they will. And the plan, it won't backdoor us because they're not rats. I 100% trust them, they're not rats, mate, they've got more than we'll ever have. So they're not going to rob us, but they might bend us on something. So I'm starting to get like all these little mad things in my head. I'm thinking, what are these going to do from here? Because, you know, if you think about it, we were going to sell tablets from there. So, and they've got a factory, I know what to do with weed, but I don't know exactly what, but in my head I'm thinking, these are going to start trying to sell weed from this florist, right? And you know what they do? That's signed by me, mate, that's signed by me, but where are we getting the flowers from? Because this landlord, you know, he's going to want to know where we're getting the flowers from and all that. He's not going to be just going to leave us to it. So I'm online, I'm looking for all like flowers and fresh flowers, and they only last for a week, and I'm just like, I don't know, it's just the worst idea ever. I don't know what we're going to do with this florist, you know, and I don't know how florists work, but what are we doing? Where are we getting all these flowers from? So we get back to the hotel now, we've got all the pictures, so send them to Lev and all that. And I'm like, why, what he's doing? And he just ignores me, just probably ignores me. So I'm like, you can't leave him. Now, these are coming up in a few days. So we're sitting there and we're trying to like get these plans together and we're writing things down. Like, we'll get these flowers from here, we'll get these flowers from here, we'll get these flowers from here. You know, just like proper time, like showing that we've got a game plan and all that. But I don't know how it's going to work. And the gaff's a shithole. It's not a shithole, but it just doesn't even, it just looks a bit like moody, you know, like it's like old, stale, and just the vibes are from like the 1920s, this florist, you know what I mean? So I don't know what we're going to do, but I'm not putting the dough into it because we've got our dough now and we've got to go, this has got to go two ways and a bit to him as well. So because we've got the other tablets, what Noodles had, he's going to give them to Scouse and that, so we haven't even got the dough on them. Do you know what I mean? And we need that to stay alive, I reckon. I reckon we need that to stay alive. So now these days are just flying in the hotel, do you know what I mean? Like the sun's coming up and then it's going down, then it's coming up and it's going down, and we're just all off our bars, just partying on this dough and all that, do you know what I mean? And, you know, the bill for Scouser's fucking bill is going to be proper heavy. It's going to be a big bill, do you know what I mean? Because we've just drank everything. We've been on the good here. We've had Boskin and steaks and all that, so just everything. We've proper gone all out, do you know what I mean? So I'm a little bit worried about that, but we still got all the paper and if he starts flipping on us, do you know what I mean? So I don't know what's going to happen, but let's just see what happens. So then it comes to the night before now. The night before, these are coming down, right? And I am just like, listen to me now. Get rid of every single thing, every particle limo, every used bottle of berry, everything. So we make it up this cleaner from outside. He's like, all right, lovely, yeah, if we give you this, will you sort this room out? She's like, what? So he gives her a one. Next thing, these three people come in and he just absolutely forensically clean the whole room. The room looks proper sick. It looks exactly like it was when we first got it. There's nothing around, you know, nothing like that and all that. And then we're all just like, right, so goes to bed and all that. And now tomorrow, when we wake up, this is when these are coming down, right? You know what? My ass is gone. And Scout says, if you don't answer that phone, I'm just sitting there, look at the phone, gets up about 10 o'clock in the morning, and I'm just looking at the phone. Next thing, the call comes, Scout says, listen, lad, we're coming down, have you got that fucking job? I'm like, yeah. And I told him, we have to tell him Noodles here. So I'm like, Noodles is here? And he's like, what do you mean Noodles is there? And I'm like, Noodles is here? Yeah, he's my mate and we've had a touch, so I brought him round and all that. And he's just like, sound, you know what I mean? Because I reckon like he'd do that for his mate, you know what I mean? So he sort of has accepted. Now these no Noodles is here, me and Eddie, and these three coming down, yeah. We've got Scouser, Levy, and Ezo on the way. My head's gone. Everyone's just proper parcels. Next thing, Eddie lights a joint. I'm like, what are you doing? I'm like, lad, you fucking mess and put a joint. I just smacks him. Well, not smacks him, but smacks the drink as he goes flying. I'm like, not out here, not in here, these are coming now, get downstairs now. So he goes downstairs, we're trying to have a quick drink tonight, before he comes, and he just says, wah, ba, 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 wah, wah, wah. I should just see this M5. Listen to me now. It is the sickest car you've ever seen, just blacked out, just wah, 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 wah. And it just comes flying in the car park, and I'm like, shit, so told. They've seen us, because you can't see them, so they've seen us. So we're going to have to stand there, right, next thing, they just jump out the car, right, and listen to me now. You know, when, like, if you've ever been in a position where you're just like, shit, listen, you've got these three just comes down and M5, right, they've all jumped up the car and that, and they've all got proper serious face on, Scousers just walking in front of that, he's on Levy behind him, and Levy's just looking at Levy's proper staring at me in the face, and I've looked at Eddie's just gone white off his, I don't know why, and I'm like, don't get me wrong, I've gone white, but I'm not really going white, because I know there's more to it. There's more to this than what we think, because these are clever. These aren't stupid, right? These are just walked out of a factory. What's worth fucking millions, probably billions, that maybe not billions, but it's going to be worth millions in it, you know what I mean? To come and see us. What are they coming to see us for? Yeah. So as we walked in and all that, the first thing I said to Scouser, I'm like, yeah, I've got you a Prezi. He's like, you've got me a Prezi. Why would you get me a Prezi, lad? Who do you think I am, lad? You bird. And I'm like, he's going, what have you got for me? I said, Noodles, get the bag. So Noodles get this bag, right, and just pass it to Scouser. Scouser opens the bag and says, what's that to the tablet? He goes, yeah. He goes, all right, sound. He says, they for me, lad? Yeah. He goes, yeah. And we're all just like, yeah, sound. So straight away, I've looked at Lev and I've looked at Ezo, and they're all just looking at Scouser as if to say, I told you, but, you know, obviously, how would they know? They wouldn't know that. You know, I feel like I'm off on like a good step, aren't I? So we're talking, all that, and then Scouser's like, right, listen, let's go to this florist now. And I'm thinking, why did he want to go to florist? And that's all that sound. Listen, no one's saying no, let's just go to florist. So he just jumps in this absolute monster M5 right now. I've said to Noodles, yeah, I followed him in my car. Noodles is like, lad, you think he's asked if we're sixed up in his M5? He's like, lad's got tinted windows. He said, you're messing around, I'll sit on someone's knee. Lad, I want to get in this M5, I want to get in this M5. So we're all about to start that. Listen to me, this car is a proper heavy car. It's a fucking animal, mate. It's worth about 100 bags, you know what I mean? So we're in the car, and you go, wah, mate, this guy a proper car stuff, right? This kid is proper heavy, and Ezo and Levo, like Ezo's in the back of me, and Ezo's an hour-ass, Ezo's got us all sitting on each other's knees, where he's just got his own little space, and only Levy's in the front with Scouser. So we get to this fucking florist and all that, we goes in, and Scouser's walking around looking as if like they're always like iron something up and all that, but I'm not going to say nothing to him, you know what I mean? So he goes, come here, you. And he said, what? He said, come here, I want to speak to you. So he goes out, he goes, what's happening, lad? And he goes to me, this, no, this, I don't know how, I don't know what's that. He goes to me, there's something you're not telling me, isn't he? And I've just gone, what do you mean? And now I'm thinking, trump card. He said, there's something you're not telling me. He said, I know for a fact, there's no fucking lie to me, lad. So someone comes to come in, and he goes, yeah, I stay out there. And this is like, Levo comes in, and then he goes to Levo, yeah, I stay out there a minute, lad. So Levo's like, go on, Sam. So Levo shuts the door then, and just leaves me with the Scouser on my own, and I'm thinking, he is gonna just batter me. He goes to me, look at me now. He said, look at me in the face. Are you keeping anything from me? You hiding anything from me? And I'm like, no. He goes, what happened, lad? He said, tell me now. So I've just thought, I can't risk now me not telling him when he's giving me the chance now. I'm going to have to tell him what happened. I don't have my aunties. I'm going to have to tell him, no, I'm not. So I said, yeah, here's what happened. So I told him, and oh my God, listen to me now. You should have seen his face, right? Oh my God, right? I told you he was going to batter me, he's going to me, and you've kept that from us. And I said, listen, I was scared. I don't know. So he said to me, right, listen to me. He said, if you look at me right now, he said, do not say a fucking word to Levington about this. You understand me? And I was like, he goes, I'll speak to Levington. He said, you do not say a fucking word, and do not repeat them words out of your fucking mouth ever again. And I'm just like, sound. So as far as I'm concerned now, my son card's gone, you know, reverse is fucking gone. And I've told the Scouser everything I know. I've got nothing to hide from now, right? And his demeanour, the kid is raging, but he's not saying nothing to Lev. So he walks out, and Lev's like, what's that? And he's going, what's it? He blends it. And I'm thinking, no way, he's not telling Lev at all. The reason why he's not going to tell Lev there is because they're just going to go all in straight away. So I thought, I don't even want to know, I don't even care why I haven't told Lev. I'm not asking all that. So we get back to the hotel and all that, and we're just talking, and you know, and Scouse is like, right, there's what I'm going to do, I'm going to give you 50 grand, right, see that 20 grand there, that's going back to you, right, and I'm going to give you another 30 grand, and what we're going to do, and it just like tells you about this like weird plan about artificial flowers, and it just makes proper sense. It makes proper sense, like more than anything, because I was thinking in my head as well, how am I going to get these flowers, and they'll go off, and he was on it, the kid was on it, and that's why he's like another level compared to me, so like another 5 levels compared to me. That's why their firms where they are now and where we are, do you know what I mean, skimping and scraping and that. But, you know, I'm not being skimping and scraping like a little boss now. We just have a proper sound, so we just rob one of the heaviest firms in Liverpool. And we've got the heaviest firm in Liverpool with us now. So, you know, I'm not doing too bad, are we? Do you know what I mean? Me, Needles and Eddie, mate, we're coming through somewhere, aren't we? Someone's going to come with it. We're going to, you know, it's got to be some sort of like, we're going to have to get something good out of it, aren't we? We've got to floss and all that. And Scouse is just on whatever he's on. He's just chatting sense, lads. You know what? Lads, do whatever you fucking want to do, lad. I'm not asked, yeah, because I know whatever his mind says is going to benefit all of us in one way or another. So as we get back in the car, it's like a different atmosphere, do you know what I mean? And Levy's saying to Scouse, what's wrong with you? Because Levy's in the front with Scouse, and Scouse like, nothing lad, I'll speak to you later. He's going, what do you mean you'll speak to me later? So he just turns around and looks at me, and I'm looking at Lev as if to say, I don't know what he's on about, you know what I mean? So Lev's got like some little inclination, because he must know how Scouse works, you know what I mean? And Scouse is like dead quiet, and you can just, like, because I know what I've said to him, I can just see his mind just boom, racing. And Levy's on him, but he's always not. But Levy is. So Levy's like, keeps like, lad, what's going on? And Scouse is like, look, lad, I'll speak to you later, it's nothing bad, don't worry about it, we'll sort it. So it's like a weird little, mad, like, fucking, like, atmosphere, do you know what I mean? Anyway, so, like, we're all just sitting on each other's knees and all that, so he gets back to this hotel, now he goes in the hotel. So Scouse is like, right, listen to me now, lad, right, I'm gonna get this dough sent to you, There's another, like, 30 grand coming to us, right, at some point tonight from something to do with EZO. Now, I don't know the full ins and outs of it, but I don't want to start questioning it, because I know it's, like, it sounds mad, but it's not my business. It's not my business. These have basically took over the old graft, and I'm not going to argue with them, and there's nothing I can do about it, and I want them to, because where are we going with it, do you know what I mean, where are we going? So we've given them the tablets and that, and what the dough they've give back from us and all that, the Scouts just told me to go online and buy all these artificial plants. He sent me in the right direction, so that's what I'm doing, do you know what I mean? I'm not going to do it, Eddie's going to do it. So he goes in, and I'm like, listen, lad, here's what we're going to do, and Eddie goes to me, but where's the dough? And I'm like, lad, I don't know. I said, but he's going to send it. He's like, what, in cash? How's he going to send it in cash? That's how we're supposed to buy the flowers and all that. So as like we're all just talking about that, Levy phones me, so answers the phone. He's like, listen, lad, Scouse is going to send 30 grand now through a business account to your account, yeah? And I'm like, yeah, sounds. He's like, he's signing on. I'm like, no, I'm not signing. He's like, all right, sound. He said, Scouse going to send it to you now. And what he wants you to do is what he told you to do, whatever that is, because Levy doesn't even know. It's like Scouser. He's not like keeping secrets, but it's like there's like levels to it, and Levy's probably not even on what he's on about, but he just trusts him, do you know what I mean? So next thing, my account's got 30 back in it, and I'm just like, no way, I'm online, just like, get on that. I have never seen that much on my account ever in my life, right? I'm fucking just trying to screenshot it, but I won't let me screenshot it for security reasons, but look at this, look what's in my bag, look what's in my bag. Yeah, so he goes to this like link on this like website thing, what's for artificial flowers, and I've been told to buy one of everything. Do you know what I mean? So sad, I'm just buying one of everything, and you know what? It's just fucking, do you know what? This is going to be sick. And then a few hours later, Scouser phones me. He's like, listen to me, go back to the shop now and video a 360 like film of the whole, every room, and send me it. And I'm like, I never said that. I was like, yeah, no problem. So goes back in the car with these, goes back down, and I takes this WhatsApp video of like every room and all that, and then sends me. So as we're on the way back to the hotel, he says to me, listen to me, lad, I'm going to send some builders and workies down there, right? They're going to start tomorrow, and we're going to revamp that whole shop. I'm like, yeah, it's right. Literally, and like clockwork the next day, I get this phone call off this fella called Tony. He's like, all right, mate, we're at your shop now. And I'm like, I'm on my way. Goes down and listen, you should have seen the shit, the people and all that were in there. Yeah, oh my God, you could just tell this was going to be an all-out, proper sick graft. So let's see what happens there, right? But as far as I'm concerned, this shop's getting done, and we've got all the flowers, right? Because the flowers started coming the day after, like 24-hour delivery, and then overtime. So over the next week, listen, this shop looks like it's worth about 500 grand. I don't know whether it's worth that much, but it just looks stupid. Not stupid where stupid, I mean stupid as in this is the sickest, just all kinds going all CCTV. There's people doing things where I don't even know what they're doing. You've got these like these shields and stuff in the roof and I don't even know what they're on about and all that. And it's just all lads coming in and none of them are saying a word because they just I don't know. It's like we're not important enough to be told what's going on. Do you know what I mean? But listen to me, right? I've started like there's all these new shelves that are coming over the next few days. Listen to me when I tell you, right? This shop looks like it's worth about 500 grand. It is a belter, and I mean a belter. And they haven't just done the shop, they've done all the back room and all that as well, everything like that. They've done everything, they've done the whole graft, every single, even the new bog, they've just ripped the old shit out and just absolutely smashed it, like where it's better than like where I was living. I don't mean my aunties, I mean like in that bed shit and all that. I'd rather sleep there. So I'm like, no way. And then we go back home and all that, and then the next day we give one of these lads the keys, like and all that. So the next thing, we goes back to check out, there's a full gym in the back, like a proper heavy gym, like in the back and all that. And I'm like, no way, this is proper sick. There's all like couches, there's cellies, there's these boxes, like them chip boxes with every channel on. And I'm like, no, and I was thinking to me, you know what, I'd live here. I'd live here. So listen to me, we are proper buzzing, me, Eddie, and we're just buzzing, me, Eddie, we're just, oh my God, listen to me. We are proper noodles, it's just made up, we're all made up, we've absolutely smashed it, right? So our day runs out tomorrow on this Malmaison, right? So we goes downstairs. Now, we've only got cash, but we've got this 30 grand in the bank account. So I said to one of the Malmaison, yeah, can I extend our stay for like a couple of weeks? She went, it already got extended today. I went, what do you mean? She went, you've got another 8 weeks. I said, 8 weeks? She went, yeah. I said, where from? She went, well, the person whose card it was, he's phoned up and he's told us to extend it for 8 weeks. I'm just like, he is the sickest fella in the world. Listen to me, he is the sickest fella in the world. So I've gone back up and I'm like, listen to what he's done. They're just like, lad, he's sick, he's sick. And no sooner as I said it, it's me auntie, she's ringing my phone and I'm thinking, shit, number one, where's she got the number from? Number two, what's that here? So I was just being like, shh. So I've just poured a bevy on the vodka, aren't I? So I've just poured a bevy, had a sniper, I'd be like, what's that, auntie? She goes to me, lad, you know what, I want to say a big thank you and all that. I understand it was a misunderstanding. And, the scouts has phoned me up and he's told me, she went, and then someone just knocked before and give me £150,000 in cash. Thank you, lad, you're welcome to come home whenever you want. And I'm just thinking, no way. I said, what's the scout say? She told me not to say it to anybody at all because obviously it was mistaken identity, and he said, sorry, here's the money, but if Levy finds out, then he'll kill him, and I don't want Levy going to jail. I'm like, yeah, I know. She's like, I don't want him doing life for a misunderstanding. I was like, yeah, I know. She went, so Scouts had told me there's only me, you and Scouts that know, so let's just say mum's the word from now, yeah, and we'll never mention it to no one. I'm like, okay. She's like, okay, how are you doing? Scouts had told me you're doing well and you've got a florist. And I'm like, yeah, he's proper stood up for me there. I don't know what he's done, I don't know how he's done it, but here's the end results, right? She's got 150 grand and is happy, do you know what I mean? She's got a little rag everywhere. They didn't knit it, but they did rag it everywhere. So I don't know what he's done, whatever he's done, right? Whatever he's done, it's sick. He is now the sickest fella and the soundest fella I've ever known in my life, or still to this day. So now I've had to stand on, I've had to man up, haven't I? So I've said to Eddie and Noodles, listen to me now, right? That's been dealt with, right? If you ever repeat them words, right, you will get us all killed. And I'm like, listen, lad, let's make a pact now, right? This pact can't be broken. And this was our first ever pact, right? Me, Eddie, and Noodles, we made the pact never to speak of anything like this again, because we know this is a deadly game what we're playing here. And I've told Scouts that I don't need to tell Levy, and my auntie, she's proper sound, and I don't know how he's done it, I don't know what he's done, but all I know is that I am so thankful to this lad, right? And I can see now why people get along with him. He's horrible, but I can see why people get along with him, because he's this, he's that, and all. But listen, this kid, he's another level. He's a proper sound kid, you know what I mean? So we're all just like, yeah, no way. So we are just now partying, just waiting for someone to phone us and all that, right? This shop is rigged out a treat. You should see this shop, listen to me. All the lads have finished work. It's been about 4 days. All the lads have finished work and everything like that. So I thought, you know what? So I'm just off me barn it, right? I'm on this ching, on this limo in Manny, right? And I'm in the shower, right? And I just, Spacco, come here, quick lad, come here. And I'm like, what? He's like, lad, come here. I'm like, what? He's like, lad, hurry up. So I thought, shit. So I fucking nearly fell over like that. I've jumped out the shower and I've got a pair of shorts, I've run out and I'm watching the news, right? You know the kid who we robbed the tablets off, right? He's gone night. Yeah, he's gone night. What? And they're saying it's an accident. What? An accident, or fires broke out and, oh my God, listen to me. I know, 1,000,000% it's Levy or Scouser or Baldwin. I don't know, they've done something. There's no way they haven't, right? And I am just like, so I just looks at these all just like, lads. And I'm just thinking, do you know what? If that is an accident, right, it couldn't have come at a better time, but we're all just talking. We're all checking phones in case we pocket dialed one of them an accident, or before we speak. I'm like, put all your phones out there just in case. So we're just sitting there talking, because listen to me now, these aren't messing around, right? I just know. I know Scouse has done something. I don't know whether he's done himself, but he's got someone to, or, do you know what I mean? So, and thinking about it now, that'd cover him with Levy, wouldn't it? Do you know what I mean? If he's gone and done that himself, or he's got someone to do that, and then Levy ever brings it up, people are like, yeah, lad, nah, well, here's what happened, blah, blah, blah. So, I'm not saying Scouse is part of Levy, because he's fucking not. He's not part of no one, this kid's part of no one, but he loves Levy, and he loves his mate, he loves Tosh and Robbie, and Chris and all that. He loves them, and he's got this mate called Degs from Manny as well. I've never met Degs, but I've heard he's a good lad and all that, but I've never met him, do you know what I mean? So, I don't know what's going on, but he's all respects him, so, as long as he's all respects him, mate, and, you know, mate, listen to me now, we are never going to say a fucking word about it, but that's it, as far as we're concerned. Listen to me now, my auntie's had 150 grand, mistaken identity, and then next thing, this kid's gone night. Listen to me now, there's more to this than meets the eye, isn't he? 1,000,000%. So it's coming close to 4 o'clock now, it's about 2 o'clock, right, in the afternoon, and everyone's turning up. There's just people everywhere, all just cars pulling up, you know, family, friends, everything like that, and the whole gaff is lit, the mansion, there's just cars everywhere, you can't move. It's like on a match day, you know, on a match day when you just see cars and cars back rammed, it was just like that. There's just proper ram, right, you couldn't even get another car in, right, there's just people everywhere. So our kid turns up, and there's me, Lindsay, there's the man, there's that, just everyone, do you know what I mean? All lads from the door, they've all turned up and that, just to show respect, you know what I mean? Now, I don't think they're going to go in and see him, but just the fact that they're, do you know what I mean? Really, it's strategic, because me and our kid have made the plan up, and we spoke to the dad, and we can't have funeral cars, because funeral cars are going to be a target, do you know what I mean? So there's no point having 50 funeral cars, because then, you know, listen, this is high profile, there's going to be plod there, I guarantee, you know, there'll be jacks there or something, there'll definitely be plod there, because they're not stupid, they'll know, so we've got to take that into account as well, you know, we're all walking around with peace and all that, there's going to be plod everywhere. Yeah, we've got to say, like, think about it. So we're going to leave it for now, and we're all going to have a chat later on our own in a small bar out the way, because in the mansion there's a couple of bars, there's a main bar, there's a small bar, there's an out bar, it's fucking gaff's massive, do you know what I mean? And I fucking mean, this gaff is massive, mate. So our kid comes in, and we're all just sitting there talking, and then next thing we get a phone call, yeah, we're outside, sound. So then Broad pops in, right, and he wheels him in, and he's got his flags over him, right, he's got his army flags, he's got his, you know, Union Jack flag, it's just, listen to me, no, if I die, I'd be absolutely made up with a send-off like this, do you know what I mean? The air just smells of respect, mate, do you know what I mean? It just smells of respect, mate, and there's not a single person in there who he hasn't done something for at one point or another, do you know what I mean? Because, you know, without him, mate, if he didn't survive that war, none of us would be here. None of us, well, I would, you know what I mean? But Lindsay wouldn't, and, you know, I mean, I wouldn't be in this house, would I? So, do you know what, this is going to be proper heavy, this, right? So he comes in, like, the Ma's crying, and the dad's shedding a tear, you know, we all are, it is what it is, the funeral, you know, he's one of our closest allies, mate, Ernie, do you know what I mean? Pops was our closest ally, to everyone, like, personally as well, not just as a collective. He comes in, Raw goes upstairs, and he brings him in, and they want to put him in his room, right? Because when I say his room, listen, his room's massive, his room's proper massive, so they want to put him in his room, right? And that's where people go up and show the respect, you know what I mean? It's not going to be like a big queue, it's just going to be people going up, having a little words with him, and, you know, saying the farewells and all that, privacy, and, you know, this, that. So he comes in, they take him upstairs and all that, they set it all up, and that, listen, it's proper lovely, you should see what they've done, mate. Either being proud, right? Everyone's going up and all that. Now, what I've done is I've just said to that kid, nah, listen, let the immediate family go first and all that, right? He's like, yeah. So Lindsay's like, come in with us. I'm like, no, I don't want to do that. I said, you, your man, and your dad, and that go in, do you know what I mean? And just do what you're doing, and I'll come in with you later on. And she's like, all right, sounds, they're upstairs and all that. Just, you know, I don't even know what's going on, but I can imagine, do you know what I mean? Hell, mate, it's the end of an era, it's the end of a chapter. It's a bad day, but you know, we knew with his age and that do you know what I mean? So it's expected, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? The man's lived a proper boss life and adventurous, and you know, he's had more adventures than we'll ever have combined. I think about it, he has, hasn't he? So in the shit he's been up to, mate, is just unbelievable, right? The dad comes down, he's like, yeah, do you want to go up? I'm like, go on, Sans, and I've gone up with our kid, and then Lindsay's coming with us as well, do you know what I mean? And mate, you know what, it was just nice. It was nice, honestly, it was nice. So what they've done is they stuck all his family's letters and that in with him as well, do you know what I mean? And I'm thinking, do you know what, I'm going to do here, I thought, do you know what, I'm going to give him a joint. So I said to Lindsay, do you mind if I put a joint in there? And she just starts laughing, and she's like, no, do a fuck, lad, you see what you want. So I'm like, so I've just rolled that fattest joint you've ever seen in your life, right? Just rolled it. Our kids look at me and say, lad, you are mental, you. And I'm like, lad, you don't know the half of the shit we used to do in here, mate. Just throwing me in, having a joint and all that, lad. And he's going, yeah, I know, lad, I know. He's going, it's just a mad one. He's going, what if anyone finds out? I'm like, lad, I'm not asked. What are you going to do, search him? No one's going to search him. So he's had this suit on. Listen, this suit, what he's got on, right, was worth about 100 grand. Listen to me now. This was a proper, like, the heaviest thing you've ever seen in your life for a suit, right? And I put it in his pocket. He had like a blazer on, right? So in his inside pocket, there was a zip on it. So I just opened his blazer, right, and just stuck a lighter in there and the joint, right, fastened the zip, and just said to him, Pops, you know what? It was a pleasure knowing you, and just give him a little kiss on the forehead, right? And just, that was it then, mate, you know what I mean? So, you know, it all just goes downstairs, and then other people are coming up, you know, like, it was in like groups, do you know what I mean? Like groups, and there's other family, and you know, just this, that, you know what I mean? You don't even explain, there's no script. So we goes back downstairs, and we're in the small bar, and the dad comes in. We were talking to the dad, like, listen, these funeral cards, they need to be cancelled, mate. He's like, I can't. I'm like, listen, they need to even just, and he's going, all right, son. So we've explained to him, he's not stupid, he knows, but I think with the grief and with what's going on, he's not really thinking straight, he hasn't got a clear mind. But if you've got 50 funeral cards, right, and someone's coming to do something, right, every single one of them 50 cars is a valid target, because it'll get someone we know. Do you know what I'm saying to you? So every single car is a valid target, isn't it? So we need to just swerve that straight away. We've got to be like tactical about it. Sounds mad now, but it's got to be tactical, because if you slip up and that, and he's like, all right. He's like, well, what then? I said, well, here's what we suggest, right? So me and our kid are hitting him, and he's like, you've proper thought about this, haven't you? We're like, yeah, do you know what? It's our job, mate. In the security, it's our job. He's like, sound. So he brings all the other doormen in. So we're all just in this bar now, and like the door's closed. It's not an open invitation. It's just all us talking. Do you know what I mean? And we're making plans, and this, that, these are going to follow in that guy, these are going to do that. Now, we can't all take pieces, because there's going to be plot everywhere, but we do need to have a couple of them, you know what I mean? We need to have a couple of pieces stashed, you know, like at the front, at the back, you know, just strategic and all that. So I'm not taking nothing with me, mate, you know, and just even the tours with it, shudders, get shudders thinking about it. And our kid's like, I'm taking a piece. I'm like, well, you can carry, yeah, and you know, every fifth person's carrying, rather than everyone was carrying, because there would have been more pieces than fucking anything in the world if we thought all just someone we were supposed to do in the beginning, right? And, you know, anyone gets nicked or anything happens, I'll think about it, people are getting proper slammed for that, aren't they? So that's the plan, right? Now, we were there, the bodies it's there for 2 days, right? So this was the first night. So we've all had a little bevy now, and then people have started to stay, because there's that many bedrooms, loads of people are staying, it's all arranged, because they've come from out the way, they've come from down south, they've come from Scotland, some come from Ireland, they've come from everywhere, do you know what I mean? So it's a really, really big, like, gathering, do you get what I mean? So everything's gone down without a hitch, everything's proper sounds and all that, and you know, we're all happy, it's like happy vibes, it's not like everyone just sitting there crying their eyes out, it's happy vibe, we're celebrating his life rather than mourning his death. You just understand what I'm saying by that? So it's like party mode, it's turned into party mode anyway. So I'm saying to that kid, do you want to stay? He's like, lad, no, what are you on about? He said, you know, I don't. I'm like, all right, I'm just dashing, lad. And he's going, lad, you need to pack that in, you know. I'm like, lad, don't tell me what to do, lad. You know, we're not little no more, lad. So Lindsay's laughing, but then Lindsay's mad, listen to this for a mad twist, right? This is a mad twist, this, right? And you'll understand why later on, but you know, right now, I'm like, I can sense that there's some sort of communication going on between Lindsay and Ma, and they're both buzzing, but I don't know what they're on about, you know what I mean? They're like not whispers, but whispers. Do you know what I mean? You know, like, it's like they're not hiding something from me, but they're hiding something from me. That sounds mad saying like that, doesn't it? But you know what I mean? I'm just on something, but I don't know what I'm on, and I don't know whether just like, it's about the grand, I don't know, right? And the dad, I'm saying to the dad, what are these doing? The dad's like, oh, I don't know, you know what they're like, lad. And I'm like, yeah, so the dad's clueless, he doesn't know what's going on. And I've just shrugged it off in the end anyway, just like, well, so I said, Lindsay, what's wrong with you? She's like, I said, why are you and your man just proper buzzing? She's like, no, we're just happy, do you know what I mean? We're just happy that he took a step back and, you know, seeing everybody saying, you know, he proper blagged me, like proper blagged me. So I'm just like, all right, so I'm not thinking about it too much, but I am a little bit, you know what I mean? Because I can see them in the boat like hugging and they're looking at all us, and then they might just be taking a step back thinking, you know what, look at the turnout for them, and you know. So anyway, it's come to the point where I'm just like, oh, whatever, it's not my business, whatever you're on about, whatever, right? So our kid's going to me, lad, I've already meant, here's what we're going to do, right? And I'm like, well, I said, do you want a beverage? He's like, well, I've had a few, like, right? I'm like, lad, I can tell. Listen, he's drank more in these last few days than the last fucking 20 years combined, you know what I mean? So, I don't know, but he's a funny kid, you know, I think me, I thought of him as a funny kid, the things he's saying, all that, and these all know what happens as well, you know, in the bar and all that, in the club, so these like, not part of him, but they're just like, ah, you don't want him beverage, you know what I mean? So we've got our plans together and all that. Now, the next night's come, right, so the next night we've done the same thing, but on a smaller scale, do you know what I mean, because the people who stayed there are still there, and the people who didn't stay, they're all coming back for the funeral, right, the funeral's tomorrow. So, alright, let's see what happens here. We always start a bevy and all that, and then we goes back in the outhouse and all that, and our kid stays in the outhouse with us, and then, you know, the ma, dad and all that to do, and then, you know, Pops is still in his room and all that, and then tomorrow is going to be the last day we ever see Pops again, ever. Do you know what I mean? So we're up early, you know, we're all up early. You know, there's a little buzz in the air and that, so I've ran in the mansion and all that. I only got shorts and t-shirts on, I'm going to get ready soon and all that, you know what I mean? So I've ran in, I'm just talking to the man, the mar's still lit, the mar's proper lit. And she's just looking at me like that, you know, like someone looks at you and you just kind of stop smiling at you, and you're thinking, why are you just smiling at me like that? You know, like, just, and I'm thinking, what are these, the fuck are these on about, you know what I mean? Goes up, sees Pops again, right, and this is the last time I'm ever going to see him, do you know what I mean? Last time, because we have to go and get ready soon, and by the time I get ready and all that, you know, I'm late, you know, that's what I'm like, I'm always late, talking to him, and that, and you know what, right, I was checking to see if the drink was still there, I was thinking, he smoked that, he smoked that last night. So anyway, obviously the drink's still there and all that, so I'm made up, right, and I'm like, you know what, mate, so I've got all those on, right. And do you know what? He looked proper sound. He looked proper sound. He looked peaceful. He just looked sound. Do you know what I mean? I was thinking, you know what? Dave's done a proper belter job there, mate. A proper belter job. So that's it now, right? Last farewells and all that. Pops, you know what? See you on the other side, mate, right? Goes out, close the door, and then that's it. Then I'm done. So runs out, goes, gets a shower and all that, getting ready and all that. This, that. And now it's time, isn't it? Now it's time. Now we've scrapped all the funeral cars. So everyone's going in their own cars and all that, you know what I mean? We just made it a last minute thing, but there's going to be 2 funeral cars, and it's going to be the dad, Lindsay, the ma, and then a couple of other immediate family. Right now, I don't want to go in the funeral car. Now, they want me to, but I don't want to, because I've got to watch out. I've got to keep my eyes and ears open, do you know what I mean? Because I'm on the ball, me, I'm an observationist, do you know what I mean? I want to look at what's going on and all that. So I'm watching it, right, and then it comes to it, right? So that's it, mate. Everyone's outside, standing outside, they come to get them, the wheels them down, all that. And this funeral car's like a make funeral cars, all the flowers, granddad, Pops, dad, and all that, do you know what I mean, as you would. So that car takes off, and then the 2 proper funeral cars, they take off behind it, and then everyone starts pulling off. So we're sort of in the medium, right? And then our kids at the back, you know what I mean, with a few of the door lads and all that. So it's like, we've got it covered, you know what I mean? We've got it covered now. You should have seen this entourage, mate. Oh my God, listen to me. There just ends up being proper firms, just firms in a big line all the way down and all that. So it was boss. And no one cut in front of us and all that, you know, because people have respect, don't they? And that, if you see a funeral like entourage, you just wait, don't you? You don't like cut in front and all like that. So, and you know what, if someone would have, it probably would have been the fucking last thing they did. Tensions are running high, mate, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? You don't want to start messing with funerals like that, mate, let me tell you now. We get to the seminar and all that. It's like the wall part, there's like the 2 parts of the sem, what we expected anyway. There's one with all the white headstones, which are for the war heroes, and then there's just like the normal ones, like the likes of us. We just get legs in that corner, do you know what I mean? But this was lovely, mate, it was lovely. And we were looking at the headstones, you know, like what we've got there now. It took a little bit of time. It took like some time to get them out and all that, because you have to do something was like a bit delayed and all that. So by the time they've got the coffin outside of the car and brought it over to where it was going. We were already there. There was proper furniture like that. So I've got eyes out now. We've had people there before. I'm looking round and it's all clear, all clear, all clear. Listen to me, there's just busy cars everywhere, but outside, lined up, not even undercover. There was marked busies and marked vans as well. And you got to expect it, though, you know what I mean? Because it is a high-profile thing. So in a way, it was sort of half like good as well, because you know we want this funeral to go down without a hitch, and that is a visual deterrent, isn't it? You know what I mean? So you know it probably did help us. Well, it did help us, to be fair. So everything's going on, and the ceremonies going on, and all this, that. Now what happened was, he was supposed to go to a church for the funeral thing, but he weren't really into churches. Does that make sense? Yeah, I'm not saying he was an atheist, but he wasn't really into churches and all that. So we sort of half skipped it, and we had this private priest fella who was going to do it at the graveside, because that's what he wanted. So whatever he wants, he can have. It was better for us, because then there was no church, and then we had to go out to church. And do you know what I mean? So in a way, it was better for us, and it was I don't know what, it was proper lovely and all that. Right, and we had these fellas on the bugles and all that, you know, like the army. Oh, mate, it was just proper sick, you know. It was proper sick, right? And they had, what we did is, you know, to get like, it was like a firing squad, but they could only use blanks, obviously, and all that. And we had to get, like, permission for it, but they give us permission for it. So there was all, like, there was like army lads that day as well. They didn't know them, but they, you know, they think about what they're thinking. They're all there, they're happy and all that. So there was a few army lads there, army fellas and all that. And there was, like, a little band, and, you know what I mean? Like, it was just like a little, you know, bugles and stuff like that. So sounds, listen, it was proper boss. It was a proper boss send-off and all that. So then they put them in the ground and all that, and we've all threw our, you know, threw our flowers and threw our dust on them and all this, that, soil, whatever people are doing. And then, you know, I'm dropping off a bit, so I'm like, I've got to go now, because I need to be in the first entourage, in the first group section, getting out to make sure everything's sound. So as I'm walking out, right, I don't know, you know, I just got this mad feeling, just this mad weird. It was like as if, you know, like your sixth sense, something's kicked in, and I just didn't know what. I'm looking around, there's nothing different, there's no change. Like, that's how phones are, kid. I'm like, where are you? He's like, I'm in this car. I said, lad, is everything all right? He's like, yeah. He said, come out, everyone, it's all sound, lad. He said, there's no one nowhere, lad. He said, there isn't even that much traffic neither. I'm like, all right, sound. So we all goes out in that, and we get in the car and all that, right? We get in the car, and we set off, right? Now we're setting off, and as we're driving back, right, we're driving back to this, like, it was like a party thing, like a party gaff, you know, like a big, like, rented all for the week. So we're all pull upstairs, we goes there and all that, we goes in, and you know what, listen to me, it was boss. Maybe we had DJs, it was just boss, you know what I mean? Everyone was there, it was proper lovely, proper happy atmosphere and all that. And a few people have blathered all, like, telling stories, and this, that, and that. And then people are telling things I didn't know, and I'm telling things they didn't know. And, you know, the man and Lindsay just sitting there giggling in the corner. It was proper, we were like little kids. And looking at me, and I'm looking at that kid, I'm like, lad, you on him? He's going, yeah, lad. He's like, I don't know what's going on. I said, something's going on there, but I didn't know what was going on, right? I didn't know what was going on. No, Lindsay went drinking, I don't know why she went drinking. And I'm like, you're having a bevy? She's like, no. She's like, I don't want to have a bevy. And I'm thinking, why isn't she having a bevy? I thought, that's proper mad, that. And the man's like, well, I'm not having a bevy neither. And I was thinking, that's even worse. That's even worse. What are you doing? You're not having a baby. So I'm saying, is that how come these aren't thinking it? I was going, I don't know, you know, lad, I don't know, you know what they're like, lad. They're probably just fucking, you know what I mean? And I'm like, all right, sound. So then it comes and we're all getting off. Now, the gaff finished at about, say 1 o'clock in the night, right? So we were all going back to the mansion to all just, like, get together, you know, carry it on and all that. So as we walked out, I'm tied up, like, just talking to people and all that. So then Lindsay's walking ahead with her ma, and the dad's behind me, he's talking to someone else. So we've sort of half all split up, you know what I mean? But our kids watching round, and I'm watching round, but there was these two kids on Sharon's, you know, them lecky bikes and that, and I've just looked, right, and you know, like, you know, when, do you know what, get on this, all you heard was, oh my God, it just be like shit, proper panic setting like that. Now, the kids were on it, they were professionals, they weren't little, you know what I mean, they weren't just like kids. I'm just saying kids, but they weren't kids, they were on it, right, so they were on it. So our kids just pulled out and just be like, bam, letting off back right now. They parcelled and bailed, because I don't think they were expecting them to have it on them, but listen to me, mate, there was just fucking gunfire coming from left, right and centre. Now, one of the kids on the bike, he's been hit, he was on Sharon, he's been hit, he's come off the bike and that, right. Our kids ran over, just being like, bam, but two of them. I'm like, oh my God. So now our kids ran back in this bar, took the hard drive of the CCTV and all that, and bailed. Right, he's got off, right, so as like it's all shock and all that, shock and all that. I'm looking around, everyone okay, yeah, no, and I can just hear the man screaming, no, run over, Lindsay's been hit, a ricochet, Lindsay's been hit, no way, you fucker, made me head's gone, so I've ran over. I'm like, shit, the dad, I'm like, shit. So, listen to me, we waited for the ambulance, right, and, oh my God, what the fuck's happening here? So it's just scattered, the gaff's just scattered as it would, there's just army response, wah, ambulances, wah. I'm just like, no fucking way, I was latchy, I was proper latchy, I was latchy. I just ended up having a party and having a good time, and I was latchy. So what is that? Whose fault's that? It's gotta be mine, and I'm fucking raging. You go in the ambulance and I'll follow you. So I'm following the ambulance, right? Because I was thinking, no way, I can't believe this. So we're just flying, and I mean absolutely flying, just flying to town, trying to get to the Royals, you know what I mean? Just, oh my God, my head's proper gone. I can't believe it, my head's gone. It's just like, you know, one of them split seconds where you're just like, what the fuck's just happened there? How's that happened there? Do you know what I mean? Our kids have to scatter, and oh my God, I cannot believe what the fuck's just happened there, you know? So we get to the Aussie, the Gab's house and all that, and they're like, oh, she's in critical, they've got all things on it. Oh my God, listen to me now, this girl, you know, she's gonna be lucky she survives, it's ricocheted, and she's in surgery, and oh my God, I can't believe it, I cannot believe what's happened there. So I'm just standing there, my head as proper fell off, right? And the doctor comes out to me and says to me, she's lost a baby. I'm like, what? So she's lost a baby, and I'm like, no fucking way, no way. In my head, I'm just like, oh my God, that makes so much sense now. That's why they weren't thinking. That's why they've been having these little Chinese whispers, like, without me knowing. They were going to probably tell me when we got back to, oh my God, my head's gone. And I'm saying, well, she's like, she's in critical, mate, we're going to have to take her to whatever. And I'm like, what? And I say, listen, it's touch and go. Oh my God, I'm fucking devil, right? I am fucking raging. I'm phoning the door, and I'm like, where is you? Wait, you know, like, just like, not passing the blame, but just fuming on everyone, you know what I mean? Next thing, our kids come and all that. I'm like, what? I'm there to, like, lad, another kid got as well. He was nothing to do with the party. I'm like, what? There was another kid in a different party. There was like a function room where we was, and then over the road there was another function room. Some poor kid, right? He was only about 19. He was only having a fucking joint outside or something, and he's been it as well. So he's fucked, and it was nothing even to do with him. Do you know what I mean? Think about that. I think it was his birthday or one of his mates' birthdays or something like that. So he's fucked as well. Oh my God, I am fucking raging. How did we let this happen? And you know what? Who was it? Who were these little rats? Who even knew about where that party be? And you think you are, yeah? So Lindsay's just critical, right? And mate, listen to me, my head has fucking fell right off, and I mean right off. So our kid's just like, lad, and I'm like, lad, what? And where was you, lad? And he's going, listen, lad, lads, I know what I mean, I'll take the blame and all that. I'm like, nah. I'm thinking, you know what, I can't even blame no one, because you know what, I should have, it was on me, you know what I mean? I didn't even protect her, mate, and you know what I mean? So it was on me wearing it, so I got caught slipping there, mate. And now she was pregnant, and I didn't even know she was pregnant. I didn't know nothing about her. She's not now, is she? Do you know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? Listen to this, right? Whoever that was, they've just killed my kid. And my bird is in critical, yeah? You know, if she dies, I'll fucking end your bloodline, mate. I will end every fucking person in your whole family. Make no mistake about it. Make no fucking mistake about it. So I'm raging. Our kids are like, go home, get changed. Don't just like, go home, get changed, and, you know, go and have a little rest. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to go home now. I'm going to get changed. Yeah, because it's like the next morning. Now we've been there for hours and hours, right? And I was just walking to the car, just thinking, I cannot believe, watch what happens now.
Man's got hands like stone, built his kingdom all on his own. Looks at me like I don't belong, but I ain't scared to prove him wrong. As you run, tell me swing, tell me break, tell me bleed, if that's what it takes. Loyalty don't come with the price, I'd rather die than roll the dice. And I know, her world don't fit with mine, but I won't let go, even if I cross the line. Let the whole world crash and burn, I still run straight to her. Let them throw me to the wolves, I'll crawl back, I'll take the bruises. If it's love or lies, we collide. We collide.
hospitalised and gets changed and all that, gets a few of the lads, right, he goes back to Aussie, and I'm just like, you know what, and by this time you've got a full report of what's happened, right, and you should hear what the nurse says to me. Oh my God. Are you the husband, Thomas? I said, no. I said, my boyfriend. He said, okay. He said, well, I've been in and we spoke to the mum and dad, and, you know, it's not good news and stuff like that, so I don't know whether you want them to tell you or you want me to tell you. And I'm like, yeah, just tell me, just tell me. And then I thought, you know what, I can't even be out, because this girl, she was like shook, because I had three big heavies with me, we plod everywhere, plod had been in and out, you know what I mean, just all surrounded, the gaff, you just got it like proper, you know, like, you know, obviously it's a hand response, you know what I mean, so whatever's going on, and that kid been putting a night in the shit on, you know what I mean, so there's just all kinds going on, and I mean, all kinds going on by the time I got back. So I said, so yeah, I did the report, and yeah, I said, yeah, I'll just read it myself, is that alright? She's like, yeah, come on, sound. Oh my word, listen to me now, this report is proper heavy, right? So I walks in, and I said to them three, I use wait out in, that's what goes in, the man and dad just crying their eyes out, and oh mate, dad, you know? I said, no, I said, I'm going to read it now, and the dad just stands up, right, and the dad sounds, don't get me wrong, the dad proper sound me like, but he come over and just hugs me, do you know what I mean? Like a proper emotional hug, right? And I'm just saying to him, I'm sorry, you know, he's going, lads, he's going to me, listen to me now, lad, don't blame yourself for that, you know, I'm going, lad, I should have been on you, lad, you never even had nothing on you, he went, you never had nothing on you, he went, your kid's unwell there, you know, mate, I said, he's put him night, and he's like, yeah, he said, the kid got two in his head, I said, oh, mate, comes to me, lad, your kid's, my head's gone, so, our kid standing outside, he comes in, he's like, lad, do you want a drink? I'm like, nah, I'm sad, alright, let me just read this, right? And our kid's just looking at me, right, and the man's looking at me, and the dad's looking at me, and everyone's, and it's just, I just know it's going to be proper bad news, so I'll just read the report from the top. So I sit down, right, and reading it, and it's just like a trauma report, you know what I mean? It says patient name, Lindsay Oban, date of birth, hospital, admission date, consultant, Alexander Barnes, case reference, right, incident summary. Patient arrived via ambulance following a ballistic ricochet injury sustained in a public incident. No direct shot wound, fragment from ricochet, struck patient in the lower thoracic region. Patient was 14 weeks pregnant upon admission. My head's gone, you know what I mean? I'm reading and like, you know, these Aussies, they use all big words, not as well, don't they? They don't really like words, we don't even know, you know that, so I'm just thinking, I just know it's going to get worse, like, because I can see the way everyone's looking at me, do you know what I mean? So I'm looking at down, I'm looking at that. Primary injuries, penetration injury, T11 to T12 spinal level. I'm just thinking, no way, spinal cord trauma. No way, internal bleeding, required urgent control, traumatic miscarriage identified during initial ultrasound, emergency intervention, performed immediately upon arrival, stabilisation, oxygen support, IV fluids, control of internal bleeding, spinal decompression procedure. Oh my God, I'm just reading it, it's getting worse, I'm trying like, I don't know, I'm just, see, pregnancy loss confirmed. Oh my God, high probability of permanent paralysis. You are fucking messing with me, aren't you? You are messing with me, aren't you? Major impairment to lower body motor function. Limited reflex response. Shit. And I'm just looking, and everyone's just looking at me, and I'm just like, oh my God, what the fuck? Mate, my head's proper gone. Mobility outcome uncertain. High likelihood of wheelchair dependence. Ongoing neurological review required daily. Shit. Close monitoring for infection, sepsis risk. No way. It says no security notified. Police reports due to public incidents, violence. Family updated consultant room. Emotional distress observed. Next to kin support staff involved. Oh my God, no way. My head's gone. Consultant statement. The patient has survived a catastrophic traumatic event. She remained in a fragile neurological state. We cannot yet confirm long-term mobility outcomes. Mate, my head is fucking gone. So I just gets up and walks out, right? I just need a minute, no, I had the joint in my pocket, what I built, right? So I thought I'll go downstairs and I'll just smoke a joint and all that. So I goes downstairs outside the Aussie, my head's gone, I can't believe what's happened. You know, not only was the granddad's funeral, you know, I've lost a kid that I didn't even know I was having, and she could be paralysed, yeah. Next thing he's busy, he come bouncing over to me, Jack's right, and just like, what's happening? I'm like, wow, fuck off, mate. He's going, listen, Thomas, this isn't going to go away, you know, lad. I'm like, he's going, listen, lad, there's been a lot of damage here tonight, you know, mate, and like talking to you, they're like condescending, like, you know, like as if he's smiling, I'm just trying to just put him clean out, you know, and I'm like, who the fuck are you talking to like that? And his mate's like, no good cop, bad cop, pair of wankers. And he's going, oh, let's just leave him, you know. He'll have a long time to think about it when he goes away, won't he? Because, you know, that kid's gone night, hasn't he, lad? You know, the lad on the shit on, who was that lad? Was that you, or was it your kid, or who was that lad? I'm just like, I said, no. I said, what do you want about? I said, I don't even know nothing about that. He's like, you don't know nothing about it. Like, it's very, very convenient that the cameras have gone missing as well in the hard drive. And I'm like, listen, lad. I said, what the fuck are you on about, lad? Why you press me like this, lad? I said, you know, I'm going through a bad time and all that. He's like, a bad time? He's going to me, yeah, well, you know. Lindsay's brother went night as well, yeah. Was that anything to do with you, was it, lad? You have a part in that, did you? Was that anything to do with you, was it, lads? You know, don't think we're soft, lads, don't think we're soft. I'm like, oh, mate, what do you want about? He's going, listen, lad, we're building cases on you, you know, mate. He said, make no fucking mistake about it, lad. He's going, it's only a matter of time for you, lad, you and your kids, yeah. All, the whole family's going, yeah. Everyone's going, and I've just thought, I know he says one more word now, I'm just going to put him clean out, but his mate was on it, right, I was just staring at his mate's soulmate. I said, you better get him away from me now, you know, lad. And he's going, well, you know, it's not going away, lad. Just remember, we're always going to be there, lad. We're watching over his shoulder now. You are on our radar, mate. I'm just like, yeah, so they just got off and that. I'm just thinking, no way, walks in, there's just uniforms everywhere, just plodded everywhere. The old gas just plodded up, so fuck, mate, my head proper fell off, right? You know, think about it though. You know, since I've been a part of that family, you know, the fucking hell, mate, the son's gone night, the granddad's died, yeah. Lindsay's now possibly in a wheelchair, like fucking unborn baby, I didn't know that's gone, you know what I mean? Mate, what's happening here? You know, just fucking hell, mate, you know, what's happening here? I want to find out this kid as well, you know, the kid who was in the party, because he was in like a birthday party or something, it was, you know, opposite the one where we was. So I'm asking the nurses, goes up to the top floor again where we was, and I'm asking the nurses, and they're like, yeah, I said, is he alright? I went, yeah, he got it in the shoulder. I said, is he going to live? They're like, yeah, he's sound, he's 100% sound, it's a full recovery, do you know what I mean? And I was thinking, do you know what, thank God for that, because that poor kid, mate, he had nothing to do with anything, do you know what I mean? Like, we live by the sword and all that, but what did he do? He was in his birthday party, so see these little rats bouncing around with pieces on shit-ons and that, just letting off everywhere outside parties and all that. Do you know what I mean? Now I'm made up, that kid went night, see you later, and do you know what? You know me finds out who you are, right? You know me finds out who you are, we're not going to get you, we're going to get everyone you know, right? And you know you might think that, you little right, you know what? I'm not arse, mate, look what you've just done, yeah? We're going to get you, mate, we're going to get you, we're going to get your fame, we're going to get no one on your kids, we're going to do nothing like that, because we're not rats, but I'm going to get you, I'm going to get you, I'm going to keep you, I'm going to torture you for weeks, lads. Make no mistake about it, that other little rat on the bike is who we want him, right? And whoever's paid him, whoever he's to do with, every single person's getting it, honest to God, believe you me. You want to start rolling up at funerals like that, and start letting other people on that, you just killed me kid, yeah, you paralysed me bare potentially. Watch what happens, lads. Watch what happens. You know me get you. You know me fucking get you, mate. Watch what happens to you. So the next day comes, right, and we're all proper flying. That flying's all been on it all night and all that in the bar and that. So I fell asleep early and that. And like, you know, when you fall asleep in a place like that, you're lucky if you wake up with eyebrows. So, you know what I mean? I was like, so like anyone comes near me while I'm asleep and watch what happens. So I was like, nah, we won't, anybody. Yeah, I fucking know you won't. That's what I know you won't. So as I get to the morning, I got a few missed calls off my mate. I haven't seen my mate for ages, right? My mate's called Thomas. So I'm thinking, oh wait, what's he ringing me for now? Thomas's birthday. He's like some big proper head, and that they call the old bands, right? The proper heavy, right? Heavy. And the dad is who I got the lights off. He's like the military, you know, like the contractor who got it all sorted for us. So I'm sitting there thinking, oh wait, why is he ringing me? So he phoned me up and I went to the phone. I'm like, what's happening, Thomas, lad? He's like, Scouse, what's happening, lad? So he said, have you heard anything? I said, what do you mean, lad? He said, have you heard anything, like, about anything that happened last night? I went, nah, lad, nah. He went, but it was fucking him. He was taking at that funeral where I went, I know, lad, I know. I said, I heard about that, lad. I said, I was going to pop in, lad. I said, but just up the wall and all. He's like, yeah, I know, lad, I know. Because I don't even know, I don't know the guys, lad, I don't like that, but I know him and I know the dad, you know, I know Lindsay as well. So he's just telling me this mad story. He's like, lad, and then we went to some, like, gaff after and all that, and this is that, and I'm like, what? I said, you messing, lad. He went down, he went a bullet ricocheted, lad, and it hit some kid who was in another party, and it hit Lindsay, and I'm just like, lad, she alright? He's like, nah, lad, she was pregnant, didn't even tell me. I'm like, what do you mean, lad? He said, the kid who got it, he was nothing to do with it, he was just at a party over the road, it was his birthday or something like that. I said, yeah, I said, what's happened to him? He's like, nah, he was only hit in the shoulder, he's sad. I said, he's like, yeah, that's heavy, that, you know, that's proper heavy, that kid had nothing to do with it. Mate, proper heavy. So I'm just listed, right? But just like wide awake now, just like, no, and I'm thinking in my head, God help them, mate, God help whoever that was. You go and keep your ear to the ground for me, lad. I'm like, yeah, I will, of course, lad. So he's telling me in detail and all, and he's going, these two kids pulled up on shit on and all that, started letting off. Thomas' brother, he's a proper heavy kid and all that. I know, these were no one, they're not saying they were no one, because they've always been bangers, but like, he got with this bird, this Lindsay bird, right? And he ended up like doing a brother in, like battered him in the house or something like that the first night. It's all the ins and outs, but he hasn't told me, but a few people have told me, do you know what I mean? And he's every kid, like, don't get me wrong, and he's like, you know, he's going places in, and he's like, he's not my good mate, but he's an alright lad, you know what I mean? I've seen him a few times, a little bit, and all that. Got respect for him, he's got respect for me, do you know what I mean? So, I will keep me to the ground, but, mate, you know what, let me tell you now, God help whoever that was, I mean. So I'm like, listen lad, if you need a touch and all, and he's like, yeah, I know, nice one lad, we'll be alright, but they will be alright, because these are proper heavy, do you know what I mean, they're proper heavy. It's good to have allies and mates like that, do you know what I mean, because, you know, if I ever needed them, I'd call on them, but I would never need them, and no, they'd never need us, you know, we're separate firms and all that, but they're good to do bits with, you know what I mean, because the dad's absolutely smashed it, lives in this, like, big, proper mansion, like a 32-bedroom mansion or something mad like that. And I've been once to see him, do you know what I mean? I've been once to see him, and we were talking about, you know, getting all these, like, the military lights and all. He's the one who put me on it. He's the one who had the contacts and all that, so he just pointed me in the right direction. He used to give a little backhand or two, do you know what I mean? So, you know, when they're involved and all that, the fly, but, mate, that poor girl, and, you know, he must imagine being him now. He must be raging him, you know, so Levy's, like, looking at me, and I'm like, no way, get on this. So he went, what? I said, no, remember Jenko? He went, yeah. I said, he used to work with Thomas before Thomas was like with the old bands and all that. He's like, yeah. I said, lad, I said, get on this, here's what's happened there. So I told him, now, Jenko, he's Spacco's mate, not his mate, but like, they used to hang around together, but I think Jenko, he went straight and all that, you know, like when he like years ago, when he was kids and all that. So Jenko used to work with Thomas. I can't remember what Thomas used to do. He had his own business doing something like, I think he was a joiner or something like that, or gas fitter or something like that. He ended up getting with that bird, this Lindsay, and he's just ended up smashing it, you know what I mean, obviously, so and now he's like, I don't know whether he works in the doors or he's got something to do with the club, but he's proper smashed it. And Lindsay's brother, he went night-night, do you know what I mean, someone's done him, I don't know who it was or like that, but they've had a bad time then, mate, the family lately, do you know what I mean? And, you know, she was pregnant, and now he's saying she might be paralysed and all that. Mate, listen to me, you know, and you know what, you know what Tom's brother, he is a lunatic, mate. He's like Levy, but he's sad, he's all day, do you know what I mean? Not to talk to him, like, you wouldn't think that, but listen to me, he's a proper lunatic, mate. And Thomas is a lunatic as well. I think Thomas got about a 3 kill streak, do you know what I mean? Something bad like that. So he was taking chase, right, ages ago, years ago, and he ran a busy over and the busy died, and he ended up getting slammed for it. He got about a 5 or something mad like that, so he was off the scene for ages. You know, they're good to have around that, but my heart goes out to him, so I'm just like, lad. Now Tosh knows them as well, so Tosh was downstairs, so I went to like finishing off the Thomas and all that, and I'm like, listen lad, if there's anything we can do for you, know what I mean? He's like, lad, just keep it easy to the ground for me, lad, anything at all, you know. He's like, lad, and I'm just like, yeah, of course, can't be doing that, mate, just that, mate. What's happened there, do you know what I mean? Now, it hasn't been on the news or nothing, but it's probably going to be, do you know what I mean? And his head's proper gone, he's up the wall with it, mate, so, you know, if we can do anything to help him, then whatever. So, I goes downstairs and I'm talking to Tosh and that, and Tosh is just like, no way. Now, Tosh is, he's Thomas's brother, he knows him. I don't think the mates, but he's had a bit to do with him, you know, like nothing to do with nothing like that, just like goes out with him, or he's been out with him a few times and all that. And I don't know, mate, but, mate, you know what, you know, if they need us, mate, we'll be there for them and all that. So I phoned Spacco, and I'm like, lad, no way, I said, what's happened there? Spacco's like, yeah. I said, how have you heard? He went, lad, Jenko told me. I said, how does Jenko know? He said, lad, I don't know. He said, some kid who was in a party opposite it, they've been put night as well, or something like that. I said, he's just told me that he never got put night, he was alright. He went, oh, I don't know then, lad. He said, you know, just rumour goes round and all that. I'm like, yeah. I said, do you know what it was? He's like, no. I said, listen to me now. I said, phone Jenko. I said, and keep it ear to the ground. I said, and if anyone tells me who it was, I'll give them 10 grand. He's like, yeah. I said, yeah. He's like, what's it got to do with you? I said, nothing, lad. I said, it's just me mates and that. I said, tell anyone who tells me, I'll give them 10 grand. He's like, go on, sound. I'm like, go on, get on the phone, just start getting round, but don't make it bang when you're asking round, because whoever it was who's done it, there's only like really one other firm that have the balls to do that. And not because they've got the balls, it's because they're stupid. Do you know what I mean? So, mate, whatever's gone on there, listen to me now, you don't want to be a part of that, mate. I'm telling you now, you don't want to be a part of that, because these old bands and that, mate, they've got proper reach, right? And I mean like abroad and all that. Listen to me, you are proper getting it. If they get whoever that's responsible for that, mate, they are proper getting it, let me tell you now. So me and Ethan, we go downstairs, we're just walking down the factory, right? And we're just like, lad, get on, it's all looking good, right? And Robbie, I'm like, where's Robbie? He's like, lad, I don't know, he's bouncing around with a white coat on before. I went, what do you mean, lad? He's like, you got goggles on there? I said, shut up, lad. He's like, he is. I said, let's go find Robbie. So we're running around looking at him, now this factory's massive, there's all this room there. So he walks in the room, right, and Robbie's standing there in like a white, like, science coat, you know, what he's found in the factory, with these goggles on. I'm like, lad, what are you doing? He went, lad, I was standing there before and something just sprayed all over me. The chemical for the mites. I'm like, lad, it detected a mite. He's going, shut up your teeth. I'm like, lad, it did. I was going, lad, you got STDs. That's what it detected. It's going, what? I'm like, lad, it's AI. Proper out of black. He's going, lad, I haven't got on. I'm like, lad, you have. I said, you go, proper riddle. Lad, even the eyes on you, lad, just sprayed you with mite killer. Crab killer, lad. He's going, shut up, lad. He's going, I'm starving anyway. Like, now, here's the funny thing, right? Robbie is boss of pool, right? He's proper boss, but he hasn't said nothing. He hasn't been playing or nothing like that. And I forgot how good he is because I haven't played with him for ages, right? I said, yeah, I go and get a scran. So he's like, where's Chris? I said, lad, he's upstairs playing pool. He went, is he? Yeah, because Chris and Steve, they were playing pool. He goes upstairs and he's like, yeah, come for a scran and all that. So Chris like, oh, let me finish this game. So he finished the game, and like, I'm going to get pizza and all that. I said, go on, get it for everyone. He's like, yeah, of course, I will. What does everyone want? Everyone just throwing orders. And he's like, so Robbie's just like, nah, I'll just get cheese and tomato for everyone. That's what he's like, because he gets confused, you know what I mean? So now, as we go back upstairs, we find it's like a homemade poker game, you know, with all chips and all that. And I'm thinking, no way, that's Sam, that's one, like, he wants to play poker. They're like, yeah, like, all right, Sam, let's start playing poker then. So we'll get a game of poker on tonight, this dude, there's going to be Brucey's involved in all this, right? So Robbie goes back with Chris, and he's got all the scran and all that. I just all eat that scran, all that. So Steve eats the scran that. He's like, who's on pool next? I said, go on, I'll have it again, lad. Yeah, no, I'm all right at pool, do you know what I mean? Only from like being in jail and association and all that, but, you know, Steve's boss, mate, he's good. He's not better than Robbie, but watch what Robbie does, yeah. So I'm playing, right, I just got slammed by Steve and all that like that. So Robbie's like, you good at pool, are you? Like, yeah, and Robbie's like, I'm good at pool. And Robbie is good at pool, but I know he's got a plan because he's horrible like that. So I'm just watching it, so Robbie gets proper slammed, right? Robbie says to Steve, yeah, do you want to play for 5 son? So Steve's like, yeah. So Robbie gets slammed again, and I'm thinking, what's he up to there? So Robbie's like, yeah, double or quit. He's like, go on, Sad, listen to me now, right? Steve breaks, right? And Robbie just clears the table. proper Adam. He's like, lad, he's like, lad, transfer me now. And Steele's head's gone, and I'm like, lad, he's sick of pool, you know, he's going, a little rat, lad, he's a proper hammy there. And Robbie's just laughing like, lad, you had yourself. As we're all laughing and that, right, of what he's just done, right, a few people are playing darts and that, they're playing Jennifer's name, it's the bullseye. I'm like, lad, you've won a 1998 Nissan Micra and a microwave. Do you remember bullseye when we were kids? I didn't won. Next thing the phone goes, I'm like, no way, I said, what's happening, lad? And it's some kid, he wants tablets. He's like, lad, you got tablets? I said, yeah. So I went, you want like 10,000? I said, yeah, I've got them round me now as well. He said, well, because we had them in the bag, didn't we? What fucking spackle noodles give us? So I'm like, yeah. He said, how much? I said, £1 each, lad. He's like, go on, sad. So I said, do you want to come to Tommy? He's like, yeah. I said, no, you'll take these tablets. He's like, yeah, come on then. So Jegs comes in, I'm like, Jegs, what's that? Where have you been, lad? He said, lad, I've just been down there, just have a little looks around the factory, you know, like reminiscing on me dad and all that. I said, have you, lad? And he said, yeah, I found some bad shit there. I said, what? He's like, get on this. And he's like, he's got these books, right? And it was like his dad's register, you know, for like what he'd been doing. Not illegal, but, you know, his business, like his dad, not like daddy, but like his invoice and all that. And I was just like, lad, look at the dough he's made there. There was like invoices for like 1.2 mil. What's he been doing to these companies in America and all that? I'm like, lad, what has he been doing with that right now? You know, 1.2 mil is a lot of money for a legit business to just be getting passed. So I'm like, no way. So he's like, what are you doing? I said, we're going to town. He's like, can I come? I said, yeah. I said, we go to tablets off, lad. He said, all right, sad. So we get everything ready and all that. I'm like, listen, we're going to go for a bit, right? So just keep clocking, just do what you do that. Mark, he's like, lad, I'm going to bed. I'm like, lad, I wouldn't go to bed in here if I was just going, nah, lad, he's going, it's sweet. And I'm like, where's Troy? He's like, I don't know, he's been missing for ages, not missing out the factory, but he's been doing something. So I just leave him to it. I don't know what he's doing. Where is Troy? Because he's been quiet for ages, like, like just doing whatever. So I said, yeah, let me go find Troy a minute. Goes downstairs, Troy's playing chess on himself. He's got a table, like this little table with a chair, this deck chair. He's just sitting there, and I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, I'm playing chess. And he said, who, where? He's like, with me. Well, he's going to get beat. Shut fuck off, Troy. He's like, where are you going? I said, we're going to town. He's like, all right. I said, what are you doing? He said, I'm just playing chess. And I'm just thinking, that kid's like on proper, like, remember, I've seen the film Split. It's just like him. Just like playing chess on himself. And you getting beat. Only Troy, mate, only Troy. So me, Degs and Lev gets off and all of these tablets. And we jump in the car. And as we fly the town, I remember Thomas was birds in Aussie. So I'm like, no way. I said, let's go and get out of the car. And that's, we go to this, like, flower shop, right? and we get this big bouquet of flowers and all that. Right now, we're not going to be allowed in. I don't really know Lindsay, but I'm not really going there to see Lindsay. I'm going to just pay respects, you know what I mean? Because Thomas is a good lad, you know what I mean? So we're flying down there anyway. I'm not really going out my way. Sounds a bit like ratty, but I'm not going out my way. Would I go out my way? Yeah, you know what, I would. Just you know, bunch of flowers and that. I know it's not going to do nothing considering what's going on, but it's just nice to know that, you know, yeah, lad, there's some flowers and that for your bed, and you know what I mean? It's just a little bit of respect, isn't it? You know what I mean? Because he'd probably do that for me. In fact, he would do that for me, do you know what I mean? So, you know, we'll fly down there and all that, so get these flowers, get a card and all that, write a little card, I'll get well soon and all that. And that's it. So Lev's like, I'll write my name on it. I'm like, lads, you're going to buy a card, you meth. You go, nah, we can't just start bombarding them with cards, lads. And I'm like, all right, so I said, yeah, write your name on it, lad. And he's like, what about me? I'm like, lads, I don't even know them. He's like, yeah, I know, but like, you know, lads, you can't just leave me out. And I'm just, fucking hell, so what, we're getting one card between 3 people? Lads, like meths. I said, go and get them flowers yourself then. He's like, well, I said, go back to the shop now. So he goes back to the shop. So Levy gets a bunch of flowers, and Dad gets a bunch of flowers and cards and all that. So, you know, I'll just bending on my graphs. It looks methy, Dad, doesn't it? It's like getting a birthday card, like you've got about 10 names on you, like your little meths. One bunch of flowers between 3. So we've got loads of flowers and that now. I'm like, but get on this, proper rejected as well. So pulls up in the car park and that. So we all get out of it now. We're not going in to see Lindsay, but I phoned Thomas and I'm like, where are you? He's like, I'm in the Aussie. He said, I'm going to pop down a minute. He's like, all right, lad, no problem. Thanks, lad. Like, proper made up. I think it's nice, like, obviously he's got his own firm and all that, but it's nice just to know that people care sometimes, so we can, you know what I mean? So when we get there, I phone him, like, lad, come downstairs and meet us. We come downstairs. So I'm like, what's happening? He's like, oh, no way. He's like, what's happening, Lev? Lev's like, what's happening, mate? All right. And Zeg's just down there, and Tom goes, me, who's that? I said, that's Zeg's, lad. He's like, who the fuck's Zeg's? I said, he's my mate from Manny. He's like, all right, Zeg's, you know, proper sound now. I'm like, lad, you look proper tired there, you know. He had like all bags around his eyes and all that. I'm like, fucking, I said, lad, you look like you've lost weight there. And he's like, oh, lad, I don't know, my head's gone. So he's just like talking to me. And Lev and Zeg's are like sailing behind a little bit, right? So I said, well, where are we going? There he went, she's on a wall up here. I said, yeah. He said, lad, so as we walked in, the nurse goes to me, you can't bring flowers in the Aussie, you know. I went, what? She went, you can't bring flowers in the Aussie. I said, what do you mean you can't bring flowers in it? It's an hospital. She's like, I know, but you can't. I'm like, what do you mean you can't bring flowers in an hospital? So what are you supposed to do? And Tom was like, oh, lad, I don't even know. Like, I've never even heard that before. I'm like, lad, I've never heard that you can't bring flowers to an Aussie. I've just never heard of it, lad, you know what I mean? And he's like, and I said, lad, when I was a kid, I remember my nan was dying of fucking lung cancer, and everyone was in the room with her, smoking round her. I said, how's it changed that much? Now, I haven't been in the Aussie for years, mate. I don't bother with Aussies for general health, nothing like that. Obviously, do you know what I mean? If I had an accident, then that's about it. But I don't really bother with it. I just try and stay away from all that shit, because my nan said to me when I was a kid, right, you know what, lad, if you ever go to the hospital or the doctors for general health, you'll never get out. So I was just like, yeah, so I just stayed away. And she was right, you know what I mean? She was right. So I'm just like, so we're supposed to do this? She's like, ah. So I'm like, Thomas, he's going, lad, listen, it's the thought that counts, lad. I said, so this bird was coming out, and she was with a baby. I don't think she was in there because it weren't a kid, it weren't older, eh? So I think she was just like, a ma with a kid. So I said to I said, do you want to take them? She's like, well, I said, yeah, I'll take them flowers. So we've given her a bunch, and we give 2 other random people a bunch of flowers, and we else they were getting off. It's fucking hell, what you want to do? 12 in the bin, just pay like a one for them. It's like 3 tons worth of flowers. I know it's none, but 3 tons worth of flowers, and then putting them in the bin. So we ended up with these cards, right? The proper snide goes up and all that, and as we goes up onto the walls where Lindsay is, the door's there, the opens are. So he comes out and he's like, no way, what's happening, Scouse? I'm like, what's happening, mate? You're all right? Sorry to hear about that. And he's like, I know, lad, I know. He's like, how's your thing going? He said, proper sound and all that. Next thing, this kid just puts his arm on my shoulders, turned around, it's Thomas' brother. I'm like, no way. I said, what's happening, lad? And Lev's like, what's happening, lad? He's like, fucking hell, lads, I haven't seen you for ages. And I'm like, how's Tosh? I said, oh, he's sad and all. He's like, what are you up to? It's just, no, lad, this, that. So what I mean? So as we walks over, there's these 3 big goons there right now. These big goons, they work for Thomas, but I didn't know they worked for Thomas. I called the Bruiser threesome because 2 of them are brothers and one's the cousin. So I'm like, no way, I said, what are you doing? They're standing there looking proper bang on. And they're just like, oh, what's happening, lad? I'm like, what are you doing with these? He's like, we work on the bar and at a day club and all. I'm like, yeah, fucking hell, lad, where have I been? Been off the sea for ages. I'm like, how's it going? How are your kids now? To talk to the 3 bruisers. And then, if we end just cut a long story short, we end up getting off, and as we're going out, this Busy walks over to me, this proper bastard Busy, you know, and he's with his mate, right, pair of absolute knobheads, and he goes to me, what are you doing here, lad? And I'm like, you talking to me? I'm like, yeah, and he goes, hello, Levington, and Levy's just looking at me, and I'm looking at him, and he's going, who's the new face? And Deg's just like, well, I'm like, shut up, lad. He's going to tell him his name, shut up, lad. And he's like, what? I'm like, lad, the busies. He's going, oh, Hardy. I'm like, Hardy. Look, lads, they couldn't be any more bang on. So the busy's going, oh, what's wrong with you and the law, lad? He's like, what are you doing in here anyway, lad? Who have you come to see? I said, ah, my auntie and that. He said, yeah. He said, have you come to see Thomas? I said, who's Thomas? He's like, and he just looks at me with this like weird look in his eye. I'm thinking, oh, fuck that, mate, don't be related to them. So I'm like, anyway, see you later, lad. He's looking fucking turning out, your pair of divvies. And he's like, fuck off, goes, lad. I'm like, shut up, your pair of divvies. So he gets in the car and gets off and all that. Now remember, we've still got 10,000 Garys in the boot. So them busies would have been like, hey, what are you? He would have been fucked. So fuck that, mate, we're going. So we get on, we go see this kid with tablets and all that, talking to him for a bit, like, what's happening, lad? And the kid's Mars Day, the lad's Mars Day. He's like, what's happening? I'm like, what's happening? You know, you know them and that, you know what I mean? We've known them for a while, so it's only polite, isn't it? So he's like, do you want a brew? I'm like, nah, you know, we've got to go. She's like, have a brew, lads, have a brew. Ah. So then me, Eggs and Levin, just sitting his kids with his man having a brew, and all his man's proper sound, and that's all he is. He's old school, mate, like proper sound man and all that. And he's like, hey, nah. She's going, what have you come here for? And I'm, that's what I'm supposed to say. I said, no, just to see him for a bit. She's like, oh yeah, she's like, I've been around for ages. I'm like, I know. Those are like pleasantries and all that. So he's looking at me, mate's looking at me, he's like, shh, like, lad, I'm on it, I'm stupid. Do you know what I mean? So anyway, gets off from there and all that, right, see you later. And next thing the phone goes and Spacco. So we're in the car, I've got a loudspeaker, and there's me, Eggs and Levin in the car. And Spacco goes to me, lad, I'm like, what about? I need you to come to Marry. I said, what do you need to come to Marry? He's like, lad, he said, I've only got this plate there, and I can't really come to, I'm like, what you want, lad? I said, what are you on about? He's like, lad, I need you to come to Marry, and I need to bring that 10 grand you said. And I'm like, what are you on about? I forgot about him. And lad, the 10 grand you said for the info. And I'm like, why, what do you know, lad? He's like, oh, lad, can I just talk to the person? I'm like, listen, lad, I said, you know, if you drag me to Manny now, I said, I'm with Levin, I said, you know, if you drag me to Manny now, I said, lad, and it's not, he goes to me, listen, lad, he's like, Jenko's on his way down here now. I'm like, Jenko? And I thought, this is serious, do you know what I mean? And, you know, we've only been in the odds with Thomas and all that, and all that. So I'm like, come on, son. I said, yeah, give me about 2 hours, then 3 hours. He's like, all right, son. So he flies back to the factory and all that. And we've got the door off the tablets anyway, do you know what I mean? So maybe we'll just use that. That is the reward. I did say there's a reward if it leads to information, do you know what I mean? Now, Jenko going to Manny, it means he knows something, doesn't it? He must know something. Or the plotting to get the 10 grand. You know? You don't know with Spacco and Noodles and that, you know. And there's Spacco, Noodles, Eddie, you know, Jenko and all going to be like in this hotel room conspiring to get this 10 grand, you know. But I swear to God, you know, if they lie and someone gets it who doesn't deserve it, I'll give it to all them proper. So it needs to be told. So he goes back and says, actually, lad, you wait. He's like, what? So I says, he's always like, what? He's like, come with me. He's like, what? I said, come with me. We need to go to Manny. He's like, all right, sad. So Marky's like, yeah, I'm coming. I said, come on. He's like, why can't I come? I'm like, because we need you here, lad. Do you know what I mean? You can't start bouncing around fives up and all that. He's like, all right, sad. So there's me, Levy, Marky, and Ezo. So we've all jumped in the car, and now we had to do stuff in the factory for a little minute. So we've been in the factory for about an hour and all that, do you know what I mean? So end up getting in the car and flies to Manny to go to this Malmaiden to go and speak to these, you know. What do these know? What do these know? So we've got the 10 grand, you can have the 10 grand, do you know what I mean? You know, I'm happy because, you know, them flowers just got legged. So, you know, there's 10 grand towards the course, do you know what I mean? I'm not really asked about it because we had the tablets for on anyway. So what? It's nothing to me, do you know what I mean? So we get to this Malmaison in Manny, right, and we goes in, and all that goes up to the room, and you should see the state of the room. It looked like a fucking bomb's gone off. I was like, lad, you little mess. Like last time we went, it was proper pristine, do you know what I mean? So Spacco, Noodles, Eddie, and Jenko were in there. So I said, right, talk to me. And Jenko's like sort of half para. I said, listen, lad, I said, what's going on with you? I said, what's happening now? I don't really know Jenko, I don't even know, I just know his name, do you know what I mean? And he's only a young kid, and he seems like a nice lad and all that. And he said, will this come back on me? I said, no. I said, nothing will come back on you. I said, but, you know, if you lie to me, lad, I said, I'll fucking do you myself. And he's like, lad, I wouldn't dream of it. And Noodles saying, I said, Noodles, shut up, I'm not talking to you. I said, I'm not talking to you, am I? I said, was I talking to you? He's like, no, so shut up then. I was like, fuck off. So I'm talking to this kid, right, and the kid saying to me, well, I don't know whether it's like this lad, but, you know, on my Facebook, I've got this woman, and the woman's like a family sort of friend, and her son got killed, and it was the same night. I said, was it? Yeah. I said, show me. So he's gone on his Facebook and showed me all that. And I'm like, what? I said, no way. I said, what's his son's name? Because it didn't say his son's name, he told me. And I thought, you know what, I've heard of that name, you know. And you know what, I'm going to him, okay, so, what have you got for me, lad? What's like solid? He went, well, I know who he goes with, I know who his best mate is, and if he was there and that was him who got killed, then it'll be his mate. And I'm like, yeah. He said, lad, they both just take the proper on the fucking mingies. And I'm like, yeah, I know. Now the kid who's been killed, I've put a name to him, do you know what I mean? I've got a name to him, but you can't start just like, you can't start doing all that, do you know what I mean? So I said, listen, you're going to have to come with me. He's like, what? I said, all you're going to have to come with me. They're like, what? I said, listen, you're fucking coming with me. They're like, what? I said, follow us, because we had no room in the car. I said, you go first and we'll block for you, right? Because their car was a plater. They're like, all right, sound. So rings Thomas. I said, I need to speak to you. He said, what about? I said, just something that, you know, might be something, it might be nothing. And he's like, oh yeah? I said, yeah. I said, what do you want to do? He said, I'm not going back to Roger, lad. I said, because them busy. And he went, lad, bastard. I said, lad, he called me before, asking me to know you and all that. He's like, lad, he said, you should see what he said to me tonight. He said, yeah. He said, lad, he said, you've been in the mansion, haven't you? He went, yeah. He went, how long will you be? I said, well, I'm just setting off from Manny now. He's like, Manny? I said, yeah, lad. I said, listen to me, lad. You know, it's something, lad. I said, I'm bringing the kids, lad. He's like, who? I said, just the lads who told me something, lad. I said, you know, I'm not relaying information to you, lad. Speak to them yourself. He's like, all right, I will do. He said, we'll go on. We're going to go back now. He said, because Lindsay's out anyway. She's a kid and all that. And, you know, we're going to go back. I'm going to get changed and all that. He said, do you want to come to the mansion? I said, yeah. He said, I'm going to be with these, though. He's like, all right, sound, mate, sound. So he flies up to this mansion, right? And there's me, Marky, Levo and Ezo in one car. And then there's Spacco, Noodles, Eddie and Jenko in another car. So these have shot parrot, obviously. So he turns up to this mansion, right, and gets out. I'm like, yeah, so press the buzzer on the gate and all that. I should see the side, this gaff, it's ridiculous, you know. So as we goes in, all that, he drives in, I'm like, listen to me now. I said, you know, when we walk in here, I said, you're playing with heavy kids here, you know, mate. And Jenko's like, lad, I know him, he's my mate. I said, Tom's your mate. He said, oh, you used to work for him, didn't you? He's like, yeah. So how long did you work for him for? He's like, about a month. I said, is that it? I said, I thought you used to work for him. He said, well, I did for about a month. I'm like, lad, I said, how long haven't you seen him for? He's like, years, lad. I said, lad, I said, what about 10 years ago? He's like, yeah. I said, lad, don't speak to him like he's your mate. He's a different person than when you knew him, lad. I said, so, you know, I said, he's going to probably be like, why are you here? Do you know what I mean? And I didn't forget about it, but I forgot about it. I was like, fucking hell. I thought, you know what, now, I'm not saying nothing to him because I'm not going to start saying to Tom, well, lad, just let them deal with themselves. Do you know what I mean? I said, don't stutter, tell the truth. I said, don't blag nothing. I said, because if you lie and something bad happens, it's going to be on you, right? Because I'm not telling these, you are telling these. So they're all proper pad and all that, right? So he goes in. So Thomas opens the door. I'm like, what's happening, mate? And he walks in right now. The three brews are there, the dad's there, Thomas's brother there, and Thomas is there, right? So he walks in and he goes, there's like a little bar thing. So we're all just sitting there having a little brandy and all that, right? Talking. So Thomas says to Jenko, where do I know you from? He's my mate. And he's like, I used to work with you. He's going, that's right, innit? You're such and such, aren't you? He's like, yeah. And he's going, why are you here, lad? Why are you here? And you just see Django just go, but he wasn't being like that, you know what I mean? And Thomas was like, you know, he's stressed and that, so he's talking to Jenko and that. And he's like, yeah, so Jenko shows him on his phone all that, this, that. So Thomas goes, lad, what do you reckon? I said, I don't know, you know, lad. I said, it's a bit of a coincidence, you know what I mean? I said, I knew his name in there, lad. Do you think they're on one, you know what I mean? Which I knew anyway, but they're only Muppet. He's going, I know, he's going, it's got to be something to do with that. And I said, maybe, lad, maybe. So Jenko goes to me, lad, can I have the dough now? And I went, oh. He said, lad, the dough. He said, the dough, you said. So I said, yeah. I said, what's the fuck, you know, why are you saying that in here? So Thomas goes to me, what do you mean? I said, I told him I'd give him a little reward. He finds out, he goes, what? I said, lad, I told him give him 10 grand. Thomas like, lad, fuck off. He's going, I'll give him the 10 grand. I'm like, lad, don't worry about it. He's going, nah, lad. He said, nah, fuck that, lad. I said, lad. And then the dad's like, what? So I'm like, listen, just let's not make a point of it, right? I'm not asked about the 10 grand. I've got it for nothing anyway. So he's going, nah, do you know what, lad? Nice one. I said, lad, do what you will with that information, right? I said, obviously, you know yourself. I'm not telling you what to do, but don't go all in. I said, just, you know, find out what's going on. He's like, I will. I said, I'll see what I can do as well. So he's like, Sam, nice one. And Levy's like, lad, do you want me to do him? I'm like, Levy, shut up, lad. He's going, what? I'm like, what's got nothing to do with you, lad? I said, mind your own business. So the dad's going to me, yeah, that's right, that he's going. And Lev's just like Lev knows his place, you know what I mean? He was start messing around with the dad. Not so much Thomas, like, you know what I mean? Thomas just like, he's, you know what I mean? It is what it is for him, but, you know, the dad and that, mate, he's a proper heavy, do you know what I mean? So, see what happens there, and then Thomas's brother, he's like, lad, what's that? He's going, nice one for that. So they're like pulling me to the side, you know what I mean? Just like, nice one. I'm like, go on, lad, no problem at all. It's not no problem at all. It's not no problem at all. You just fucking killed your kid, lad. I'm not saying that to him, obviously, but in my head, I'm like, you just killed your kid, lad, and paralysed your birds or something. Yeah, fucking hell, lads. If we can be a help, we'll be a help, do you know what I mean? Now, they do it for me. That's just how it goes in Liverpool, do you know what I mean? And it is what it is, and, you know, if you're big in the game and other people are big in the game, then you're going to know them. It's going to be weird if you don't know them. Do you know what I mean? So, you know, see what happens there, innit? But I'm telling you now, there's going to be blood on the streets soon, mate. If that turns out how that is, right, they'll just nap them and they'll do them. And so that's us out of it now, do you know what I mean? You know, we've done our part, and, you know, I've given 10 grand to the cause and that. We've tried to give it back. I don't want it back, but you know, let's just see what happens. But I'm telling you now, mate, I'm telling you now, you do not want to be a part of their investigation. Let me tell you that right now. So now these have got to get home, do you know what I mean? He's got to get home. So we ended up dropping Jenko off because he only lives by us, do you know what I mean? So we dropped Jenko off and that, and these are going back to Manny, but I can't wait, I'm not driving a block and all them back to mine and driving back. So I said, yeah, come here. So he said, what? So I'll go to this boozer, there's a boozer on the dock road. I said to him, yeah, I'll go and have a pint in there and I'll get something sorted. I said, he's always said, what? I said, drive this fucking plate up behind us, lad, in front of us, we'll block you, get it back to where we're going. He said, yeah. He said, then what? I said, we'll sort it. So we get back to the factory, as we left them in the boozer there, just having a little bevy and all that, you know what I mean? So I said, lad, there's your car. He went, what? I said, your car's insured for anyone to drive in it. He's like, yeah, as long as they're over fucking 18. I'm like, yeah, sounds. I said, anyone? He went, yeah. So if we give Spacco this car, Spacco's got a license, he's legit in it, do you know what I mean? So he's like, lad, what do you mean? I said, have you got anything in the car? He's like, no. I said, here's your car. He's like, well, I said, lad, you can use my car. He's like, go ahead, sound. So I've got a feeling that he's just going to be going everywhere tomorrow in my car, do you know what I mean? Because he loves my car. So I says, all right. He's, oh yeah, follow me in Deggs' car. He said, go on, sound. So I flies down to the boozer and we gives them Deggs' car. And then they're like, sound, so they're like, yeah, sound. I said, you're legit in that, lad. I said, go and take them on me. He said, lad, you fucking bend it, you mend it for your mate's car. They're like, lad, it's a beast. I said, I know it's a fucking beast. I said, you know if you bend it, lad? I said, you mend it. I said, I'll swear, lad, you'll be in death for life. Now, it's only an RS6, but not only an RS6, it's a beast, you know what I mean? But, you know, in their hands, mate, it's a fucking missile, isn't it? They're buzzing, they're just in an RS6 now, just flying. So we leaves them to it, they gets off and all that, so we goes back to the factory, he's like, lad, who's got my car? I said, Spacco. He's going, what? I said, Spacco News. He's going, lad. He's going, lad, Neil's a car, Robert. I'm like, I know, but he doesn't have to run. He's going, lad, but he'll try. I'm like, oh, lad, if they break it, I'll fucking buy you a new one. He's like, all right, sound guaranteed. I'm like, lad, guaranteed. And that goes back upstairs, right, and everyone's like, lad, he's a rat. I'm like, what? Robbie's been proper pool shark and everyone ever since. He's over half $5,000. I said, where's Troy? I said, he better not still be playing chess on his own. So I'm going downstairs, I'm like, lad, what are you doing? He's like, playing drafts. I said, on your own? He's like, yeah. I said, he won in chess. He went, lad, I got beat 5-0. He said, but I've done him 2-0 in drafts. This kid, and you know what, he hasn't even had a stripe or a bevy on it. It's just what he's like. So I'm like, right, listen, let's shut the gaff down now, let's lock it down for the night, right? And let's just have a party. Like, Stan. So I was like, what happened there? So I just told him little bits and bobs, you know what I mean? Not everything, because it's not all business, mate, and fucking dodgy subject, isn't it? So I've just told him little bits and bobs, and I know that's just on a need-to-know basis for individual people and all that. So I'm like, right, let's all have a bevy and that. So we all goes upstairs, right? Now we've got cameras everywhere over the gaff and all the screens in where we're all staying, right? There's just fucking bunk beds and everything there, right? So you know what? It's like when you're a kid and you used to go away with the school or something like that, and you just all in like billets. It was just like, you know what? It was proper funny, you know. And Robbie's got his own bunk bed because no one wants to go under him. Yeah, listen to me. You don't want Robbie under you either. Yeah, fuck that. So he's just got his own bed, right? And he's like, oh. Everyone's just like, no, you was the last one in. He's like, I weren't the last one in. Shut the fuck off. Everyone just ran through fucking all the stuff on what bed he wanted, you know what I mean? Robbie was on his own. Like a pink vest on. You just coming with me? No one, lad. So now it's the next day he's come, right, and I get this phone call, right, and it's Scouser, he's just asked me things. I can't say what it was because like, I'm not going to repeat what's going on in that, but something heavy's gone down in the pool, do you know what I mean? And my God, listen to me now, mate, something proper heavy's gone down. We've got a mate, right, and our mate's called Jenko, and Jenko used to work with this lad, and the lad he used to work for, he's like major player in the game and all that, and something bad's happened to him and all that, right, I'm going to go into it, but something bad's happened to him and all that, and there's like a 10 grand reward up for any information, you know, like a grass and that, but what has gone down, right, it's been heavy, so, you know, Scouser and that, they're mates with him, so he's like, yeah, sounds like, I'll give you 10 grand. I get on the phone, right, and it weren't really for the dough and that, but it was a little bit, you know what I mean, because I needed dough, because we've spent loads of dough now, we've been off our bar and all that, and the dough we had off the tablets and all that, we've just proper gone through it. Now we've got this Malmation for a few more weeks as well, so, you know, the dough's running out, and I like living this lifestyle, I don't want this lifestyle to end, you know, where am I supposed to go now? Do you know what I mean? What I'm supposed to do now, go back to that shithole bed, I'm not going back there, mate, and neither is Eddie, do you know what I mean? And Noodles, he's with us now, Noodles is not going to be sleeping on the floor. Noodles has been sleeping on the floor and that. with blankets. He hasn't even paid on, but he's getting scans and all that as well because it's on his bill. So gets a phone call, all this, and that. I get told something. So I'm like, okay. So I get to the phone, right? So I'm speaking to Jenko, and I told Jenko something, what's going on, all that. So then he's just like, I'll give you anything, I'll give you anything. I'm like, there's a reward. He's like, here's the you off. And he's like, oh, lads, I don't want nothing to do with them. I'm like, nah, it's not to do with them. I said, listen to me, lads, they'll love you for it. And you know, the lads who've done it to used to work for him. He's like, I know, lads, I know, and he's wounded and all, everyone's wounded because something bad proper happens, you know what I mean? And I'm not going to start going on about it, but something bad happens. So then Jenko phones me, he's like, lad, I know something. I said, what do you mean? So he's like, what? I said, like, get down here. He's like, I've got no dough. I said, I get a taxi down, lad. I said, get a taxi down. He's like, where are you? So I was like, in the Malmaison in Manny. He's like, yeah. I said, lad, get a taxi down now. We'll just, like, you know, we'll just do what we're doing and all this, that. Don't worry about it. And we've got dough and all that. So he's like, all right, sir. So he gets a taxi down, right? Oh, my God, listen to this, right? So he tells us something. So I'm just like, oh, lad, now, I don't know what's going to happen, but something bad's going to happen, but I can't know this information and not tell these, you know what I mean? Because they've asked me to specifically look out for it, so I'm going to specifically look out for it, aren't I? So I phone Scouser, and Scouser that come down, he's with Ezo, he's with Marky, had Levy's there as well. Listen, so they come down, we've had to go to Liverpool, so we go to Liverpool, and we sort out, we have to go to this gaff and speak to these people and all that. These people are heavy, do you know what I mean? So we've had to speak to all them. We've just done what we've done, all that. So on the way back, we were in a plate there because they were following us behind us and all that, in case like we got balls on, they was going to block and all that. So they're following behind us and all that. And then Scouser says, yeah, I'm going this boozer. So we ended up with this boozer, we ended up having a few pints, and now we were there for ages. They took proper ages. So he said, only be a minute, but we were there for ages. So he's always drove my car. They come back right in this RS6. This car's a proper beast. He goes to me, listen lad, you're legit. I'm like, I'm legit. He's going, yeah, you got a license, haven't you? Like, yeah. He's going, sound you legit in it. And I don't know which car it was, but it was one of his mates or something like that. So he goes to me, listen lad, you know, you're crashing. I'm like, yeah, it's sad. Oh my God, this car was a proper animal. I'm legit. And I go back to money. I'm just like, noodles. Oh lad, listen to me now. And then he's going, lad, and I just went on the car, right? So I'm driving, right, and noodles in the passy. And Eddie's in the back, and Noodles goes to me, like, gives a go to the car, and I'm like, all right, sir, because Noodles got a license as well, so we know we're legit in it. So pulls over, gets Noodles in the car now, and Noodles is just killing this car. Listen, I mean, like, proper kill it, red line, and just kill it. Next thing, we just get to tail, boom, blue lights on, and I'm like, lad, we're legit, stop. He's going, lad, I can't, I'm on warrant. I'm like, what you mean? And he's like, oh, that's what you, I'm like, get on the motorway, get on the motorway, lose it, we're just like, wow, proper flying, just getting proper chasing his absolutely chasing on it. I'm just thinking, no way, he's just specifically told me not to do that in the car, and he's going, lad, I'm on warranty to no bail, I'll get kept in. I'm like, lad, go. So Noodles is taking chase, literally Noodles is a proper boss jockey, right? He just did the stories, right? So he's just been taking chase, we're fucking flying, right? We're flying. We get to this roundabout, right? As we get to this roundabout, he loses the car and just wraps it into the roundabout. So we're just like, lads, scatter. So I've ran one way, he's ran the other way, and Eddie's ran the other way, so we've all just scattered. We broke up and then we've got our phones there. So I'm just hiding in this bush, right, just thinking, I can't believe it, he's just proper ran. Listen, I've never ran so fast in my life, and I'm thinking, oh my God, and my head's gone, because I'm thinking, this is Scouser's mate's car, he just fucking wrote the car off. Oh my God. So I'm walking down the street and all that, and I don't know where they are, so I'm phoning them, and there's plot, but they're not like looking for me, they're not like looking for people on foot, you know what I mean? I don't know why, but they must be looking for 3 people, yeah? So I'm just walking past, it's just like, wow, flying past us, I'm just walking down, I just mind my own business, you know, and I don't know where they are, so I'm phoning Noodles, I'm like, where are you? He's going, lad, I'm such and such, I'm like, how are you that far away already? He's like, lad, I was gone, so he's like one way, he's the other way, and I'm like, Eddie, where are you? And he's going, listen, lad, I've ran the other way. And I'm like, what are you meant, lads? Just scattered, so I ran the other way. So he's gone back on himself, so I'm just like, we need to get to this hotel, but we've got loads of dough in the hotel. So I'm like, listen, everyone just go and find somewhere to phone a taxi to, and we'll just get back to the hotel. So I phoned a taxi to this boozer, right? It was like half shut, but it was sound and blended, you know, there's people outside and all that. So I've got a taxi, I've gone to this hotel, and I'm just in the hotel, I'm sitting there, I'm thinking, oh my God, so I'm downstairs, and I'm the first one back. So I've got all the dough, listen to me, my head is proper gone. We've just wrote Scouser's mate's car off. Listen, we only had it for about an hour. We had it and Noodles, then Noodles comes back. I'm like, where's Eddie? He's like, I don't know. I'm like, now we need some phone. He's like, I'm in a taxi, So Eddie comes back, and I'm like, lad, now this bar was a 24-hour bar in the fucking hotel, right? So I'm like, so he goes downstairs, pays for all the taxi, that goes downstairs, and we're just having a bevy, and I'm like, lad, what are we going to do? He's going, lad, let's say the car got robbed. I'm like, lad, how did the car get robbed? You can't rob them cars, lad. He's going, lad, I can. I'm like, I know, but you're a proper car thief, lad. You know, you've got all weird equipment that fucking robs cars. What are you going to say? Oh, lad, we put the car in the amazing and what? He's going, lad, I'll say they left the keys somewhere. And I'm like, yeah. I'm thinking, you know what? I'm like, Noodles, you're getting the blame. He's like, well, I said, lad, you took chase, lad. I said, listen to me now. I said, you're taking the blame for this, lad. I said, I'm not getting the blame for this, lad. He's like, nobody give you the car. I'm like, lad, I'm not asking you the car. It's always insured for anyone. That means anyone can drive the car, do you know what I mean? So he's like, and Eddie's going, oh, lad, it's to be used. I'm like, lad, what you mean? You're with us, lad. You just, what are you on about, lad? You're not just like dishing yourself away from this now, lad. If we're all getting the blame, we're all getting the blame, do you know what I mean? And he was going, lad, I'll take it on the chin. I'm going, lad, Scouse is going to fucking batter you, lad. And his mate, I don't even know his mates are, but, you know, all his mates are heavy as well. I'm like, lad, he told me if we bend it, we mend it, lad. I said, lad, what are we going to do? He's like, lad, I don't know. And I'm like, he's like, lad, let's just sleep on it. I'm like, sleep on it, I'm not even going to sleep. We ended up on the limo and the chin and all that, right? And we're just in the hotel room. And we're just like, it ends up being like funny. Like, it is funny, but it's not funny because it's funny now because we're all off our bar laughing about it, but it's not funny. Do you know what I mean? It's not funny. You know, I had gloves on and Eddie had gloves on, but I don't think Noodles had gloves on. You know what I mean? He's saying he did, but I never seen him once with gloves on, do you know what I mean? So, lad, and I never seen you wipe the card. I'm like, lad, you're getting nicked. If you get nicked, you're just going to get nicked for it, lad. And that's it. And what are you going to say? He's like, I'll just tell him, lad. He's like, you know, lad, they're on it, aren't they? I'll just tell him it was fucking, you know, taking chase. And lad, it shouldn't have been taking chase. It wasn't a story. We were legit on the car. Lads, we couldn't have been any, it's the most legit we've ever been on a car, lad. Lad, and you're taking chase and you've wrapped the car. Lad's an RS6, lad. Lad's his mate's car. Lad, he's going to flip on everyone, lad. So we all just like get our heads down and all that, right? And I'm just thinking, do you know what? I can't believe this, right? And I had my phone on silent, right? But you can still see it lighting up and all that, right? And I was just like, as you're nodding off and all that, everyone's going to kick. We got Noodles on the floor, right? And, do you know what? Listen to this now, right? I can just see my phone, you know, because it's dark, just a light. And then it go off, then the light. And it's probably been about 4 hours or something, or maybe a little bit longer than since we wrapped the car. So in my head, I'm thinking, shit, that's defo Scouser and that, because the busies have got the reg and they would have contacted Scouser's mates' like family, or, you know, his ma, or they would have knocked or something like that to see where he is, you know, in case it was him driving it. So I already know now it's got back to them. I'm not answering that phone now because I'm twisted. I'm playing crocodile wrestling with the blanket, you know, and you just can't go to sleep and your head's gone and all that. So I'm sitting him up, I'm having a stripe, and just go, it's not helping, right? And the sun's coming up. Listen to me now. I already know tomorrow is going to be a horrible day, right? And who's getting the blame? You know, I'm not going to grass on him, and, you know, I'm going to have to take it on the chin, aren't I? Because I'm not a grass. So if they start just screaming at me, I'm going to have to say it was me who did it, aren't I? Do you know what I mean? But why? Why are you taking chase with me, mate's car? I'm going to have to be honest, there's why. Because my mate was on warrant, he was on an old bailey, and, you know, I'm going to have to just hope that it's Scouser who phones me, and not Ezo or Levy, do you know, because Levy won't care. Levy will just batter me, no matter if it's my fault or not. But Scouser, like, there's a side to him where he takes a step back and he understands, do you know what I mean? He's clever, he understands things, so let's just see what happens. So then next thing I can hear Noodles getting up, and I'm like, what are you doing? He's going, lad, I can't sleep, my head's gone, I'm proper parceling. So I'm like, Eddie's a kid. So I said, yeah, I come downstairs. So we end up going downstairs in the bar, and we're just sitting there, just having a baby and all that. And we're sitting by the door, and some fella walks in, and I said to him, lad, why are we just sitting down here by the bar? What if they walk in? He's like, well, so he's like, lad, I know the procedure when your car gets robbed and all that. And he was going, lad, I can't stop thinking about it. My head's gone, lad. He's going, what do you reckon he'll do? I'm like, lad, I don't know. I said, I don't know. I said, lad, we're going to get billed for it, lad. He's like, I'm like, lad, what do you reckon the car's wrote off? He's going, lad, I hit that proper heavy, you know. I'm like, I know, but when last time we seen the car, because we just scattered because Plod jumped out the car and we're like trying to chase us. Last time I seen the car, the wheel was gone. Do you know what I mean? All the front was smashed in. I don't know what. I don't know what's going to happen here, but I am absolutely parceling, right? So we end up going back upstairs, and Eddie's awake now. He's like, where have you been? Like, in the bar, lad. He's like, to bring a bevy up. I'm like, yeah, because we did, but I just give him Noodles a bevy. And he's going, lad, what? I'm like, go back downstairs and get one in, lad. I said, he just woke up, he wants a bevy. Lad, do you want a stripe? He's like, yeah. Me and Eddie are talking about it, and he's going, lad, you're going to have to tell him it was Noodles. I'm like, lad, I'm not a grass, you tell him it was Noodles. He's like, nah, I'm not a grass. I'm like, Noodles is going to have to tell him it was Noodles, lad. Do you know what I mean? Going to have to. Next thing, phone was just like, burr. Look, it was Scouser, which was the good thing about it. So I've answered the phone. I'm like, all right. He's like, lads, what have you done? I said, oh, mate. I said, listen, here's what's happened. And he's going, lad. But he's like, he's not laughing, but he's laughing, but not at what I'm saying. He's laughing because Degsy's fuming in the background. And I can hear Scouser saying to him, lad, stop crying. It's only a car. That's what insurance is for. He's going, I know, but he's going, lad, shut up, lad. You're a girl's blouse. Shut up, lad. Let's see what's being done. Scouser says to me, who was it? I said, I'm not telling you. And he went, all right, so it wasn't you. He said, where's Eddie? And Eddie just comes in. Eddie comes in, because I was in the other room talking to him like in the bog. And I said to Eddie, he wants you. He's like, what the fuck does he want me for, lad? So straight away, Scousers heard him say that. And he said to Eddie, well, it definitely wasn't you neither, was it? And Eddie's like, no. He went, okay, sounds. Well, I like that he's having grass on your mate. Where's Noodles? And Noodles has been downstairs. So he comes up with a bevy and all that. So I just gives the phone to him, and Noodles will look at him and say, you rat. And I'm like, that's how I said that. So Noodles gets on the phone, he's like, all right, Scouse, he goes, so all right, me, lads, what happened in the car? We just joyriding in the car like it's a stolly when it's a fucking legit car. And Noodles went, no, mate, no. He went, what happened in the car? Tell me the truth now. And Noodles goes, listen, I was driving the car, and I'm on warrant. I was on a no-bail warrant, and you know what? I've totally forgot about it. He said, and then I've been chased, and it was just flight off bail. And so what Scouse did, he just went, go on, Sam, no problem, lad. That was it. That was it. That's just what happens. And that's it. He's like, I'll get on you later. That's it. That was it. And we're all just looking at each other like, lad, he's proper sound him, you know. He's proper sound him, you know. And what? So I'm just like, Noodles, I said, you know, think about it though. Think about what they do, lad. I said, you know, lad, he's on it, innit? And, you know, I was half right in what I was thinking last night when I couldn't get to sleep, and I was like wrestling with the blankets. Oh, mate, I was buzzing, you know. So now, you know, that's all being accepted, and if Scouse is happy, we're happy, because he'll just calm everyone down, and I don't know what he's going to do, but we're probably going to get billed for the car, aren't we? But with him saying the insurance and that, I don't know, I can't really see us getting billed for the whole car, because that's what insurance is for. He's writing what he's saying. Maybe the excess, I don't know what the excess will be. You know, the excess might be about what? Probably up to $5,000, but we've still probably got that now, so we'll give it to him, no problem at all. But now we've got no car, so we can't get round nowhere. Next thing, this landlord phones Eddie, you know, the landlord from the florist. He's like, I need to speak to you at the florist, when can you get round there? Now we've got no car, so we're like, oh yeah, it sounds okay, mate. Now, this landlord, he's a bit abrupt on the phone and all that. Now, he doesn't even know what we've done. Wait till he sees what we've done to this florist. So we get the taxi, we go down to see him, and that's all the three of us. And as we get outside, he goes, where's your car? I'm like, oh, we can't let me blah, 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 blah. You know, he's like, okay. He says, open the shop up, I need to point something out to you. There's a bit of damage that I need to point out to you. But don't worry, I'll get it sorted when the money starts coming in. So I just start laughing, and Eddie starts laughing, and he's looking at us, what are you laughing at? Maybe he owns the shop up, right? And he just walks in, and you should have seen his face. He's just looking round. There's artificial flowers there. Daft looks like it's worth £1 million. And he just looks at us, and he goes, what is it you do? So straight away, I said, my dad's a millionaire, and you know, he wants me to just like do well in my life. So straight away he goes, right, okay. Now the dough what he would have had to put into this shop for it to be like workable would have been grands and grands and grands. So do you know what, the fella was proper sound, and he just said, all right, Sam, we're going to give you 6 months rent free. 6 months rent free for the work you've done it, because he knows quite well when we leave that shop and we take all what we've got in there out, it's still a boss shop, it's all being plastered, all, you know what I mean, all new spotlights in the ceiling, the floors, like oak floor, marble counters, it's worth Brucey's. So in his head, he's like, yeah, it's sound, but then he just looks at it and says, right, listen, do you know who I am? And I just looked at him and said, what do you mean, do you know who you are? He goes, well, do you know who I am? And I'm like, I don't know where you're going with this, mate. He's like, well, you know, listen, right, I've got this firm, and he ends up being like, oh, what he's saying is that he's some big top head or something like that, or he's making out. Now, you know what, to be fair, he does look like he is one, but he doesn't know who we are. I don't mean us, but he doesn't know where we're, right? So you see all this bullshit what you're saying to me now, do you know who we are? Listen, lads, you better fucking do some homework, mate, you know, we start all that with us. So we're just being sound, he hasn't said nothing bad, he's just trying to, and he might just be saying it just so that we don't do nothing bad, you know what I mean? He's going, no illegal activity in the shop, you know. And I'm like, listen, mate, I've got loans off me dad, and I've got this, I've done this and all that. And he's going, it's some fucking loan, that lad, isn't it? So he's like, can I have a look around? Now he's asking us, can he? Do you know what I mean? Because he's the landlord and I've got rights. So we're like, yeah. He's walking around, you can see all tellies everywhere, you can see gyms and all that. And he's just like, he's proper impressed. He's impressed how kids, no, to him, we're kids, how we've just done that. Do you know what I mean? And in that like small space of time as well. And then he sees the 24-hour sign and he goes, what's this? And I'm like, we're going to do a 24-hour floss. And he goes, what are you talking about? And I'm like, well, yeah, well, here's what we're doing. We're going to do it online and that. And there's people who are from different countries. And he's going, oh, you're trying to go global with it? We're like, well, online, we ain't no proper bludgeon. I don't even know where. You know what? I've been hanging out with Scouts for too long. I'm just fast on my feet. And you know what? I look up to Scouts, mate, his boss. He's like, you know, the things he's done already and all that. And listen, so this fella, right, he does seem like a bit of an head, but I don't reckon he's got nothing on Scouts and Ezo and all that, and he probably will know Ezo, won't he, obviously, do you know what I mean? But let's just leave that where it is for now. let's just keep him as a landlord, do you know what I mean? We're not going to do it, but you know what? And in my head I'm thinking, no, if you fucking never say a word to me, mate, I will get the firm down that fast as shame, and we'll fucking blow the shop to pieces. Now, it doesn't need to be like that, because you have to have different types of life, do you know what I mean? You have to have like a work life, a legit one, and then you have to have what you're doing in the underworld or in the underground. Now, we're deep now, listen, we're deep now, you know, me, Noodles and Eddie, right? We are in with this firm, I don't care what you say, you know, they give us the car, we've wrapped the car, they bought us all kinds of everything like that, but in my head, secretly, I'm like thinking, if these got a little list with a bill on what we're going to have to pay back, you know, like, do you know what I mean? So, you know, thinking that's always give us, you know, we were supposed to give him the 20 grand and then he gives it back and he gives another 30 grand, you know, think about it, never had nothing like that in my life. It's like, you know, I'd love him to be my dad, I'd love Scouser to be my dad. Sounds mingy and like, you know, being gay on, but I'd love him to be my dad, because, you know, he's got kids as well, you know, he's got 2 little kids, I don't know, like, nothing about it, but I just know he has, and I was just thinking, you know what, you know, like, his kids, they must just have smashed it already, and they just smashed it before they even get to school. Belter fella, listen, believe me now. So we phoned the taxi, we get back, now we're sitting in the bar, right, and we're in the bar in the Malmaison, in the like, hotel. I get a phone call, and it's Izo, and I'm like, alright, what's happening? And he goes, there's going to be someone coming there now, right, he's going to leave keys to the secretary desk for you, and logbooks, fill the logbooks in. I want you to go straight to the post office now, right? I want you to send the logbooks back in your proper name. I want you to take a picture of it, and I want you to do it by record delivery. And I'm just like, what do you mean? He's going, never mind, what do you mean? And he's going, there's going to be trade plates on the car because you're not insured yet. So I'm just thinking, what's happening here? So about half an hour goes past. Next thing, this fella, you should see the size of this fella. Listen to me now. I swear, he looks like Brock Lesnar. Look like just proper ringer of Brock Lesnar, massive. And he just walks in. So I walk up and says, all right, mate. He just proper ignores me. And I'm like, yeah, it's probably, he just ignores me. So he put these keys on the counter in an envelope and just walks away, and that's it, with these logbooks in it. So I goes over, and she's like, all right, such and such. So I said, yes, that's me. And she's going, he was a bit abrupt, wasn't he? I was like, I don't know, mate, always this envelope, right, there's logbooks, right, and car keys, and it's Volkswagen car keys, goes out, there's a VR6 outside. Oh my God, with stay plates on it. Now, I didn't really understand what stay plates were, but Noodles was on it. He goes, like, that means you can drive the car. It's like, you know, a garage, insurance and all that. You can drive with them plates and like that. So I'm like, Sam, like, let's go do it, mate, get in this car. Yeah, my God, it was a beast, proper beast, right? So we go to the postie, sorts all the loggies out and all that, and then just sends the picture and all that. Next thing, Scouser phones up and he goes, lad, give me your name and address and everything I need like that, and I'll sort insurance out for you now. And I'm like, yeah. He goes, well, give me everyone else's as well. I'm going to get 3 years insured on this car. Listen to me now. I'm going to give you this car. This car's off me. It was a write-off. So it's like a catty or a catchy, I don't know what he was on about. He said, now, it's a belter car, there's nothing wrong with the car, it's always being fixed in my mate's garage, and it's Izo's mate as well. Izo's got a garage in Manny, so that's the car, that's your car now, and we're giving it to you, right? Listen to me now, because we're going to get rid of this plate, because the plate's outside where we are, and we don't want it around here, as my phone said. Yeah, listen, let me just break character a minute, right? My mate's on his way now, and I've got to go and do something, so I'm just going to carry this story on for as long as I can until my mate comes, all right, and that's that. So it's about 20 minutes so far. I'm going to try and get to 45, but I don't know, because something's happened and I've got to go and deal with it, right? So let's get back into the character, right? So we decided to go on a little ride, like around the city and all that, just have a little look around in this fucking golf and all that. So we're flying. Next thing he sees this car and recognises it, I'm like, no way. And the last three letters on the reg, I remembered it. And it's my mate Azzo. Now, Azzo is my mate who, when I went down there first, I knocked at his, you know, to go stay at his, and he wasn't there, he was away with his dad. I just totally forgot about him, know what's going on and all that. So I'm just like, beep. I know what I told us, this is how he does it, right? And I was saying to my mate, listen, there's my mate there, Azzo, and no one knew he was, I didn't know he was, like, he went, who's Azzo? He said, lad, he's a fucking proper banger. And he's going, well, I've never heard of him, I'm like, listen to me, lad, he's a banger. So he said, let's just have him off the wall. So we're behind him and now we're flashing and all that, and all you can see in his review mirror is just like lads in the car chasing him. So I'm saying to him, listen, he'll jump out the car in front of you know. And I'm like, nah, I'm like, listen to me, lad, he will jump out the car in front of you. And I know him, he's like me proper good mate, you know what I mean? I haven't seen him for ages, but he's proper good mate, and I know him, he's got proper, he's got more front than Blackpool, let me tell you right now, I know he will. So we're following, right? And I knew what he was doing, because he was trying to like go places where, if it was just coincidence, we wouldn't follow him. So he does a left up the side street, so we follow him, and he goes round and does, and then goes back up the side street. So as we follows him round, goes back to the side, he just slams on right, jumps out the car with a hammer, and just comes running over. And I just put the window down and go, lad, you're dead. He's going, no way, lad. He's going, lad, I thought I was getting proper done or something there, lad. I was going, and the lads in the car, we knew that they were just like, yeah, lad, he's proper got front. He's like, what? He's going, what's that? And he looks at Eddie, and he goes to Eddie, are you Tony's mate? And Eddie goes, yeah. And he goes, no way. And he goes, lad, I've seen you before. He's going, where, lad? So they end up talking, they end up doing know each other. And he's like, no way, lad. But he didn't know his name, but he knew his face sort of thing, you know what I mean? And they're just like getting on, and he's going, what are you doing with him? What are you doing with Spackle, lad? Spackle, what are you doing now, do you, lad? I said, didn't know, didn't you, Mark? Said, I knocked yours, you lad. She said she knocked that, lad, but didn't say what for, and he's going, and I've tried to phone her, but I haven't got your number. I'm like, I'm on a new number, lad. He's like, yeah. So he's like, no way. He's going, what are you up to? We're like, well, we're in a Malmaison, man. He's going, why? So I'm filming him in all that. And he doesn't know Scouse at all. He knows our level, but he doesn't know Scouse and that. And I'm like, lad, we are proper deep at that fair. You know, and he's going to me, lad, bend me on. I'm like, what? He's going, lad, bend me on. He's going, I'm not even working no more, lad, bend me on. And I'm like, what? He's going, lad, bend me on. He's going, lad, I'll do anything, lad. He's going, lad, I've got bills coming out of my ears and all that. He said, birds fuming on me and all this and all that. And I'm like, go on, sound. So you know what? Now there's 4 of us. Now we are a solid 4-man firm, just like a mixture of Manx and Scousers. And listen to me now, we are flying. This is going to be heavy. So I'm like, yeah, I said, follow us then, lad. He's like, nah, he's going through my car's got no insurance. I'm like, hasn't it? No. He's like, no. I'm like, that bad? He's going, lad, listen to me, I'm on my ass bad. I said, yeah, we'll follow you to yours, put your car away, jump in this car. He's like, go on, son. I said, get some stuff to stay. He's like, what? I said, lad, stay in the hotel with us. And he's going, yeah. I'm like, lads, I'm getting a flour with noodles. Top and tail the flour with noodles. He's like, go ahead. I'm like, lad, it's all paid for. Everything is like, lad, we can just drink what we want, we can do what we want. And he's going, yeah. He's going, what off them? He's going, lad, how are you in with them that much? I was going, lad, there's loads to tell you. So we goes to this, drops his car off, and I get to our car, and we're just flying, I'm just filling it in. I'm going, lad, he's bought his car. He's going, why are the tray plates on the car? I'm like, lad, I don't even know. And he was like, well, here's why. And just started hitting him with all cars. And he's like, oh yeah, because he's on it, you know what I mean? And he's going, lad, lend them tray plates. I'm like, lad, I can't. He's going, lad, when your car's insured, lend them tray plates so I can drive around. And I'm like, all right, sounds, you know, no one's told me to give no tray plate back or nothing like that. So, what? Do me make a favour, you know? I don't want to push me luck, though, you know, I don't want to push me luck, but I'm like, go on, Sam. I said, you know what, I'll just ask him anyway. He's like, go on, Sam. So next thing, we're all in the hotel, right, and we're just having a bevy, and I'll let over our mate, we're having a proper laugh. And you know what? It's boss, mate, it's boss. So there's me, there's Azzo, there's Noodles, and there's Eddie, right? And Azzo and Eddie, they're already mates. They're not mates, but you know what I mean? They're familiar with each other, so they're just getting on with it. Listen to me, it's a proper boss firm now. You'd think Scousers and Manx, you know, they don't get along. Listen to me now, we have got a proper tight firm, right? And the backup we've got, do you know what I mean? It's unbelievable. He hasn't heard of Ezo. I don't mean he hasn't heard him, but he hasn't heard him being with Scousers and that. So he's talking to him about Ezo, and he's like, Ezo from where? He's like, yeah, he's going, lad, he's sick him. And he's going, lad, they're all sick. He's going, lad, Scouser, all them, lad. And then he knows Levy anyway. He's going, that's a proper heavy firm, lad. So I'm telling him about what happens, you know, the everything that happens. And he's going, lad. Now, we got 10 grand, so we split it 4 ways. You know, we got 2.5 grand each, but Jenko, we got dropped off, didn't he? So we ended up with the 7.5 grand. And then when we took chasing that, but we took the dough with us anyway. Eddie had the dough. So we was in like a rucksack, and he had the rucksack on with both, like sitting in the back of the car with a rucksack on. So when he took chase, we've had the dough anyway, just in case we took chase, but we weren't supposed to take chase. But it's just, you know, it's just natural, isn't it? And it was a good job we did. Imagine we left the dough in the car with 3 moved. So we're just like, lad. So I'm like, I said, lad, what are we going to do? He's like, this, that. Now, we still had a bit of dough in our account, right? So I just said, yeah, because listen to me now, he's done proper good favours for me. So I'm like, yeah, what do you need? What money do you need, lad? He's going, well, that's transferring it right now. And he's going to me, lad, you proper lands on your feet there, you know. Now, the dough, what's in the account, you know, there's a few grand left over now. I'm not going to rob it because it's not our dough, but I've got the dough there what I can give back, and I'm happy to it, you know what I mean? Because, you know, listen to me now, he's one of my good mates, and, you know, that's who I called on, you know what I mean? He's my mate who I called on when I was in trouble. Now, he wasn't in, but he would have stood on for me. So I'll stand on for him. So I'll just give him a few grand, and he's going, oh, lad, nice one. So he sent his Mars some dough. His phone his Mars, like, listen, I've got that dough there, I'll give you a bit extra. And his Mars was like, oh, listen, you know, they're having a little reunion because they must be arguing over something, whatever's going on. And they're all saying that. And you know what, it felt good. It was like a warm feeling, knowing that I've been able to help someone. All right, we might be about, we could possibly be about 70 grand in debt. But no one's hit us with a bill, and I haven't accepted no bill. So as far as I'm concerned now, listen to me now, the turn of events, we are flying, and I mean we are flying, right? So let's see what happens there, right? You know, we're in the hotel, we're all having a baby, and then next thing, this lad called Marky, right, he rings us off a new number, but I didn't know it was him, and he goes, what's happening? And I recognised his voice, because he's like a proper like Leeds lad, you know, says all like the way they talk and all that, so I'm on it. And I'm like, what's happening, mate? I'm like, what's happening? And he's like, well, listen, here's what we want to do. Scouser wants you to come up to Liverpool. I'm like, when? He said, not today, tomorrow. And he's going to bring you somewhere, right? You're coming on your own, don't bring no one else. But he wants to introduce you to something. And I'm just like, yeah. And I'm thinking, you know, if that's their graft, you know, if that's their factory, you know, if he brings me there, right, listen to me now. It's going to be one of them things where once you know certain information, right, you are in deep, right? And listen to me. If he does that for me, if he brings me into this factory, I don't mean like bends me on it, but even if he just brings me there, think about that. That means we've moved up a level, haven't we? So, what's going to happen with that? What's going to happen with that? So I haven't even said a word. I'm not saying a word. Listen to me. I'm not even telling Noodles. I'm not saying a word. I'm just not saying nothing. So I'm like, Sans, when it was the phone down, he's like, what was that? I said, oh, no, just some kids, one of their friends, what just talking to me about the car. Like, yeah. Now, oh my God, listen to me. I've got like goosebumps. And I'm thinking, I know I'm probably just like, you know, over projecting how deep I am in with them, but it could be. Take it off his head. Take it off his head. Let him see what's going on. What's happening, lads? How are you doing, mate? You feeling all right, eh? Feeling good, are you, lads? Ooh, you're in a world of pain now, lads, aren't you? Hey, you're in a world of pain now, lads. You know why? Because watch what we do to you, lads, yeah? Yeah, do you want to see something funny, lads? You know, you're laughing, lads, you and your mate on the bike letting all kinds off in funerals. Do you want to see something funny, lads? Yeah. Here's something funny, lads. Bring him in. Bring him in. Not the lads who paid you. Do you want to see where he is now? You ready, lads? Face that way, face that way. Bring him in. There he is, lads. Say hello. Oh, we can't talk, can he? Oh, where's his arms done, lads? Where's his arms done, lads? Where's his arms? Bring one of his arms in. You want to shake hands with him? Yeah, I'll tell you what, shake hands with your mate who paid you, lads. Shake his hand. Shake his fucking hand now. Shake your mate's hand, lads. They are a lovely little reunion, this, isn't it, lads? Get him out of my face right now. See you, lads. See you, right. Say my little kid's name, lads. Say his name. You got the card, didn't you? You got the card, didn't you? Say my little kid's name, lads, who you killed. Say it. Say his name. Say his fucking name, right? See this hand, lads? This hand's going to do something to you, right? That you've only had in nightmares, lads. Say my little fucking kid's name now. Say it. Baby Thomas. Bang! Craft knife in his mouth, tongue out, you little fucking rat. Yeah, hold your tongue, lads, hold your tongue. Hold your tongue in the same man, just shook your mate's hands with it, lads. Now, do you know what this is, lads? Do you know what I've got here? Pass me that needle. Do you know what this is, lads? Ooh, it's not Bobby, lads, because if it was Bobby, you'd be flying. Do you know what it is, lads? It's called paralytics, lads. Now, do you know what this does to your mate? Do you know what this does to your mate? It makes you fully aware of what's going on. You can feel the pain, right? But guess what? You won't be able to move, right? Because you know when you think that you're getting it now and you've come to accept that you're getting it now, you're not getting it now, lads. I'm going to keep you for weeks, lads. You are getting it, right? And here's what we're going to do to you, lads. Fingers are gone, but they're not gone where they're at the edges. We're going to clip tie it so you don't bleed out, right? So there's that. We're going to take every one of your fingers, lad, right? See your legs? We've got tourniquets, lads. Yeah, we're going to take them off, yeah? I'm going to take everything off you, lads. I'm going to take your toes. I'm going to take your feet. I'm going to take your legs. I'm going to take everything off you one by one. See this drip? See this drip, right? I want to keep it alive. I want to keep it alive, lads. You are in a world of pain now, lad, right? And I mean, what cat got your tongue? The fact you had the audacity to let off in fuels, right? Even just that alone, lads, on your little shed-ons, thinking you're on one. Let's see how much you're on one now, lad, yeah? Let's see how much you're on one now. Give me the list. Does he answer the questions, yeah? Your favourite song, yeah? Okay, well, here's what I'm going to do, lads. I'm going to put your favourite song on repeat for you while you're getting it. So your favourite song is going to be playing over and over and over and over in your head, over and over and over. And can you see the room what you're in now? Lad, you're 4 floors down, yeah? You're 4 floors down. Guess what? No one's going to hear you. No one's going to come to you. No one's going to do nothing for you. And guess what else? I've got your brother. Your brother's coming tonight, yeah? Your brother's coming tonight. And he's going to be sitting with you. And we're going to do the same to him as well, right? I'm going to give you this coin now. I want you to flick up. I want you to nod once for heads. And I want you to nod twice for tails. And you know, if you get it wrong, there's your mum and dad coming too. You want to start playing fucking games with me, lads? You just killed me little baby, lads. You've killed me unborn child. Me bird, you've paralysed me bird, lads. Watch what I fucking do to you, mate. And I'm excited about it. Right? And it's not just going to be me. It's going to be a few other people as well, yeah? Do you know who our kid is, lads? Do you remember him? Guess what? Here's our kid as well, lads, yeah, and that was his nephew, lads. So think about that, lads, right? The doctor said it was a little boy, lads, but, you know, you took that away from me, lads. You killed my little unborn baby, lad, right? For money, lads, yeah. Where's your boss, lads? Oh, your boss is in bits. He's in bits, isn't he, lads? What's happening, lads? Hey, give him a little wave. What's going on, bro? Yeah. Know what, lads? That's it. Let the games fucking begin, lads. And you know what? Flick the coin now. Give me that. Flick the coin now, right? Do you want heads or do you want tails, mate? You want heads, okay? You ready for heads? Now, this is your mum and dad's life upon it. And anyone else in the house, right? Whoever's in that fucking house. We've got your address. Is this your address? Nod once for yes. Two for no. Well, you don't need to nod twice because we already know. Do you want to know why? Pass me the envelope. Because here's the pictures of them all, lads. You didn't think it through, did you, lads? You didn't think it through. Yeah, you didn't think it through. Now, you know what? I sit here sometimes, right, and the game I'm in, lad, right, it's sometimes it could be, you know, a bit disastrous, right? But you know, lads, you are going to get it on another level, right, that you can't even fathom. Whatever you're thinking now, it's going to be well worse every day. You will be crying for me to kill you, lads. And you know what? I'm not going to do it because I've got to go and see my bird who's in the hospital, lad. So you know while I go to the hospital, you're going to be sitting here, lad, just imagining the horrific shit I do to you as soon as I see you lying in that bed, yeah? Lad, you made your bed, right, and you're not going to lie in it. You're going to be in pieces in it, you little fucking rat. Right, now let's all take a deep breath and calm it down for a little minute. We'll come back to this divvy, his brother, his mum and dad, and everyone else he fucking knows who was in the house later on in the story, right? So let's just take a deep breath. And I'll tell you how it all happened, right? So I phoned one of your mates, and one of your mates, he's got a firm in Liverpool as well, and the big time to every kid, you know what I mean, to every kids, and, you know, Lindsay's dad, he's done bits with them, like, I know him, don't get me wrong, I know him, he's a good lad and all that, he's a good lad, and, you know, I've got a lot of time for him and all that, and he come to Aussie to see me and all this and all that and all this and all that, right? Now, what's happened is I get a phone call, I was in the Aussie at the time when I got a phone call, and, you know, Lindsay, she's just like 50-50 what's going to happen with her. So I get a phone call, and it's my mate, and my mate's this leader of this firm in Liverpool, he's a proper good lad, you know, I swear it. So he says to me, listen lad, I've got some news for you and all that. So I'm like, yeah, well, what? He's like, I'm not coming to Aussie because there's busy day, which I understand because there was busy day, and these two busies that were there, they were just absolute little rats, you know what I mean? So I can understand what he's saying. So I'm like, yeah, come to the mansion. I said, what have you got for me? He's like, I don't want to tell you on the phone, I want to bring the people who've told me to you, because I'm not relaying information. Now, you see that? That's the difference, right? That's the difference, because it hasn't come from him, it's come from them, and then the people who told him. So I'm like, okay, Sam. So gets our kid, gets a few of the lads and that, and he goes back to mansion and that. So he turns up and that, and they've got this kid with them, right? And this kid, when I'm looking at them, there's two carfuls of them. So I've seen a few of my mates who are knowing that, a few of the proper lads and that, and then there's this car full of just these little gimps. So I'm like, what's that? And I look at one of them, right, and I'm thinking, I know you, but I couldn't like remember where I knew him from, but I knew his face looked familiar, do you know what I mean? So he comes in the gaff and all that. Now, my mate, he's like talking, and this other kid, so I'm like, yeah, that's right, yeah, you used to work for me, didn't you? Now, this kid only worked for me for about a month, but he seemed like an alright lad, so he didn't seem like, I don't know how he knows him, how he knows him is beyond me, do you know what I mean? But, you know, the fact that you're in me gaff now about something this serious is alarming me a little bit. What do you know, lad, right? So he tells me, he shows me all this stuff on the internet and all this Facebook shit and all this, that. So we end up getting a little hint of what's going on. Now, the lad who put me on him, he's there, and apparently he's given 10 grand for info, right? So I'm starting giving the 10 grand back, but he's having none of it. Now, you see that? That's what you call him, mate, right? And you know what? He's moved up a level in my books now. Lindsay's dad, he speaks highly of him, do you know what I mean? He speaks highly of him, he's done bits with him, or, you know, he hasn't told me the ins and outs, but they've been doing something together, I don't know what it is, but he's pointing in the right direction for something, do you know what I mean? So, it's not like he owes him a favour because he's paid the dough, but if he likes him, then I like him, because his judgment is like, you know, he's good, and I knew the lads anyway, but I know one of his mates as well, one of his mates is an absolute lunatic, do you know what I mean? He's a lunatic, so they aren't to be messed with, do you know what I mean? They're good to have on side, and they're good to have as allies, and, you know, as far as I'm concerned, right, they give me a little lead on something that I wouldn't have really known about, do you know what I mean? So, he's given us a good lead. Now, we're big in the game, and they're big in the game. Listen, I'm not trying to say they're not big in the game. They are big in the game, right? They're good, they're good lads, mate, and, you know, the good lads, mate, they got the right morals and all that, and, you know, the kid who's the leader of their firm, he's clever, he's on the ball, he does all kinds of shit. You hear stories of him all around the pool, do you know what I mean? You just know it's him, because all you hear is like M5, yeah, you just know it's something to do with him, do you know what I mean? I don't know the ins and outs, and I'm not going to talk about it, because I don't speak about people, but do you know what? He gave us some good intel, right? So, our kid was there as well, and our kid was saying to me after it, lad, I seen him, and, you know, he come to Aussie, I was talking to him, I was like, are you on him? He's like, lad, I'm proper on him, I'm like, yeah. He's going, yeah, he goes, lad, he's fucking all day, I'm like, yeah. So, the lads who I was with me, the big lads, who I was with the door, they were like, lads, we used to work with him. And I'm like, yeah, I said, oh, I don't know about that, but, you know, you don't need to know about it, it's none of your business, none of my business, just whatever it is, as long as it's not a threat, I don't care. Yeah, so he tells me something, and the lads tell me something, and I'm like, yeah, I thought, you know what, I thought, no way. So they get off and all that. Now we've got this information, right? So when they've all bailed and all that, nice one, see you later. He wouldn't even take the 10 grand off me, but sound lads, you know what I mean? You know, it's 10 grand's nothing to him, is it? So sound mate, but you know what? In my head, I'm like, you know what? I owe you a favour, and you know, whatever we can do for you. Not that they need us, because they'd never call us like that. But if they did, then sounds. Do you understand what I'm saying? Now, people might think, oh, we are fans, and you know, but if you're big in the game, you know everyone in the game. Do you understand me? You might have beef with some people and you mightn't, but you might have allies that people don't expect, and these were good to have as allies, do you know what I mean? They're good to have. And one of his mates, like, now, his mate is like a lunatic, he's a known lunatic, but the main lad, he's not known as a lunatic, but he is, he's like, he's like, who you don't really want to go off with, you know what I mean? Now, I'm not blowing smoke up his ass or nothing like that, but he's a good kid, and what he done for me, I'll never ever forget it, right? So words out, boom, 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 get these to me, get this to me, blah, blah, blah. So we set little traps and all that, we've had intel, we've had people going there, you know what I mean, watching gaps and this, that, because who he's told me about, right? It was someone who's posted something on the internet, and, you know, their kids being killed, and it's linked us to who his best mate was, or who his mate was, who it could be. Now, we're not going all in on him, right? We're not going all in on him, but it could be him, right? It could be him. Now, the silly little boy made the mistake of, there was a couple of mistakes he made, actually, and it was weird. It was weird how stupid you are. You know, you just done something like that to us, you know, we're with the old bands, I'm with the old bands, mate. You've got to be careful, you know, if you start to throw hits on people and all that, for Joe, you need to be careful, right? But it's not just him who wants, because one of the lads in the Sharon, he got put to bed, but the other one didn't. He's escaped. But I want to know who he's being paid by to do it. Do you get what I mean? So now we've got eyes on this kid, right? Because this is important. We've got eyes on this kid. We've got people watching him. We've got people following him, right? And they're oblivious because we're good. You know, we're professionals. This is what we do, right? We're following him with this, with that. And he ends up going to a boozer to meet someone, right? Now, when someone goes to a booze to meet someone, right, and they're just normal, they just walk in, right, but this kid's looking round, he's all paranoid, he's this, that, you can see in his face that he knows that he's in a world of pain, mate, if something ever comes back on it, right? Now, when he goes to this boozer, I don't even know why or how he thought this boozer was sound, but our mate owns this boozer. Do you understand me? So we've got eyes on, we've seen him go in the boozer, but then the next day, I've gone and got the CCTV off the boozer, so I've watched them sitting there, they're laughing, yeah. Now, here's the important part. The lads who he's sitting with, the fella he's sitting with, he passes him something, that's the dough. That's whatever dough he owes him, right? And now, what happens is, the lad who is like giving the dough, I've got major beef with him. We've all got beef with him. He's a little rat, right? He's a little rat. He is big in the game, but, you know, he's a little shithouse vomit, mate. He's a little vomit, right? And he's like, I think, you know, I didn't think at first, because I think he'd have the balls to do it, but now thinking about it, when I've seen it, I'm like, yeah, that's 1,000,000% him, because he got rolled over something, but it wasn't even really us who rolled him. He rolled himself by being a dickhead, you know what I mean? He's tried to bump us and got bumps. Now, the fact we didn't do nothing to him was only because of like, all right, you're a bit of a dickhead and all that. He wasn't really big enough to be asked about. Does that make sense? Now, that's where your underestimate feel comes into it. We underestimate him a little bit because he's a dickhead. Yeah, he's just a fat dickhead. Now, what he's done is, he's took it to the next level. He must have heard about the funeral, and I know quite well that he must have heard about the party after it, because I know someone who he knows, and the person who he knows knew about the funeral, knew about the party after it, so I can connect the dots. Listen to me, I'm connecting the dots, and I'm just like, you little rat, mate, you little fucking rat. You want to start all that, yeah, sound, let's go. So I already, listen to me, I know for a fact it's them. I know it's just, there's too much linking, there's too much shit going together where it can't be them. And no one's heard nothing off anyone else, there's been nothing else on the streets, and we've got eyes and ears everywhere, all over the pool, all over the northwest. I'm asking firms, I'm asking this, I'm asking that. Everyone's just like, lad, listen to me, if I knew anything I'd tell you. And they fucking would, because this is serious, yeah. You've just killed me kid, you've just paralysed me bird. Listen to me, who do you think you are? Yeah, and whoever's getting it, he's getting it, and everyone knows they don't want a part of it because they just know, and we're all out. Listen to me, listen, you just paralysed old man's daughter, mate, and killed his grandkids. You're getting it from about 10 different angles, you know what I mean? And our kid's a lunatic, and he's like, lad, that was my nephew, they've killed me nephew. So it's going off, so we're all out, we're button so everywhere. Listen, I'll give you this, I'll give you that, find me some, and no one's come back with none, except for me mate. He's the only one who come back with a lead. So when we followed them and we've been watching and all that, we've had eyes on them for about a week. It's them. It cannot be them. And the cheeky little rat didn't even bail out the house. He's still in the same house, right? So I'm like, all right, Sam. So what the original plan was, we were going to go and just do them. We were just going to go and do them, right? So we get blacked out and all that. We goes down there and all that, right? And as we goes down there, what does we see? We sees the shit on. We sees the exact same bike, not even in the house, outside the gaff. What are you on about, lad? What are you on about? So we've come back, and I've been like, yeah, right, listen, go and grab him, go and nap him, the person who's paid him, nap him, and get him tonight. They're like, all right, because he's easy to get, everyone knows where he is, do you know what I mean? And the little bellend's still being brazen, and he's all sitting there thinking he's top of the world and all this and all that. So anyway, we've sent a different firm down, who's our firm, but like, not us, do you know what I mean? Dave grabs him, they phone me, I'm like, take him, such and such. Now we've got this gaff, right, and this gaff is just heavy. It's like a red room, but it's, you know, I don't want to sound like it's like all dark web shit, but it's like a red room, right? And where we are, it's 4 floors down, no one can hear you crying, mate. Believe me, we've had a few people in there, we've just battered them. We haven't necessarily ended them, but we've battered them. And the screams, listen, your screams can't be heard, right? Know what? My goal is to get this lad who's paid them and the lad on the Sharon into this room, right? And you know, when I get these, right, you know, when I get my hands on these, mate, watch what happens, right? So gets a phone call, be like, so we bailed from there. Now we sneaked up on this gaff, we were ballied up and all that, we sneaked up on this gaff, seen the shit on, and we just thought, abort, because if I get in now, or I go in like all guns blazing and we do them, then the main lad who's paid them, he's going to know and he's going to bail, because he'll be like, yeah, Dave's just absolutely just been like, and just spilt the beans. So what we want to do, we want to get them by the element of surprise, don't we? Get them both at the same time, more or less, you know what I mean? So once we've got word that we've napped the fat diffy, the bellends who's paid them, and he's in there, that gaff right now, we've got some fella there, and that fella's called the Butcher. Listen to me, he's not called the Butcher for nothing, right? So he phones me up and he's like, what shall I do? I said, lad, see what you done for, lad? I said, all in. He's like, all right. So I can hear him saying to him, say hello to him on the phone. And the kid's just like, it wasn't me. He was going, bam. So I don't even know what he's done to them yet, but I know he's not going to be fucking breathing by the time we get back there, right? So we grabbed this kid, he ends up going through this door, just absolutely burst this door, grabbed the kid and all that. And the lad, he's got a brother, and the brother's a bit of a prick as well. So I'm not asked, he's just getting it just through association, you know what I mean? So we grabs him, naps him, grabs his heads, where he's in the boot, he's proper, where he's just fucking clips eyes up, belly on and all that, like a hood thing over his head, and he's wounded, and he's like, so just put tape over his mouth, like, watch what happens to you, lad. Now, there isn't really any more information that he can give me, because I've got the information. So all I'm going to do now is play with him. I'm going to play with him, right? And to be fair, he is getting it, and it will be the last time he fucking sees his house again. Let's just put it that way. Last time he sees his mum, last time he sees his dad. And you know what? I'm sort of half like past the point of caring, where all these morals and all that. You know what? Lad, I might even just nap your ma and dad as well, and just make you watch what we do to them. Do you know what I mean? You start to end my bloodline, lad. I'm gonna fucking end yours. So we've got this kid in the booth and the phone's with Zara, the phone's when he's there. I'm like, where are you? He's like, in the Aussie. I said, how's you doing? He's like, not so good, lad, this, that, you know, fluctuations and all that. I said, yeah. I said, yeah, I said, we've got them. He's like, where are you going? I said, that gaff. He's like, yeah, he went, hang on a minute. I said, what do you mean? He said, have you got, what are you going to do? I said, I'm just going to do this, that. Now, I had the intention of, like, you know, causing major damage, but I was only going to be like all in one night, you know what I mean? Because I didn't know about this stuff. So I said to the dad, what do you recommend? And he went, well, yeah, I want a piece of them as well, because he's looking at me, listen to him, he's a sick OG, mate. He's good, he gets on his hands, you know, he's got experience. He's like, let me go and speak to one of the surgeons in here. And I'm like, yeah. He said, he's one of my mates. I said, all right, go on, son. So I didn't know what it was. So he phones me and he's like, yeah, send someone down to grab this stuff off me, now these vials. I said, what are they? He went, well, what do you do? You know, they just paralyse you and, you know, you're still awake. I said, all right. I said, so what? Keeping them? He's like, lad, I said, let's keep them as long as we can keep them. And I was like, yeah, that's music to my ears, that's what I mean. I'm like, all right, sound. So then I send someone up there and he comes back with these vials, you know, injections and all that. And it's like, I don't know what they use it for, hospitals and all that, but, you know, it's proper heavy gear, mate. And what it does is it paralyses you. So you're still awake, you're still like fully conscious, but you can't move, do you know what I mean? So, yeah, sound, that'll do. So I'm just like, go ahead, sound. So we get to all that, and then our kid's with me. So he goes to me, what are we going to do? So I told him, he's going to me, lad, you are sick. I'm like, shut up, lad. I said, he's like, I know. He said, I know he doesn't know. He said, but he's going like, this will be like mad to watch. He said, let's just watch what happens here. I'm like, yeah. I said, sound. He's going, all right. I said, what are you going to do? He said, I'm going to take him apart piece by piece, mate. Piece by piece. And I reckon, like, with these drips as well, because the dad passed us drips and all that, I said, with these drips and that, I'll keep him alive for about 6 weeks. Now, what I already knew was if you're doing something like that, then all you need is like tablespoons of water and a tablespoon of honey every day. That keeps you alive for 6 weeks as well. 3 tablespoons of water and a tablespoon of honey. That'll keep a man alive while you torture him. Do you know what I mean? But this shit is next level, mate. This is next level. The kid in the booth, he can hear everything we're saying. Yeah, he can hear the phone calls, he can hear what we're doing. He knows what's coming to him, right? Because he just knows. And what we've done is, you know where the armrest is in the middle of the back? We've had that like open a bit so we can hear him. Do you know what I mean? He's wrapped up in that, he can't talk like that, he's got tape over and all that, but he can hear us. And it was on purpose because I want him to hear what we're going to do to him, do you know what I mean? So imagine what he's thinking, he must just be in a world of shit here, mate. So he gets to this gaff right now, wherever it is, it's secluded and it's sad and no one can hear you cry, mate, no one will hear a word. So I goes in first and I says to that kid, yeah, stay with him a minute while I go in first and see what's happened to the soft lad. Now, soft lad is the one who paid him. So goes down all the steps and all that, goes into the basement sort of part. As I'm walking down, right, it's just dead quiet. I'm thinking, that's a bit quiet. The butcher, I'm thinking, where's the butcher? Next thing the butcher comes out, he's like, what's that? And I said, what's that? And he's just got all kinds all over him, like aprons on and all that. And he just know that's just been a proper scene. I said, where's he? He said, he's in there. I said, done. He said, night, lad. I said, yeah. He said, with a twist though. When he goes in, the kid's got no arms. And there's this other kid there, and this other kid is like, he's the butcher's like, I think he's his nephew or something like that. I think he's just like keeping it in the family or something, like it's passed on from like generation to generation. I don't know, but this other kid, he was over the top happy for what it was. Like, what's happening? Oh, what's happening, mate? What's happening, mate? All shaking hands, like, there's a lot of buy. All right, Sam, that's your ball there. So I'm like, all right, I said, the other one's coming now. He said, what are we going to do? He said, I want to play with him for a bit, lads. I want to play with him for a bit. And me and the butcher, right, I met the butcher years ago, and I met the butcher. I was on a train when I met the butcher, and something happened. There was a bit of a kerfuffle, let's just say, kerfuffle on the train, and I stood on for the butcher because there was more to one than there wasn't, but he was blazed up and I didn't know that. So he was happy about it and all that, but at the end of it, he went, yeah, he went, if you wouldn't have stood up there and tell me, he said, they would have went night and just showed me these blades, and I was just like, wow, I don't want to mess with someone like that. He just looks like a normal fella, but he's sick, he is the sickest kid ever. I ended up getting on him and all that, and this, that, and then when I spoke to the dad about him, the dad was like, I know him, yeah, he's called the butcher, and I'm like, he had blades, and he's like, yeah, he's the butcher, he will have. I was like, yeah. He said, he gets rid of people and all. I'm like, does he? Yeah. And to me at the time, because I was only brand new on the scene at the time, it just sounded like something of a film to me. But over the years, I realised that this kid's not messing around, you know what I mean? He's on your phone. Listen, he was sitting there eating his tea. He'll come and do you something. He'll go back and finish his tea off. Without the second thought in the world. He's just one of them types of fellas, you know what I mean? They're dangerous because he just looks proper sound, you know what I mean? We used to play like, not role play, but we used to talk in fiction, obviously, and be like, yeah, well, what you do? And he'd be like, psychological, lads, you're going psychological's the way forward. Before you do them, make them understand what you're going to do. You know, like proper sadistic, like proper sadistic fella, do you know what I mean? So I sort of half remember you saying that, and we used to have this thing where we'd laugh about it. Now, at the time when we were talking about it, it was only a laugh, and he'd go and give them questionnaires, I see what you mean, ask them what the best food is, ask them what the best music is, and then just use it against them. So I was like, alright. So he said to me, what are you going to do with him now? I said, I'm going to bring him in now. I said, and he goes, do you want to give him a questionnaire? A questionnaire? Yes, I'll go ahead, lad. So he's like, alright, so he's got these, like, he's writing these things down, these questions down, all that. So I'm just looking at him thinking, yeah, he's sick. And now, listen, we're all in, right? And this is statistics, so brace yourself for this, because this just go, like, it's another level. And I think people were showing off in front of people as well, you know, just like, trying to get, because look what they did, look what, yeah. Now you might start thinking, yeah, right, look what he did to us, yeah. He killed an unborn kid. Even he shot a kid, the ricochet, it shot a kid who was nothing to do with it, and that kid got it in the shoulder, do you know what I mean? What about him? What about his family? What about his road to recovery? For what? Two little bellends doing work for someone who they don't even know for dough. Lad. And his mate got put night on the night it happened by our kid, and he got two in his head. And this kid, what, he hasn't even moved out the house, you know. If that was me, and I done something like that, I wouldn't even be in the country. I would have been in somewhere snide like Uruguay. I'd have just been in Uruguay. I'd have been a farmer in Uruguay in the middle of nowhere, just like, yeah, sounds still para, even in the middle of Uruguay as a farmer. Do you know what I mean? But he went, it's like he didn't care. Yeah? And then he went to get his dough as well, in a boozer, off the fella who's paid him. And it's our boozer. Well, it's not ours, but it's our mates. How don't you know this information? It's bizarre. You know, lads, you just made that. And then, to put the icing on the cake, we goes there and the Sharon's outside. Lads, he didn't even have the bike. So he's taught, if I had that bike, it's going to be banging if someone sees it. But if I leave it out in the open, it'll be like, yeah, it wasn't me, or why would I leave it there? Listen, we know 101% it was you. We know it's you, because we've been watching you for ages. We know it's you. So there's absolutely no doubt in my mind. There's no doubt in anyone's mind. So let's not get that mistaken, right? Let's just not get that mistaken. There's no doubt in our minds. It's him, right? And he's the one who done it. So do you know what? Now it's time to dance, mate. Now it's time to dance. You know what? I'm going to do some proper heavy things to you now, lad. Not just like, not only like you're fuming and you think I do this to him, I do that. Now, do you know what? I'll be honest with you. I've turned to a different person. I'm going to be the horriblest person even I can think of. And I know some horrible people. Do you know what I mean? So I goes out to the car, says to that kid, right, what's that? He said, well, I said, take him in there, let him see him for a minute, he's got a questionnaire for him. Our kid's going, what? I said, just take him down there, lad. So I'm sitting outside, right, and where the car is, there's loads of it's like land around it. So I'm just building a joint, I'm having a joint and all that, and I'm just like, my head's gone. Our kid comes back and he's going to me, lad, he's sick. I'm like, any lad? He's going, yeah, you wouldn't think it, would you? I'm like, nah, you wouldn't. He's going, what you doing? He said, he's got a questionnaire for him. So I'm telling him what it is. He goes, oh, lad, you're fucked. I'm like, innit? I said, lad, is there any limo? He went, what? He said, how do I know, lad? I said, you know, the other day, he said, yeah. I said, where's your bag? He's going, lad, the bag's in the boot. So I was like, yes, lad, it is right, because I didn't know that. Now, the car, what he's on about, it's like round the back, because we come here in the car first, and we had a plate already here, so then we've gone and grabbed them to run them back here, do you know what I mean? Because we're going to melt that car, obviously, and then we're going to go back in the other car. So I'm like, yeah, lad, I told you, I'll have a little stripe on that. And, you know, so I was in the dark phone with me. He's like, what time? So I said, are you there? I said, yeah. He said, all right. I said, it'll be about an hour and a half. I said, all right. He went, don't end him. I said, I'm home. So I said, listen, I've got plans and that. He's like, all right. So I said, he's like, she's still out, mate. I said, I might get down there later. And he's like, no. He said, leave it tonight. He said, just deal what you're dealing with. And I'll come and see you in a bit. He said, I'm going to bring a couple of people with me as well. I'm like, all right, sounds. He's like, yeah. He said, what you doing? I said, well, he's gone night. The other one, you know, the money pays him. He's like, all right. He said, he's been dismembered. I'm like, yeah. He went, I do it. To him, it's just not, but, you know, I'm not being funny, you know, I'm not shook off it, but, you know, when you're walking down, you see people like, you know, all dismembered and no arms and all that, and everyone's laughing about it. You know, you didn't deserve it, so it's not even like you don't feel our ass. You're just like, yeah, it is what it is, and you just like, you know what I mean, next thing you just get out the bag of lemons, like, bang, and you know what, it was like, I don't know, it was mad. As soon as I had a stripe in it, right, I was just like, you know what, I started getting angry. You know, sometimes when you have a stripe in it, it like sort of like enhances what mood you're in. So if you're angry and you have a stripe, you're 10 times angry, or if you're happy, you're 10 times happier. So this you know, and I don't mean a stripe, I mean like heavy, I mean like gram stripes, one up each nostril, do you know what I mean, proper flake raw. So it's just kicked in, right, and I'm just like, you know what, right, I'm thinking, you know what, now's the time, and all that. So this kid had been brought in the other day, we had like a hood over his head and all that. So he's been sat down in one room, and his mate who paid him, he's in the other room, right. Now I already know about his mate, obviously. So I just walks in the gaff, right, and you know, as soon as I crossed that silver line on the door, I was a different person, mate. I don't know what, it was evil, you know, and looking back at it, it was evil, mate, but it was deserved. So sometimes you have to do the wrong thing for the right reason, and you know what, I'm not even asked. It was the right thing. He done wrong, he didn't need to do that, but I'm doing right because I'm rectifying that. So if he'll do that to us, he'll do it to anyone. Yeah, could be your kids, at a birthday party, it could be anyone. Now, I'm not trying to say I'm a martyr, I'm not trying to say I did it for the people. I've done it for me and my unborn kid that he's just killed, and my bird who's lying in hospital now, who's potentially going to be paralysed for the rest of her life. I'm not going to leave that girl, I'm not going to walk away from her, I'm going to be side by side with her no matter what. So look what you've done to all of us now. I'm not being like, oh, it's a bird, and it's not, it's a bird, but look what you've done to me life. We're only young, we were only young. Yeah, we were supposed to have a kid. That was the start of the family. I didn't even know about the kid. And I'm just winding myself up, right? And I just walks around, this kid's just sitting there with us on, and I'm just like, take it off his head, let him see what's going on. What's happening, lads? How are you doing, mate? You feeling all right, eh? Feeling good, are you, lads? Ooh, you're in a world of pain now, lads, aren't you? Hey, you're in a world of pain now, lads. You know why? Because watch what we do to you, lads, yeah? Yeah, do you want to see something funny, lads? You know, you're laughing, lads, you and your mate on the bike letting all kinds off in funerals. Do you want to see something funny, lads? Yeah. Here's something funny, lads. Bring him in. Not the lads who paid you. Do you want to see where he is now? You ready, lads? Face that way. Bring him in. There he is, lads. Say hello. Oh, we can't talk, can he? But where's his arms gone, lads? Where's his arms gone, lads? Where's his arms? Bring one of his arms in. You want to shake hands with him? Yeah, I'll tell you what, shake hands with your mate who paid you, lads. Shake his hand. Shake his fucking hand now. Shake your mate's hand, lads. They are a lovely little reunion, this, isn't it, lads? Get him out of my face right now. See you, lads. Right. Say my little kid's name, lads. Say his name. You got the card, didn't you? Say my little kid's name, lads, who you killed. Say it. Say his name. Say his fucking name, right? See this hand, lads? This hand's going to do something to you, right? That you've only had in nightmares, lads. Say my little fucking kid's name now. Say it. Baby Thomas. Bang! Craft knife in his mouth, tongue out, you little fucking rat. Yeah, hold your tongue, lads, hold your tongue in the same hand you shook your mate's hands with, lads. Now, do you know what this is, lads? Do you know what I've got here? Pass me that needle. Do you know what this is, lads? Ooh, it's not Bobby, lads, because if it was Bobby, you'd be flying. Do you know what it is, lads? It's called paralytics, lads. Now, do you know what this does to your mate? It makes you fully aware of what's going on. You can feel the pain, right? But guess what? You won't be able to move, right? Because you know when you think that you're getting it now and you've come to accept that you're getting it now, you're not getting it now, lads. I'm going to keep you for weeks, lads. You are getting it, right? And here's what we're going to do to you, lads. Fingers are gone, but they're not gone where they're at the edges. We're going to clip tie it so you don't bleed out, right? So there's that. We're going to take every one of your fingers, lad, right? See your legs? We've got tourniquets, lads. Yeah, we're going to take them off, yeah? I'm going to take everything off you, lads. I'm going to take your toes, I'm going to take your feet, I'm going to take your legs, I'm going to take everything off you, one by one. See this drip, right? I want to keep it alive, lads. You are in a world of pain now, lad, right? And I mean, what cat got your tongue? The fact you had the audacity to let off in funerals, right? Even just that alone, lads, on your little shed-ons, thinking you're on one. Let's see how much you're on one now, lad, yeah? Let's see how much you're on one now. Give me the list. Does he answer the questions, yeah? Your favourite song, yeah? Okay, well, here's what I'm going to do, lads. I'm going to put your favourite song on repeat for you while you're getting it. So your favourite song is going to be playing over and over in your head, over and over. And can you see the room what you're in now? Lad, you're 4 floors down, yeah? You're 4 floors down. Guess what? No one's going to hear you. No one's going to come to you. No one's going to do nothing for you. And guess what else? I've got your brother. Your brother's coming tonight, yeah? Your brother's coming tonight, and he's going to be sitting with you. And we're going to do the same to him as well, right? I'm going to give you this coin now. I want you to flick up. I want you to nod once for heads, and I want you to nod twice for tails. And you know, if you get it wrong, there's your mum and dad coming too. You want to start playing fucking games with me, lads? You've just killed me little baby, lads. You've killed me unborn child. Me bird. You've paralysed me bird, lads. Watch what I fucking do to you, mate. And I'm excited about it. Right? And it's not just going to be me. It's going to be a few other people as well, yeah? Do you know who our kid is, lads? Do you remember him? Guess what? Here's our kid as well, lads, yeah? And that was his nephew, lads. So think about that, lads. Think about that, right? The doctor said it was a little boy, lads. But, you know, you took that away from me, lads. You killed my little unborn baby, lad, right? For money, lads, yeah? Where's your boss, lads? Oh, your boss is in bits. He's in bits, isn't he, lads? What's happening, lads? Hey, give him a little wave. What's going down, bro? Yeah? Know what, lads? That's it. Let the games fucking begin, lads. And you know what? Flick the coin now. Give me that. Flick the coin now, right? Do you want heads or do you want tails, mate? You want heads, okay? You ready for heads? Now, this is your mum and dad's life upon it. And anyone else in the house, right? Whoever's in that fucking house. We've got your address. Is this your address? Nod once for yes. Two for no. Well, you don't need to nod twice because we already know. Do you want to know why? Pass me the envelope. Because here's the pictures of them all, lads. You didn't think it through, did you, lads? You didn't think it through. Yeah, you didn't think it through. Now, you know what? I sit here sometimes, right? And the game I'm in, lad, right? It's sometimes it could be, you know, it'd be disastrous, right? But you lads, you are gonna get it on another level, right? That you can't even fathom. Whatever you're thinking now, it's gonna be well worse every day. You will be crying for me to kill you, lads. And you know what? I'm not gonna do it because I'm gonna go and see me bird who's in the hospital, lad. So you know while I go to the hospital, you're gonna be sitting here, lad, just imagining the horrific shit I do to you as soon as I see you lying in that bed, yeah. Lad, you made your bed, right? And you're not going to lie in it. You're going to be in pieces in it. Right now, you little rat. Here's what we're going to do now, right? Are you ready? Right now, remember, you missed your target, didn't you? So, here's what we're going to do. We're going to now play a game, right? And we're going to watch a new programme. But we're not going to watch it on the telly. We're going to watch it in reality. It's a reality programme. You know what it's called? It's called Big Brother, lads. Are you ready? Bring him in, right? Say hello to your kid, lad. There he is. Hey, hello, lad. What's happening? Yeah, sitting down over there, right? We'll come to him in a minute, right? So now here's what you're going to do. You're going to decide what happens to him. You ready? So take his mouth off. Take his tape off his mouth. Let him talk, right? Do you want to say something to your brother, lad? Hey, your brother who's brought you into this, right? Now, I know you might think it's a bit harsh and you didn't do none. But lads, I understand that you did not do none and you're a victim of just being his brother, which is family related. But my unborn kid was a victim of being my son, wasn't he? Think about it, lads, yeah? And I'm a victim of being with the daughter of Oban, right? So, you know, lad, it swings and roundabouts, it happens now, you know. I'm not going to lie, I don't like you anyway, lad. I'll be honest, I don't like it anyway. I wouldn't have done nothing to you anyway, because you haven't done nothing to me. But your brother has. So, there's a little game we've been playing, right? And it's called Heads or Tails. And he won the first one, yeah? He got heads. So, that's why your mum and dad aren't here, yeah? But now you're going to flick the coin, right? And if you get it wrong, the same applies. Your mum and dad are coming here as well. Right now, we know where your mum and dad is, aren't we? Mr. B, where's the mum and dad? Okay, have we got eyes on? All right, we'll stand by, because there's going to be the coin toss that changes the game, right? Now you, look at me. You missed your target. So look what I'm going to do to you now. I'm going to miss you. Does that sound weird? Does that sound strange? Bring me that acid in. Yeah. Now this is called hydrochloric acid, right? Have you got it? Pass me a coin. Get that coin there. Get that 2p off the floor. Yeah. Now see how dirty this coin is, right? You might have heard of this in science in school, right? In chemistry, right? And it cleans things. But how does it clean things? It cleans things by burning layers off them, doesn't it? So what I'm going to do is, right, have you seen this new lamp? I've just got this from the Argos, lad, right? It's called a sun lamp. It's like a sunbed for just your face, right? Now what I'm going to do with this is, I'm going to accelerate the acid process, right? I'm going to accelerate the acid process. And here's how I'm going to do it. I think in theory, I was never good in school, I wasn't good in chemistry, I was alright, you know, I wasn't top set, but I was alright in chemistry, but I did learn a few things from it, right? So, when they say school will teach you for what you do when you're older, you don't really believe that, but I think now I'm starting to believe that, and here's why. See this, what happens when I put this in there? So, puts it in. Now, I'm going to need gloves to even touch that.
right? Because it burns your skin. So I'm going to leave that in there because I don't even really fancy touching it with gloves on, just in case. So plug that light in for me. Bring it over here. Clip tight to the frame. Yeah. Now, when he's clipped tight the sunlight to the frame of your, let's just say bed. Well, it's a bit of a makeshift bed, but it's a bed, isn't it? You know, it's somewhere to rest yourself, isn't it? A little bit of peace and quiet from the outside world, haven't you? Now, here's what I'm going to do. Right, give me that bottle. And no, give me the glove as well, you fucking idiot. Right. So watch this then, right? Are you ready? The gloves are on. Ha! Normally the gloves are off, but these are on. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to spray this on your face. Not loads. Just enough to take a little layer off, right? But we're not going to clean it neither. We're going to leave your face to just burn. And then we're going to put this sun lamp on it to make it burn in more intense. Science is beautiful, lad, isn't it? Right? Are you ready? Oh, do you know what? The problem with me is I'm compulsive. And sometimes my mind changes while I'm in the middle of doing something. Now, it's not good for you because I've just had another thought. How about we just turn one of your lights off? I don't mean that sun lamp. We're going to keep that on. I mean one of your lights in your head. What could that mean? It means your eye, right? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to turn this nozzle now from a light mist into a concentrated spray. You know, like, you know, one of them direct sprays that goes a lot further. That's what I'm going to do. Right, come here. Hold his eye open. Pick an eye. Blink. Wink with what eye you want to lose. Yeah. No, you're not going to do it. If you don't pick one, I'll do both. And you'll be sat here for the rest of your torture period for weeks in darkness, mate. So blink. Which eye? Have you got a bad eye? Remember in the school, you know, they're opticians and you'd have an eye test, number 1, number 2, number 1, number 2, is that better or worse, Which eye do you want to lose? Which is your worst eye? Come on, you may as well pick one or I'll take both. Your left eye? Okay, sounds like TLC. Remember Left Eye from TLC? Remember that? Left Eye, your name's Left Eye now. All right, Lefty, give me that. Right, now this is, I'm not going to lie, this is going to hurt, so you might want to brace yourself, right? You might want to brace yourself. Well, oh, you can't brace yourself because you can't move. Weird how his eyelids working with parallel. Give him more of that. I don't think that's working, probably because he shouldn't have been able to blink there. Yeah, he shouldn't have been able to blink. Is that weird enough? You ready? You ready? Are you ready to watch your brother? Well, he won't be able to watch you no more. 1, 2, 3. And just sprays this thing in his eye right now. Have you ever seen like a cloud? Like it sounds mad, but have you ever seen like when something blisters, right? Well, it blistered, like it was crazy. Like I've been to science, I've been to school and done chemicals and all that, but I didn't think that do that. Wow, it's crazy. And it's gone so bad that you can't even blink. It took your eyelash and your eyelid with it. I didn't even think it'd do that, to be fair. I don't know why. I should have known, but it's boss. I love it. Right, so there's you now. You've only got one eye, right? You've only got one. Put a bit more in your eye, really, just to make sure. Oh, it's running down your face. Oh, look at all. Do you know what? Let's mist them anyway. So change the nozzle back to mist. And then just puts this sun lamp on and leaves it. Turns round, this kid is just shook. His brother's shook right now. His brother didn't do nothing, but it doesn't matter because my kid and my bird didn't do nothing either. So it is turn now. But yeah, Mr. B, come here. Yep, so he walks in. Did he do a list? Did he do a questionnaire? No, he didn't tell me. Yeah, take him to and give him a questionnaire. I like this questionnaire thing. Yeah, and our kids just look at me like, lad, you are just sick. But do you know what? I like it. I do like it because they deserve it. Yeah, you know they deserve it. And if you listen to this now, you know they deserve it, right? But maybe the mum and dad doesn't, but neither did my kid and neither did my bird. Do you understand me? And neither did the lad who was just a fucking innocent bystander in a birthday. But what did he do? No, who cares about him? No one said sorry to him, have they? No one's asked. So this is for him as well, right? So here's what we're going to do. Butcher comes back in with him, wheels him in, and he's like, we've got these little makeshift trolleys, right? The proper minty as well, like little methy trolleys. Get him in here, lad. So I'm like, okay, right, now here's what we're going to do with you. I'm going to go a bit lenient on you, because you didn't really do nothing, but you're all going to die, so you're all going to die. But I'm not going to drag it out like I'm going to drag it out with your brother. I'm going to just do it nice and quick. It's not going to be today. I'm not going to tell you when it's going to be, but when I do come round to you, it's going to be quick, I promise you, all right? And that's what you get for not being a part of it, but you are related to him. So, you know, sometimes we have casualties of war, don't we? Do you understand me? Now, what I'm going to do is, I mean this now. Look at me, you fucking brother. I mean it now. I'm going to flick a coin up, right? And I want you to pick heads or tails, right? Now, if you get it wrong, I'm going to bring your mum and dad here, right? And then what I'm going to do then, see, this is a bit of a big gamble, this lad. This is where, like, you know, I'm compulsive, like I've just said. This is where things change on the spot. If you get this wrong now, your mum and dad will be here tonight and they will be fucking tied to a chair and watch me torture him, watch me kill you, and then I'm going to kill them. Now, they're innocent as well, so they will die. I might hang them, I don't know. They, you know, they might have an accident with a rope, maybe, you know, just something like that. But your brother's got one eye left, and he's got one eye left so he can watch what happens, right? Do you understand me? Now, it's not really fair, I understand it's not really fair, but life isn't fair sometimes, is it? Do you understand me? So that's what we're going to do. Now, I'm going to flick up, and I want to pick heads or tails. Are you ready? Heads or tails? Tails. Are you sure? If you're sure you can change it, you've got one chance to change it. Heads or tails? You've picked tails. You want heads or tails? You want heads? You will change it now. Okay, you ready? 1, 2, 3. Tails, lads. Oh, you fucked up there, didn't you? You got it right the first time. See, that means you're unsure of your own mind, doesn't it? So if you can't even trust your own minds, how can you trust your brother? You see what I'm saying to you? Get his mum and dad here. Get the mum and dad here, right? And I'm going to go to the hospital now. Here's what we're going to do with you as well, soft lad, right? Don't touch him. Don't touch the brother. Leave him. See you, fucking lefty. Here's what's going to happen to you. You're going to now whistle with no tongue, right? I don't know even if you can whistle with no tongue, but you're going to have to find a way. And here's what I'm going to do. Mr. B, come here. Now, you know Mr. B's called the butcher. We're going to call him Mr. B because the butcher sounds a little bit too harsh, doesn't it? Mr. B, here's what I want you to do, mate, right? See that? Put that on there and you go and sit in your little office. Let's call it the office. And you know, if he stops whistling his favourite song once, and I mean once, while I'm gone, I want to lose some digits, right? And I want it to be, cut it from there, and there, and clip tight him so he doesn't bleed out, yeah? So that's what I'm going to do. Start whistling, lads. You're going to have to start whistling. If you stop whistling once, if you stop whistling for even 1 second, Mr. B will hear you, and he's going to come in, and he's going to take fingers off. Right now, here's the problem. I don't really think Mr. B cares for you too much, right? Because I know I don't. So, do you care for him, Mr. B? No. And with his profession being a butcher, I think he wants to go to work, don't it? Because that is what you're getting paid for, Mr. B, isn't it? Yep, he is. He's getting paid for that, right? Now, Mr. B doesn't talk much. He's not one of them people who talks much, but, you know, he listens. So, what he might do is he might just pretend that you stop whistling. Yeah, and, you know, I'm not going to argue with him. You know, his words is what it is. So I'm going to go now, and I'm going to go and visit me fucking bird. I'm going to go and visit me bird in the hospital and watch her. Just watch her. Watch the life just draining out of her, right? And then, you know, when I come back, I think your mum and dad are going to be here, aren't they? It's not going to be a good time for them to come here, mate, because I'm going to come back and I'm going to be all upset. I'm going to be upset because I'm already upset now. It's going to get worse when I go there, yeah? So let's see what happens, right? Mr. B, he stops whistling once. In fact, as I said, I'm compulsive. Don't just take his fingers, take his as well, yeah? Now, whatever you decide to do while I'm gone, maybe if you're bored, maybe if your nephew's bored, I don't know. Whatever you want to do. Maybe you might want to give him some practice, yeah, because we've got some live practice, haven't we? Now, these are volunteers, they're volunteers. They volunteered by pulling the trigger, and he volunteered by being his brother, yeah, just like my unborn baby. He fucking volunteered to die, and my bird volunteered to be paralysed, yeah? So, let's see what happens, right? Bye. Right, so I walked up the room, says to the butcher, just take a few fingers off anyway, no matter what, on the last. See what he wants, yeah? Obviously don't end them, because we need them. He's like, alright, now, I gets off, jumps in the car and all that. And you know what, to be honest, it is a bit sick. Maybe I'm taking it too far, but I'm not taking it too far in my mind, so I don't care what you think, yeah? I don't care what you think, because I know quite well, deep down, it's deserved, and so do yous, and that's why you're still listening to it now. You know, you're not looking to the later saying, he's sick, you're looking thinking, do you know what? Some of you are even thinking, he hasn't done enough yet, but don't worry, because I'll quench that taste later on, right? So gets in the car, goes to the hospital, dad's there and all that. Now, the dad, he come a little bit earlier on, but he was in a rush because he had to go and do something. He was taking something to Lindsay, so he only popped in a minute. You know, he didn't even go downstairs, the main stairs, but I've got a feeling when he does, mate, this is where it's going to get proper heavy, do you know what I mean? Now, don't get me wrong, it couldn't really be any heavier as it is, but it's always got room for improvement, hasn't it? So goes in the Aussie, so I'm sitting there and she's like awake for a little bit, you know, like she mate, they proper done a bad, you know, listen, the spine's out, it's heavy, it's proper heavy, mate, and she's lying there, just tears streaming down her face, knowing that she can't move. So what she did, let's put ourselves in Lindsay's position, right? She's been in her granddad's funeral, she's lost her granddad, she's then lost a baby. Obviously it's my baby as well, but you know, think about it from a mother's point of view. She knew she was pregnant, I didn't. So I'm not saying it wasn't bad for me, because it was bad for me, obviously, but she knew and she'd known. That's why she wasn't drinking in anywhere. And I don't just mean the party, I mean in the house before the wake as well, and the wake. I just didn't put two and two together. And you know, it would have been, you know, think about what I should be talking about now. I should be telling you the story now of how my bird's pregnant and everything went well and everything was good. But I'm not. I'm sitting here talking about horrific things, what's happened. And it's going to get worse. It is going to get worse, because I haven't even started yet. I haven't even started on him yet. And I am going to get his mum and dad. I am going to get, because he got it wrong. I'm not going to lie, because it'll show weakness. He got it wrong. He got it right, but then he changed his mind. Whose fault that's not my fault, is it? No. So his mum and dad are going to be there, I reckon, by the time I get back. So I'm just talking to Lindsay, and Lindsay's just like, you know, she's like talking back and all that. And she's wounded, mate. She's proper wounded, you know what I mean? It's horrible, mate. What's she done? She's never done nothing wrong in her life, you know. She's never been part of any activity. She's never done nothing wrong. She doesn't look down on it, because she knows that's where the bread and butter is, but she's never done anything wrong. She's never robbed no one. She's never tricked no one. She's never been a part of nothing. She's never even carried a drug anywhere. Do you see what I'm saying? She's 100% law-abiding citizen. She didn't deserve it. She didn't deserve it. Now, your intent, okay, I know the intent wasn't there, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't, what we're intending to do, you're letting off, right, in a party that's all getting out, club getting out, and there's crowds everywhere. What do you think's going to happen? What do you think's going to happen? Do you know what I mean? It's going to get someone in it. So, what? All right, if you'd ran over close quarter and got the target, all right, fair enough. I would have just killed you, as I killed you when I went through your door. But you didn't. You didn't. You let off wildly into a crowd. Yeah, you hit me bird, you killed me kid, and you hit some other poor lads as well. Now, you might think, well, that other poor lad, he's not. He is, because he's a victim of our life. He's a victim of our way of life. Now, he got hit in the shoulder. The nurse said he's going to recover, but that doesn't mean he's okay. He's not okay. Scarred up, yeah. It's going to have. He's going to live, but it's going to have implications on, you know, what if he goes to the gym? He can't go to the gym, can he? He can't go to the gym, so he's shot in the shoulder. Even when you're recovered, you'll never be the same again. So it has a permanent effect on his life. Do you know what I mean? And it's the end of the baby's life that had done nothing wrong. It wasn't even born. It wasn't even a baby. It was just, you know what I mean? 14 weeks, you know, think about it. 14 weeks is, it's a baby, innit? It's got a heartbeat, you know, it's on it. It's got functions, you know, and I can feel pain. Yeah. My little baby, their only experience on earth is pain. Do you understand me? In the dark. Pain in the dark. Yeah. Breaks my heart when you think about it, doesn't it? Breaks your heart, it breaks everyone's heart. So, let's see what happens here, yeah. But I'm telling you now, mate, this kid, he's already sorry. But believe you me when I tell you now, I haven't even started yet. So I'm sitting there and I'm on my own with Lindsay right now. Lindsay's depressed, mate. She's just, I just imagine what you'd be thinking, just lying there on your own, knowing, right? And I'm starting to rage, because the way she's saying to me, I don't even know whether I want to like live like that. I don't know. Oh my God, what are you on about? Me head's gone. I'm not saying I'm keeping a straight face, but you know what? I'm dying inside, mate. I'm dying inside, right? And all I can just see is this kid, right? Mate, me head's gone, right? So I picked these files up again, right? You know, at the end of the bed and all that, and they've got all kinds in, and it's got this thing, right? And this thing on it says X-ray, and sorry, ultrasound. This thing says ultrasound, but the ultrasound isn't there, right? Do you know what? I want to see me baby. I want to see me baby. Oh my God, it was the worst thing you've done, right? Listen to this, right? So I goes up to the doctor's, right? I said, as it goes out, I said to the daddy, go in a sec there. And he's going, what are you doing? I said, I'm just going to do some. So these three door lads, they're still outside with us and all that, because they're just there in case anyone wants to come back, you know, like, you know, because obviously what's going on, and he's being napped, and people don't know that, everyone's being napped that by now, do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? And this rat, the one who paid him, we don't really know who he's in cahoots with, so he could be in someone in cahoots who loves him this much that they're going to come and try and finish the job. I know they won't. I'm 99.9% sure they won't know what's going on, but just in case, I've got three fucking big lads outside, so they won't get past them, believe me, they won't get past them. So I goes up to this nurse, right, and it was the nurse who passed me the file in the first place. She's back on duty, right, and you know what, she's a lovely woman. You know, one of them dead nice people, mate, and she's like, you know, she does the job. She works in the hospital because she wants to work there. Do you know what I mean? She's a clever kid, you can tell by the way she talks. She's dead articulate, and you know, the way she's like, she's got compassion. You can just tell she's a proper lovely person, do you know what I mean? Not like one of them people in the family who everybody loves. You can just tell she's one of them, she's dead nice, and it's not put on, she means it from the bottom of her heart. Because I'm sure, like, when you work as a nurse or a doctor or something like that, you must surely put yourself in like other people's positions, you know what I mean? Maybe, you know, maybe you've got to keep it together, haven't you, for the sake of them and the families and all that. So when I was trying to say to her, excuse me, she's like, hi, are you all right? I said, well, you know what I mean, as much as it can be. I said, on this file here, I said, I can see that it says the ultrasounds. I said, can I have a look at that ultrasound? And she's like, yeah. The way she said it, she just paused, right? And I'm thinking, wow, that doesn't sound too fucking good. She's like, are you sure? I said, what do you mean? I said, yeah, do you want to see it? Oh, mate, it was the worst thing I've ever done in my life, right? So she passes me and she says, sit down, because by law she's got to show me it, but she's recommending that I don't look at it. Yeah, mate, I opened this envelope and I looked at this ultrasound, right, and there's just a hole. There's a hole through the baby. She's got a hole in it, right? So where he shot the bullet and it's ricocheted, it's gone right through. It's bounced off whatever it's bounced off. I don't know what's happened. I don't know where it's bounced off. I don't know. No. I'm not a ballistic expert, but it's bounced through her stomach and put a hole right in the baby and then right in her spine. Yeah. Mate, my head has gone. So I just thought, you know what? So I shouted to Dad. I said, have you had a look at this? He went, no, what is it? I said, the ultrasounds. And he went, what do you mean? I said, they've got a picture of the baby. I said, your grandson. And he's like, he's looking at me and he can just see the way I'm looking. He goes, give me. So give me. And there's Kate, there's just a hole. There's just a hole, mate. It's a hole. Yeah, you've put a hole in me kid. You put a hole in me baby, mate. And his grandson, and we're just looking at each other like that. And then it goes back in, and Lindsay, she wants to be on her own, right? But we don't really want her to be on her own because, you know, think about it, it's a stress, it's horrible, innit? So there's this counsellor woman there, right now, the counsellor, she's on 24 hours and she's like designated to the ward. She's lovely as well, do you know what I mean? Proper lovely. So I'm talking to her, it goes out to start talking, and she goes to me, all right, well, here's what, I said, she wants to be on her own. She went, okay, well, she's under observation 24 hours a day. She won't be able to do nothing bad to herself, you know what I mean, given what's happened to her and all that. So we are going to monitor and all that. She went, and I'm going to sit in with her. She went, because here's what I found out, right? This proper lovely woman, right? She goes round and she sits with these people, yeah? You know, like, some people have got no one to talk to and they're in that position, yeah? And she goes round, she talks to them and all that, you know, mate, compassion at its best. I love that woman even still to this day, you know, it just shows humanity isn't all bad, do you get what I mean? People do bad things, but overall, they're not, humans are bad, mate, they've got compassion, and it's just boss, you know. So we end up saying to her and all that, gives her a kiss and all that, as we're walking out, the dad goes, are you there? I went, yeah. I said, his mum and dad should be there too. And the dad just looks at me, but doesn't say nothing, but it's just the way he looks at me, right? And I'm thinking, he's not going to be asked when he walks in here what we've done to these, you know what I mean? Because he's, you know, he's a veteran, he's this, he's that, you know, he's a big man. So we get to the gaff, goes down the stairs, and Mr. B's there, and Mr. B just looks at me in this weird, like, like, I don't even know, I've never seen that emotion on anyone's kite. I wouldn't even know what to say, you know, like, you know the way you can say to someone, be happy, or be sad, or, you know, be confused. This was like just this kite, well, it's just got no label on it, you know what I mean? I just look at it and think, what? And he's talking to the dad's like, hello mate, this, that, you know what I mean? And the nephew's like half shook. Do you know what I mean? I'm like, what's wrong with you? And he's like, just nodding, he's not even talking. Mate walks in, right? Oh my God, you should have seen what Mr. B's done. Right, this kid is still trying to whistle. So I just look like that. The dad looks at me, right? And he just looks at me. He goes to me, lad. I'm like, what? He's going, you are proper sick, you. I'm like, what? Now, for him to say that to me, I don't know whether it's a compliment or he's disgusted in me. He's like, what happened to his face? And as I looked, I'm like, what's happened? What has happened to his face? So I'm looking at him, right, the tip of his nose is gone, his eyebrow's gone, and his other eyelid's gone. And I'm like, what the fuck's happened? Mr. B turns round, and the other brother, he's got the paralytic stuff as well. He's just like lying there, and he's got like three missing as well. And I'm like, what have you done? And he's like, what? I'm like, what? You stop whistling. And I'm like, stop whistling. All right, mate, son, I'm not going to say nothing bad to him. I told you that, but I'm like half like pretend it wasn't me. I don't know what it reminds me of. Do you remember late 80s, they had a game called Mr. Pop, and you put the face on and it pops and half his face comes off. That's what I just taught Mr. Pop. You are Mr. Pop. Lefty Mr. Pop. Oh, it was heavy. So then I said, where's the mum and dad? They're like, he hasn't come yet. I'm like, yeah. So I phoned the lads up who was supposed to be on the case. And I'm like, where's the mum and dad? He's like, we can only see the ma. I said, bring the ma. I said, we'll get the dad later. I said, send someone to the house so when the dad goes back, we get him as well. He's like, all right. So they've got the ma, they're on the way. They're going to be about an hour. So it's a 60-minute countdown. So he said, right, here's what we're going to do. There was a clock in there as well. We put a clock in there so we know what time it is, because down there, there's no sunlight on. You don't know what time it is unless you got your phone or a watch on, do you know what I mean? So I'll give them a clock so they can watch what time it is, because time goes slower when you're watching a clock, doesn't it? Do you know what I mean? So I'm like, right, when the big hands gets to 12 again, right, that's when your mum's going to be here. Now, we haven't got your dad yet, so hopefully he'll run for his life, but we are going to get him as well. And they're just both wounded. You can just tell the kids are wounded. Me, you know, there's nothing you can do about it, because there's no way back. Do you understand me? There's no way back. There's just no way back. It doesn't matter. I'd rather die than let them go. Do you understand me? There's no way back. Now, if Lindsay found out what I'm doing to these people, mate, listen, she wouldn't want them to be alive. But if I said to her, do you want me to do them? She'd say no, because that's what she's like. She'd say no. She'd just say no, don't. Or best case, she'd say, yeah, but just quick one in the head, do you know what I mean? But I can't even see her saying that. So if she finds out what I'm doing to these people, she's not going to appreciate it. She's going to use it against me. She's going to think I'm someone she doesn't know. Yeah, she's going to think he is sadistic. Now, at this moment in time, I am sadistic, obviously. So would you be. You're all sadistic because you're still listening now. Do you know what I mean? It's because the reason's right, that's why. There's no other reason why you could do this to someone for. If someone robbed money off you or someone robbed drugs off you and you did this to them, you're a rat. You're just a scumbag rat, aren't you? But given what they did and the gravity of what they did, it's justified, isn't it? It's justified. Now, because I've walked in with the dad, things have just got a whole lot worse. A whole lot worse, right? And I mean a whole lot worse. So the dad, he walks out into Mr. B's office and comes back in with, let's just say, this big, like a big cleaver, like a proper cleaver. And I'm just looking at him thinking, I wonder what he's going to do, right? So what he does is, he goes over to the one who's lying on the bed, Mr. Pop. And his shins, well, boom, boom. Yeah, think about the pain of that. Have you ever been hit in the shin in footy or something like that, and it proper kills, or you bang your shin, it proper kills, doesn't it? Well, imagine that. Imagine just that bang with a cleaver, imagine that. It made me just swear, and the kid is just like, I'm like, Mr. B, stop whistling. Mr. B comes back in, and I'm like, yeah, come on, see, do you want to brew? He's like, well, so I've got a little kettle out there in the office, and he's just looking at me and saying, lad, so I haven't brought kettles and coffee and all that. I brought limo too. So we're in the kitchen, well, let's call it the kitchen, in the kitchen, right? And makes him a brew and all that. And he's just like that. He goes, you got anything stronger? I said, I don't know. I said, there might be, because there was a bit of brandy somewhere, so I don't know whether that's still there or Mr. B's drank it, or the kids even drank it, because little kids, not a kid, but the younger one, he's just taking liberties in me. He's just like, think about how sick he's going to be when he grows up. He's about, that doesn't mean he's a kid, he's probably about 19 or 20, something like that, but he only looks younger, do you know what I mean? It's not a kid, because I wouldn't have a kid there, do you know what I mean? I'm not a monster. So he does that with him anyway. He's been on like expedition before now. Imagine what he's saying to the man. I was thinking, imagine him just like, what's he saying to the man? Do you know what I mean? It's the man's brother. Well, I'm just going to take the kid, I'm going to take him out with us for a bit. And she's like, yeah, go on, mate, when he's going to the fair. fucking hell, mate, you know what I mean? What are you doing? Where's he going? So we goes out in the kitchen, we're in the kitchen thing, having a little brew and all that, and we ended up getting this bit of brandy. It was only like about a quarter bottle of brandy left, where I'd threw it and then forgot I'd threw it, and when I got another one, one of them sort of things. So it wasn't stale, because it doesn't go stale, but yeah, bum, put that in your coffee, I'm not having any coffee, I'll just swig it, you have yours, I'll swig mine. He's like, what? I said, do you want a stripe? He's like, yeah, I do. He said, yeah, I do. And I thought, let's see what happens to him now when he has a stripe in this situation. Do you know what I mean? Because I've never seen him in this situation before. I know he's dealt with situations like this, but I've never seen him in this situation with my own eyes. Do you know what I mean? And I've heard shit. So gives me a big fat stripe. He's going, lad, them stripes. I'm like, I know. I said, now, if you remember, the very first time I ever met him, we were in his, and I put these big fat stripes out, and he was like, why do you need all that? But only, he's done the fat stripe this time. And I'm looking at him thinking, no way. Because he pulled me on it, if you remember the very first time I met him. Why are you having big stripes that you don't need little bumps? And he's just gone bam, bam, bam. And I've thought, oh, now, listen to me. I now know why he only had little bumps. Because this man turned into Freddy Krueger's nightmare. Yeah, listen, this man is who Freddy Krueger wouldn't go to sleep in case he comes to his dreams. Believe you me when I tell you this now, right? It was like a light switch just changed, right? And I'm winding him up as well. I'm like, you know what I mean? It's the thing. I imagine, was being called Baby Thomas, and you know what I mean, after Grandad, and mate, what's going on here, right? Because me and Grandad, we have the same name. So he was called Thomas and I was called Thomas. So it was like a weird coincidence. We used to laugh about it, like, no way, you're Tom, do you know what I mean? So straight away, like familiarity of names sort of thing, do you know what I mean? Every coincidence, but it is what it is. So the baby would have been called Baby Thomas for a bit, and then he would have been called Thomas, wouldn't he, when he gets older? So think about it, there would have been Grandad Thomas, Daddy Thomas, and then Baby Thomas, right? Now, obviously, he's not my granddad, but he was my granddad, as you know. I loved him just like a granddad to me, do you know what I mean? And, anyway, listen, we're just going off subject here, and winding myself up, and the dad is raging, mate, because I'm putting it to him like that, right? And the dad goes, yeah, look at this. And in Mr. B's office, it's like, listen, have you seen like horror films where they open a drawer and it's like just all tools? He brought them with him. Like a joiner brings his tools with them to work. He's got that just in like this case that's like, it looks like a toolbox. Well, it is a toolbox, but just full of tools that you don't really want nothing to do with. And I mean like intricate tools what dentists have, tools what doctors have, do you know what I mean? Shit like that. And I don't even know what half them are for. I'm like, what's that? She's like, don't even know. And it's like, things that whole thing's open, you know, mate, what is it, like bone crunches and that? Like a vice that goes in your, mate. I think it's what's used in, I suppose, to put bones back into place, but obviously you can reverse engineer it where it takes bones out of place, do you know what I mean? So whatever it is, mate, I just hope it never fucking meets me or my body. Right, so he's fuming now, so he goes in, and he goes, right, he says to me, get him off that bed. I'm thinking, well, he says, get him off the bed, put him on the floor. I'm like, okay. Now, this kid, Mr. Pop, right, he's got nice teeth, nice turkey teeth and all that. Did have anyway. So the dad, there's like loads of scaffy poles, just randomly, but one's only like about 2 foot, you know what I mean? And you know what, scaffy poles, like, they're heavy, aren't they? So this kid's lying on the floor, he can't move, right? And the dad just stands above him, right? Gets a scaffy pole long ways. And let's just say the kid's got no more teeth or lips. Do you know what I mean? And I don't mean like you did a ball with a bat. I mean poked right down as if you're putting a pole into the floor. Do you know what I mean? And listen, the dad's a big fella. Mate, but he hasn't done it where it goes right through. He's done it just enough to do what he wants to do without like ending him. So now think about what this kid looks like. The fucking hell, mate, this kid looks like Mr. Pop on crack. So then I goes to visit Lindsay, right, and the dad, he's stayed in there, he's just in the basement, just causing murder with these kids, mate. Right, so, I've gone back down to see her, and it's only in the morning time now, we've been in the basement all night, these kids are just like falling apart, do you know what I mean? Mr. Pop, mate, Mr. Pop's just, you know what, he's unrecognisable now. What's that, lad? Yeah, but we're still not finished. I haven't even started yet. Well, I'm going to stop playing it up. I'm going to stop bigging it up. I have, started, haven't I? But I'm not finished, right? So, gets to the Aussie, sees her, and she's like, you look tired, what's wrong with you? I'm like, nah, I just had a bit of a bad night, just thinking. She's like, I know, and I said, do you feel any better? She's like, yeah, I do. Sorry about it. I'm like, listen, you've got nothing to say sorry about. She's like, says humbling, as if she's burdening me. nah, it's making me head go, it's making me head go. So I ended up there for about 3 hours, right? And I'm just thinking in my head while I'm there, imagine what these are going to look like by the time I get back, right? Now, the problem was, well, I don't think it was a problem. I think it was more better for my soul. I think it was more better for me on Judgment Day when I'm at the heavens, you know what I mean? When I'm at the gates of heaven, you know, he's probably not going to let me in now, is he? I've had your bad, get out, you know what I mean? There's no way I'm going to heaven for this, mate, if heaven exists. But it is what it is sometimes, you know. It is what it is, innit? It's worth it. So I was finishing up with it and that. Now I'm going back to this gaff, but I've got different clothes in my bag, in my boot of my car, right? So I get changed and all that. And I go to the house right now. There's where the kicker comes, right? As I'm driving, I'm about 10 minutes away, and I've just got the radio normally, right? And a song just comes on, right? And it just makes me head go. And it's Guns N' Roses, Sweet Child of Mine. I'm not going to sing it for you, and I'm not going to play it because it'll get copyrighted. But you know the scripts. Whoa, sweet child of mine, yeah. Think of the words, think of the first verse and all that. My head's gone, right? Now and then when I see your face, I'll never get to see that baby's face, right? And what I did see, there's a hole in him. Yeah, that'll never, ever, ever. When you think of your kid, you think of, school day, first school day. No, I'm looking at ultrasounds, yeah, in my head with a hole in it. Yeah, listen to me now, right? You little rat, you little fucking rat, mate. Watch this now. So what's happened is, on the good side of things, the lad couldn't grab the mat, right? He couldn't grab the mat. He wasn't able to get the mat ordered that. So, do you know what? It's probably best we just leave them alone, do you know what I mean? Because it's not really their fault, and the good side of me is coming out, but the bad side of me is coming out as well, do you know what I mean? But just in a different way. So, am I going to get like a 60-odd-year-old woman and a 60-year-old man who's worked all their lives and brought little rats up? No, I'm not. Do you know what? All right, Sam, listen, just leave them now. And he's like, what? I said, just leave them a ball, lad. Just leave them where they are. Let them be. Yeah, they don't deserve that. Now, the brother, you might say he doesn't deserve that. And I'm starting to half think, you know what? Shall I just do him? Shall I just kill him? Do you know what I mean? Or shall I just let him be? Just, you know, all right, he's lost a few fingers and tragedies and what, but, you know, I'll be honest with you. If I give him a warning and I let him go, and I tell him if he ever speaks a word of this, right, yeah, because we're going to have to burn the gaff anyway. There's no way we're not, because it's hot now. Everyone knows they've gone missing. So the gaff's going to have to get melted anyway, and so's all the evidence. It's only a matter of time before that happens. So I'm clean. No one's going to find nothing on me, because we're careful. We know we've got a decontamination room, as we like to call it, where we get washed down, petrol and all the rest of it like that, you know what I mean? And this, that. So, you know, a little bit of a blaze, you know, it's not going to do no harm right now. You know, we've got acid, we've got petrol, we've got everything we need, right? But I want to drag it out for a little bit, right? But you know what? Them tools I seen before off Mr. B, I want to start playing with them. I want a little tutorial in real time on how you work them, yeah? So get to the gaff and all that right now. This song keeps playing over in my head, you know, like I made Soft Lad whistle his favourite tune. Well, now this is playing over in my head. Whoa, sweet child of mine. My head's gone, right? My head's gone, boom, past that lemo, lad. Whoa, let's go. Let's go, do you know what I mean? So just bounces in. But it's the B, how are you, mate? Kid's still there. Like, what's happening, kid? He's all right now. One of my mates, he come because I phoned him and said, take them a scanner, because it's got to be manned at all times, obviously, do you know what I mean? They're only eating like shite, microwave shite and that, do you know what I mean? So I said, yeah, take them a scanner, lad. So he's going to go to my KF and all that. So Mr. B and his nephew, they're saying they've had a big heavy bucket, like a big bag and bucket thing, you know what I mean? And I was thinking, do you know what comes in? I said to him, right, I said, what's been going on? He said, they've had a few more accidents, mate. Right now, I was thinking about letting this kid go, the other kid, right? But I don't know whether I can now, because he's like, I don't think he'd want to be let go, to be fair. So I walks in, and Mr. Pop, Lefty, he's got a couple of toes missing. And I'm like, what? I said, did you save me some? He said, lad, I saved you 7. I only took 3. I'm like, yeah. I said, okay, what did you take them with? He went this and pulls this thing out. So I'm like pressing it, thinking, fucking hell, mate, you know, like, yeah, have you ever buttered bread? Like, you know, like, if you got your butter in the fridge and all that, and then you get a piece of bread, and you get your knife and you butter it, and it just rips the bread apart. But, you know, if you butter toast, it doesn't, because the toast is hot. Do you see what I'm saying? So I'm like, how does it work? He's like, yeah, I'll show you. So he just instantaneously, just reaction, gets the tool and walks into the room. So he walks in with him, And the kid, Mr. Pop, he's just like proper psychological, just gone his head's gone him, he's gone, he's on another planet, in mate, you know what I mean? He's just been traumatised, he's terrorised, he's beyond terrified, do you know, just don't, can you imagine what a man is like beyond terrified? Do you know what I mean? You only see someone who's terrified and he pissed himself and all this and all that. He's pissed himself about 50 times. We haven't even talked about it. He's just done everything, do you know what I mean? He's just been left there. So he's like pissed and shit everywhere and all that. And we've got this like plastic thing over him so you can't smell it, do you know what I mean? And we're just smacking him for even doing that, you little meth. But what can he do? What can he do? It just is one of them things, you know. His brother, he's like half pissed himself as well, do you know what I mean? Because he's just he's watching we've got them facing each other so they can see each other. So when no one's in the room with them, what are they doing? Are they like blinking at each other and stuff like that? Do you know what I mean? Because we masked the other one up. Now I took the tape off the brother first. We can speak, but he's been masked up anyway. So you know what I mean. So he comes in. So I'm saying, right lads. So this kid, right, and he's got clip ties on his toes as well, so he can't bleed out. So I said, yeah, what to do then? He said, well, here's what you do. So I get this thing right now. This is a tutorial, right? This is a tutorial, but in real time. So imagine what the kid's thinking. He can see us. He's still got one eye. He's still got one eye stuck open. His eyes all dry. There's all like bits in it. Because if you remember, he took his eyelids off. So that's all you can do. So imagine how dry your eye is. Dry your eyes, mate. Right. So I guess they're thinking I'm sitting there, right? And I'm like, where's the dad? He's like, he's gone. I said, where's he gone? He said, he had to go and do something. I said, all right, that's all. So he hasn't phoned me, do you know what I mean? So I've got this thing, and I put it on. And I pressed it. Listen to me, right? Do you know what it felt like? Remember in school when you had a stapler and you press it down, it's got like the click, then the other click. That's all it was. And it was just off. And I'm like, fuck off. Is that it? He's like, yeah. And I'm like, lad, give me another one. This kid just like, just fucking dead load, right? So I get another one. Bang. There's two. No way. So now he's only got 5, right? So I thought, I'll get the others now. And then I'll like go for the big toes because they look like they're going to be a bit harder. Do you know what I mean? Listen, there's 2 lads settings on it. It's like a little screw, like a screw at the bottom, and it's like for intensity. Do you know what I mean? And you know, whoever's invented these, mate, obviously they've invented them for good, but you know what humans are like, mate. They make the things invented for good, bad, don't they? So I'm like, all right, sound. So we go through them, boom. But I'm like fascinated. I know what, I kind of like it. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of like it. So I'm like, yeah. So I said, what about the big one? He said, well, the big one, it's got like a bone and a bigger bone. He said, so I'm just thinking about what this kid who's lying there watching us is thinking. He can hear us perfectly. Now, before you die, right? When you're born and before you die, right? The first thing that kicks in is your hearing, right? So when you're first born, your hearing is 100% because that's your survival instinct to hear things. And when you die, the last sense to go is your hearing. Yeah, so you can hear everything. So he's lying there and he can hear everything. You know, his brain's intact for now, but he can still hear everything. Do you understand what I'm saying? So when someone's talking about you like that and you're looking down and they're literally just chopping your toes off, or you know, it's like you're watching a YouTube tutorial in real life. Yeah, it's crazy, innit? But it's good because he's, you know, the kid deserves it. So I've got him right when I was big, so you had to twirl this thing. So I'm looking at him like that, and I'm like, say go. Oh no, you can't. Bang. Come off, listen to me. It come off like a hot knife when you're sticking in butter. That's what it come off like. It was just that easy. It was crazy. So I'm like, no way. So then he had an idea. I said, pass me that spray again. You know, the mist, the acid spray. So I'm spraying it in it, you know, like in all the cuts and that. Just like that. So that, you should have seen it. And he's strapped down so he can't move. He's got paralytics in him. He's just stuck. So imagine that. Yeah, if you ever cut your finger, and then like, I know you probably haven't, but if you ever imagine cutting your finger and you eat a salt and vinegar crisp, right? Well, imagine your toes like being chopped off. And there's acid going in it. Imagine that. And then he has an idea. So I had the craft knife, my craft knife, what took his tongue out, that's still on the side. So he gets that. And you know your fingers, right? People say, oh, pull his nails out. Nah, that's too typical, that's predicted. What I've done is I taught, you know, your index finger, think about how sensitive they are. So what I've done is, from the top part, you've got 3 parts of your finger, right? Now the top part, you slice it with a Stanley blade, just down the middle, on the inside, yeah? If you do that, boom, 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 you should see how much like how much stuff pours out here. I'm not going to say, because, you know, in a large city like that, but you can imagine what's going on here. It's, you know, it's heavy, innit? So then I'm like, no way. And it's just, the kid just opens up, like, all the top tips of his fingers, the hair all opens up, and, you know, and then he goes blowtorch. I'm like, too predictable, lad. Where do you think we had? The hostel, do you know what I mean? And he's like, it was a good film that way. And I'm like, yeah, it was actually, yeah. So I'm saying, what did they used to do? What did they do on that? I said, remind me. And this kid's just listening to us, just thinking, oh my God, what's he thinking? And he's going, well, they had the blowtorch in the eye. I said, yeah. I said, well, he's fucking hell, what he's done from there. He said, his eyes aren't there. I said, what about his ears? He's going, what? I said, well, what? Did you cut them off? He's like, nah, it's a bit too predictable, innit? I said, all right then, Sam. So I thought, do you know what? I'm going to nail it. And he's going, what do you mean? I said, I'm going to nail it. He's like, what do you mean? I said, what's this? Goes and gets these big screws, right? Big screws. And a big, like, not a normal hammer, you know, like a mallet. So I've got him. And you know his kneecaps? In the centre of his kneecap, just full force, bang, right through, shattered, yeah, one gone. The other one, bang, right through, gone, right. And I'm like, lad, I've nailed it, right? And his brother's just wounded watching this happen, right? So I looks at him, I'm like, we just said something there. And he's mashed up so he can't see it. He's just like, closes his eyes, right, do you know what I mean? Comes in, and I'm like, do you know what? Here's what we'll do while the kettle's off. You know, is the kettle off? Boil the kettle, lad. And this kid just knows, you know what I mean? Now, I don't know how the human nervous system works. Like, I don't know whether it shuts down or something like that, but it's like you just want to, do you know what I mean? You want it to just end, wouldn't you? Think about it. You already know you're going to get it. There's no way you're coming back from that. And even if you didn't come back from that, you don't even want to be alive. What the fucking state of them? So people say, you know, sometimes when people get burned and fired, they say, you know, it's beyond recognition, he's beyond recognition. But to be fair, you're more recognisable than you've ever been, aren't you? Do you know what I mean? Because you stand out, don't you? Well, this kid stands out like that, do you know what I mean? So, think about it. So every now and again, just a bit of mist in his face, bit more delights on him, do you know what I mean? This is all going on. We haven't forgot about that, we're still doing all stuff like that, do you know what I mean? And the next thing, it's a phone call, and dad, he's like, what's happening? I said, what's happening? He said, you need to abort. I said, what do you mean you need to abort? He's like, lad, you need to abort. I've been getting tails. I said, have you? He said, yeah. I said, all right, so now what's happened is because these have gone missing, Plod must be on it, like a heavy squad, do you know what I mean? Because they know, if these have gone missing, they know what's happened, and they put two and two together, obviously, do you know what I mean? Obviously they have, there's no way they haven't. Right now, the Mar and Dart Davis, let's just say, they never escaped, but we just left them to it, you know what I mean? So they're all right, we haven't done nothing to them. I'm kind of glad we didn't do nothing to them now, but now, we've got to act fast. We've got to act fast, right, haven't we? Because we need to get rid of everything now. So this weeks and weeks of torture, it's not really going to happen now because it only takes one of us to get followed and that's it, do you know what I mean? Or whatever. Now we're all on new burners and that, so they don't know what phones are on and all that. But you never know because they're on it, aren't they? They're on it. So I'm like, right, sound. And then Mr. B, what do you recommend? I said, quickest like way of like doing someone, but without just doing them straight away. He's like, yeah, I've got a few techniques. I'm like, yeah. He comes in with these other tools, right? And oh my God, listen, where his knees being like that, right? We've had to put another one next to it, right? And then there's these like clamps. It looks like pliers, but it's not. And it goes in, and then you open it, and it just opens it up. So we've opened both knees up, right? Now, you can see inside it, and I'm like, so I'm squirting this fucking acid thing in them as well. It's like, there's like sauce on it, you know what I mean? Just squirting acid and all that. Saying to like a lad, I'm like, unfortunately, you're going to die today, though, mate. I don't know when it's going to be, but you're going to die today. So thank you, say thank you. Say, oh, you can you? And you're going to die today too, but we're going to make yours quick. And he's just like, the wound, because I've come to the decision now, and say what you want, but, you know, eye for an eye, yeah. You killed someone of my family for no reason. I'm going to kill someone in your family for no reason. Yeah, and that's that. So they're both already brown, but there's no way they're not. They're both going night, and they're going night tonight because we need to get rid of the gaff, right? Because we've got to just go back to normal life as fast as we can and keep doing the things what we've been doing. Because once like routine starts going amiss, people start noticing, where are these? These are being missing for this, that. And I don't want Lindsay to find out. If I get roped in for this, and it comes out in the papers and all that, and she sees that, she's going to hate me for it. Listen, I know it. I know the girl. She's going to see me in a different light. She's going to see her dad in a different light. She's going to see all of us in a different light. Do you know what I mean? She knows what we do, but she doesn't know what we do. Do you understand me? She doesn't know what we're capable of, right? And what we've done here is horrific. Yeah, it's horrific. It's unhinged, right? It's just unhinged wickedness. That's what it is. So we've got about, let's just say 3 more hours before we just absolutely do them, right? So we've got pets and all that, so that's how they're going to go. They're going to get, while they're alive, they're going to get lit while they're alive. I'm not going to do that to the brother, I'm going to put one in him first before I burn him. But he's going to get burnt alive. This one's getting burnt alive. This one's just going to go up in smoke, mate, right? And I'm telling them while I'm talking to them, listen, lads, here's what we're going to do. We're going to set you on fire, and that's how you're going to die. You're just going to burn alive, right? While I'm still squirting acid on you for a bit. Do you understand me? Yeah, do you understand me, lads? Now, what I want you to do now is I want you to keep thinking about what you did, right? I want you to keep thinking about what you did and why I'm doing this to you. Do you understand me? Because you know what? You know the way round. And you would do this to me. Just like most people would. Yeah, most people would. And I don't care what anyone says. Most people would if they knew they'd get away with it. I'm not saying they would because they'd risk going to jail for life. But I don't care about that because I risk going to jail in my life every day. I risk going to jail for life every day, doing what I do. So whether I go to jail for 35 years for supplying the mainland UK or I go to jail for 35 years for doing this to you, it doesn't make a difference to me. Do you understand? And I'd rather go to jail for doing this to you. Do you understand me, lad? So if I do this to you and him, what's going to happen? It's going to be the same sentence, innit? It's just going to be a double murder. Sounds, yeah, I'll do that. Yeah, I'll do that. I'm willing to give my life up because you've just killed, I'm willing for it. Sometimes when you mess with people like that, they go all in, and all in means they don't care about none. I don't care what happens. I don't care if you get nicked. And if I get nicked, I'll say it was all me, and I'll just confess to everything, so no one else gets to blame. And if the dad gets nicked, he'll do the same. All of us will. So even if the butcher gets nicked, he'll do the same. We know for a fact. Do you understand? So only one of us are going away unless we all get caught in the same place. Do you see what I'm saying? And that's that. So when we're going to melt the gaff, we're going to melt all the phones and everything to do with it as well, right? And now listen, when I say we're in the middle of nowhere, I mean we're in the middle of nowhere. We're in the middle of nowhere. There's just nothing. There's nothing for miles and miles and miles. There's nothing, right? Now the smoke, that could give it away. But we're on to that. Because what we're going to do is we're going to melt the bottom floor. Do you understand me? We're going to melt the bottom floor. And then if it gets out of hand and there's nothing we can do about it, then we'll bail and we'll just get off and all that. But I reckon we'll be all right. I reckon we'll be all right because, the dad's on it. The dad knows things, mate. So anyway, let's get back to these two little bellends, right? So I've got a naughty anyway, right? So I'm just putting sweets in it. I'm just cocked it. And I'm like, this isn't for you, this is for him. So the kid's just like that. So we just get down to business, right? And we're injecting them with this paralytic stuff and we're injecting them with acid and we're just, you know what I mean? I'm just injecting them with acid and everybody's getting injected with acid and his brother is, and you know what I mean? Think about that just burning through your veins, mate, right? You're getting injected with acid. Your face is melting, everything's melting, your arms, your wrists, you're just melting. You can see on his arm going up, where his veins was, that it's just all bubbling. Do you know what I mean? You can see. And you know what it reminds me of? You stick like salt on a slug. That's what it's like. That's what it's like. It just like dissolves, doesn't it? So that's what's happening. The kid's dissolving before my eyes. So it gets to an hour later, we've done all kinds of, listen, this kid's nearly dead. His consciousness has just probably already left his body, do you know what I mean? He's just thinking the pain he's going through, mate. Think of how much he regrets what he did. But in regretting what he did, it doesn't bring nothing back for me. It doesn't help me in any way, shape or form. It's still the same. And even doing this to him doesn't help me in any way, shape or form. It's not going to bring my kid back. It's not going to make Lindsay stand up and walk again, is it? But, I do feel a little bit better because I feel like justice was served. And I know for a fact that he can't do it to no one else. Yeah, like I said earlier on, not a martyr. I'm not doing it for other people. I'm doing it for me. But the byproduct of what I'm doing does save other people at one point or another in the lives of the kids. It does. It fucking does. I don't care what you say. If someone will go to an extreme length to do that to us for money and they don't even know us, we've done nothing to them, what will he do to the normal person with no backup? What would he do to the average? What would he do to you? What would people like that do to you? Yeah, they'd absolutely do anything they want to you. And they do to you what we're doing to them for money. But only I wouldn't do that for money. I wouldn't dream of doing that. Now, the butcher's the butcher. That's what he does. That's his job. But me personally, if someone said to me, will you do what I'm doing to these for that? I'd be like, you cheeky. I'd smack them. Yeah, I'd smack them. I'd be like, you mad? Who do you think I am, lad? But to be fair, it's created a bit of a monster in me, right? And I need this monster to go away. Because if it doesn't, what's it going to do in the future? you know, I'm desensitized now. I wasn't like sensitive in the first place, but now I'm desensitized. Now I don't care. Now I've done it. Now I know what to do, like practice. Because I've taught about how you do things like that, but now I know. I know what the tools are called. I know where to get things. I know everything, right? So now I don't even need the butcher no more. Do you know what I'm saying? So anyway, gets him on, gets on. I said to him, what happens if we just stick acid in these drips? He's like, it'll melt the bag. I said, what if it's diluted with that's like saline stuff that's all in it? And he's like, I don't know, what do you reckon? I said, well, I don't know, so we try it just for future reference. He's like, go on. So I cut this drip open at the top, right, but it's like hanging next to the bed and all that. So I poured like a bit of acid and all that, and straight away you can see that, yeah, you can just feel it. Listen, it's starting to melt the tube while it's going down. And he put a bit in as well. You know what I mean? It's heavy this way. So just spraying him in the face with it and all that, and then just spraying it on him, and lift the blankets off, stink as shit, lad. Spraying it all over him, right? And I'm thinking, I thought, nah, do you know what? I wouldn't even do that to someone. I wouldn't even do that. And then I thought, yeah, but the butcher was. I said, lad, I said, what? I said, cut that off. And the butcher just looks at me. I'm like, what? He's going, lad. I said, cut it off, lad. I said, fuck him, cut it off, lad. Cut it off and put it in his mouth. And he's like, yeah. I'm like, no. I said, cut it off and put it in his brother's mouth. And he's just like, what? I said, lad, I said, that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. Yeah. And the butcher's just like, and I'm like, I can't watch. He just looks at it. I'm going out there, I'll be back in a minute. And I can only imagine the horror that these kids are facing right now. It is a bit heavy, but we're in a rush now because we need to get rid of everything, right? So anyway, comes in, and I don't even want to describe the scene, but you already know what's happened. His thing's being cut off, and it's in his brother's mouth. Oh, right. And then his brother's mouth being taped over, so it's stuck in his brother's mouth. Oh, and everything. So, you know, I just thought, I've knocked myself sick, and I've knocked myself sick, so I'll just go over, bam, bam, and put two in the brother. That's him, God, fuck that. He didn't deserve that, but, you know, I can say I've done it now in my own mind. Me and the butcher, we're not going to tell no one, but we can just talk about it between ourselves, like on a future date, you know what I mean? So the dad phoned me. He's like, how far away are we? I said, well, one's gone. He said, hurry up and do the other one. I said, yeah. I said, what do you mean, hurry up? He's like, lad, just do. He said, you've got about half an hour because we're going to wipe out. I've got this team coming. I'm like, oh, yeah, Sam, now this team who he's got coming, don't know who they are, never heard of them, don't even care, but that's what they do. They get rid of whatever it is they do. So that's it. But they don't do it to live. They only do it to people who are already gone. So it doesn't matter what they look like and all that. They just do it to what they've gone. So I'm like, all right, so pass that craft knife. So gone straight down from the top of his arm, right down to his wrist, on both sides, right, and just opens them up, right, with a craft knife. And you can see all like, you know the way your veins, they look blue. Well, these are like, they look like melted white. So you know, it was weird. I'll never forget it. It was a bit of a chilling sight, to be fair. So then I was just, okay. So I've lined them from his shoulder down to his wrist on both arms, and then from the top of his thigh, directly in the front, right down to his toes. Well, where his toes used to be. So he's just like flayed, isn't he? Do you know what I mean? He's like more or less flayed. And then I've thought, you know what, last one, there was a potato peeler. I don't know why that was there, but there just was, you know, like a potato peeler thing. So I thought, cheeks, yeah. So I just scraped a little, you know, like, not like in pottery. Remember pottery in school when you make things and all that? And then you get a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and you go, oh, that, like, yeah. I've designed him a new kite, right? Whatever I've designed it, you know, it suits him. You're looking good, lad, you're looking good, yeah. You're looking good. I don't think you're going to have an open casket, lad, but you're looking good, mate, yeah. So then it's been going on for a bit now. I'm just trying every statistic as I can, doing everything I can, right? Just burning him, just this, that. Now, he's bleeding out bad because his thingy's being cut off now. And there's no way to do it because it just got snipped with his balls as well. So there's no way to, like, splash it. So he's half passing out. So I've just thought, you know what, that's it now. Craft knife, grabbed him by the fringe, lifted it up, looked at him and just put it right in the other eye. Right, and then just took his neck off, boom, see you later, lad, and just watched him gurgle his way to hell, yeah, gurgle your way to hell, lads, and that was it. So Mr. B's looking at me and say, fucking hell, lad, you took to that well, didn't you? Now, when I've turned round, the kid's standing there, not the kid, I keep saying the kid, he's not a kid, he's standing there, and he just starts clapping, and I'm like, what? He's going, boss, fucking hell, mate, think about it. Boss, yeah. Now, they have rating systems, right? Now, I didn't know this. They have rating systems. Mr. B and the kid have got rating systems. So whatever he's done, they then get an 8 out of 10, no, like 1 to 10. So he went to Mr. B. Defo was 7 for his first time. Mr. B's like, I'd give him an 8. And I'm like, what are you on? And like, just like all confused. Now the room stinks now. It's starting to stink of like, well, it did anyway, but because the plastic's been took off him, so there's just shit and everything everywhere, all piss and shit all over the fucking makeshift bed. And his brother's night, and you know what, let's just go. It's like, okay. So I'm like, right, let's go, tidy up time, yeah. Now, this kid, he's just gargled his way to hell. Like I said, he's brown bread now, and his brother's brown bread, and that's that. Now, these fellas are on the way. So he gets a phone call, listen, they're 10 minutes out, yeah? And he says, don't let them see you in there. He says, what? He went, don't let them see you in there. He says, why? He said, because then you just don't need to see them in there, which is good. And, it, you know, here's what he means, the dad, here's why he's a professional. If they see us in there, they'll know who we are. And then if they get grabbed, they could use us to get a lighter sentence. I'm not saying they would. Listen, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying they could. I'm not saying they would, make no mistake about this now. I'm not saying they could. I'm not saying they would, I'm saying they could. Do you understand me? So, it's different. So we get all our stuff together, make sure everything's, you know, because what we've been doing is we've been living out of bags and stuff. So when we go in there's not like just stuff everywhere. It's all in certain places, and you know what I mean, where it's easily just grabs and gone, you know what I mean? That's it, yeah. So just looks around. And I don't know why I did this, right? But as I look around, we're all ready to go now. We get off and we go upstairs. I just looked around, took one last final look. I just turned the light off and walks upstairs and shuts the door and gets off, goes home and all that. Now, this has all been dealt with, so I've gone home, got a shower and all that, and our kids come now, and he's like, oh, what happened there? So I told him, and he was like, lad, I said, where have you been? He said, lad, I had to go and do all the stuff with me bird, and that, you know, because he's had to keep like not a distance away, but he's had to keep doing what he's supposed to do. Do you know what I mean? And that's that. So gets a shower and all that, goes back down to see Lindsay, you know, and then the dad comes back, and then about 2 hours I was sitting there, the dad phone goes, yeah, that's all sorted. And I'm like, yeah. I said, like, 1,000,000%. He's like, 1,000,000%, lad. You haven't had nothing in the car? I said, no. I said, them cars got melted. He's like, all right, sound. He's like, your shoes? I said, shoes got melted. I said, everything I had on in there, that I've ever had on in there, because I was getting changed, like I told you, everything I've had on in there is gone. Everything's like, all right, sound. That's it. You know what? That was it. Never heard nothing back of it. The fact that the gaff burned down, right, he demelted the old gaff, and they never even made the paper. So whatever they've done, I don't know whether they've took them somewhere and buried them, or they just burned them there. I don't know, but so that was it. Job done, yeah.